after this quick break. When we return, we're playing Overload 1-1 here in the series. This is the Call of Duty League.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
COD Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to FazeVegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Stall out time for your tickets to work. Unreal. This because you know what Hydra is capable of. Finds that kill onto Insight. Skies across the map. Finds the second. Now Sid left in the 1v2 on this side of the map. He finds the first 1v3.
Off the reload! Oh my goodness! One was fine. Two was a goddamn miracle.
Doe just does it all now.
Oh, Kobe. Oh! Unicorn.
Well, hello there. We are back and ready to kick it into the map 3. A hot contest so far. Yeah, it's hot in the building. It's hot in the series.
You got shorts on today.
You're hot. Yeah, I knew it was gonna be warm, so I had a feeling. So I had to pull out the quads. Look at these things. You think anyone's blinded? I've been
see through them.
I've been hitting the Peloton though. There's some muscle there. I'm telling you, these things feel like a couple of rocks, man.
Okay.
I'm so sorry about that, everybody home. Hopefully, no one
viewer discretion is advised.
Had their vision affected by the bright lights of my quads.
Whichever bomb site they choose to go to, 30 seconds on the clock, and well, if Easy's been seen, he will drop off the map.
Viewer discretion is advised as we get into map number 3. We're going to play Overload, and Trace, I don't know what he's showing Rancor there.
He's working on his pull-up technique. Doug Sensor Martin has been spreading his wings through the Call of Duty scene, teaching everybody how to work out properly.
Doug does have big lats. There is no getting around it. We love you, Doug. We hope you're doing great. We hope you're having a great Sunday. And you know what? Knowing you, you are. Here we go into map number 3, folks. Miami Heretics Paris. Gentlemates who just joined us. We're all tied up 1-1. And good news, this is how it went on Friday. And the Heretics, they have transformed their game chance. I mean, they do love playing good teams. And good news for them. Paris Gentlemates are a good team. Good.
This is steel sharpens steel, iron sharpens iron, something along those lines. So yeah, Heretics looking to improve their game. The Scar is interesting because obviously it's the map that Miami just won against FaZe, where Super looked clean. But on the flip side for Paris, they've only played it a single time, and it was in the grand finals. And it's also not because they veto it. It is the most vetoed map against this team. And then whenever they have the option to pick, they normally just pick away from it as well. So I'm not trying to say Paris are scared of Scar Overload by any means. It's just a bit of a rarity to see them play it. They played a Coast game against Optic Texas there at the actual major, but now that we're seeing it, you know, a little bit fresher, a little bit new here in this stage, we just get to find out if they're truly going to add it to the repertoire, or if it's just already been there and in scrims, it's devastating enough that everybody else just knows they don't want the smoke. Whatever the situation actually is, this will be the lobby where we get to find out.
They are, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they do have a very, very good Scar Overload game. And it doesn't matter what you pick, but same can be said for the Heretics. They're a strong squad. And they've got the fire right now, they've got the heat right now, and they're looking for that 2-3-5. They need the win here. The next hard point, technically, will not treat them very well. Sib, strong player when it comes to Overload. We get a good one here on Scar. We're really going to enjoy this one, folks. Bon chance, best of luck to both of our teams. This is to take the lead in the series.
Yeah, looking good on the map, the damage dealer as well. Expect him to be getting active. I think him and Ghosty will also be good for at least 1 or 2 team-made kills.
1 or 2.
Either Neptune or Envoy is going to be diving into the zone. At some point, you're going to have that devastating moment. But after they team kill them, they'll go and get the score for themselves. They're trying to boost their SR.
Another ranked play joke, friends. Well, there's no jokes so far for the Heretics. It's a nice couple of kills. Lovely mid-map presence right now. And a couple more. Oh, would have been ideal, but they're not going to be taking possession just yet. Super versus Sib. What a battle those boys are having. Possession to the Gentlemates for a second. All right, square one.
Well, Tranks was in your spawn. He gets dealt with. Also enjoy the Sib top blue. A lot of players playing the windows, use the power position. Nope, he's hop, skipping, and jumping just off the front sails. So a different style he brings, and now a bit of a dangerous moment for Paris. Super's behind you. Unfortunately, lets a couple players through, but might have a couple easy kills, shooting some players in the back.
Yeah, but look at this straight away. He's pulled all of the arrows. Nearly everyone there from the Gentlemates has now come back for him. They've committed massive resources to this. Ghosty doesn't have an opportunity to check. Oh, another one on the right flank. Another one bites the dust. And Sib, last man left up. Good news, he's a shooter.
Just hounding with the pistol as well. Yep, aggression remains key, but that device has been taken. A's the open side lane. Neptune, though, is here in good position, and obviously the team was there as well. Envoy for 2. Sib now on a 3 spree. I think Paris, for the first time, can actually make it past the 50-yard line of the map.
They got that possession for now. Gentlemates play a very strong defensive game. Everyone wraps back no matter what happens. Unfortunate timing there, and yeah, pull it right back, Ghosty. You don't want to die on that side of the map, though, so he's still playing around Sib defensively. And Sib, oh, enough to get the damage on. Here come the rest of the lads. Second phase line now for the Paris Gentlemates to play forward from, and they are still conceding ground, still being brought down. Here comes an opportunity. Metal's on the pinch taken care of. Oh, and once again, Paris Gentlemates holding the line as best they can.
And if you're a fan at home, you got to try to think like the pros as well. If a score comes through, it's going to be a topside spawn for the new device. So got to pay attention to the arrows. Got to be worried about a quick chain for a capture as well. It can happen on either side. But right now, Heretics, those orange arrows swarming around. But every time they go for a pinch towards blue, Paris are heads up. They deal with it. Neptune through the middle of the map, able to collect 3 kills. And, well, Paris will now have the advantage. They've cleared their base.
Further possession now for the Paris Gentlemates, and this is it. It might be a Travis McLeod special. Shots are there from Metals. Close it right down. Back to Old Faithful we go. Back over to the motel. We're waiting for the opening kills, waiting for the entry blocks. A Sib, he's doing the best he can. Ghosty now swings wide. Device is winding up for a hit. We are desperately trying to make the play happen here. And Ghosty's still finding kills. The device has been dropped. And again, Heretics survive for a moment longer.
Yeah, great instincts and timing from Rancor, like clean up kills from the rest of his teammates as well, but just keeping guys distracted towards the middle of the map. And if you're on the defensive end in Overload, the slower you can make the game, the better. And more kills being exchanged. This has been an absolute battle just through the middle of the map. Seems though Heretics, every single time they send a player on the pinch, Paris are so quick to clean you up. Finally, Rancor gives you a little bit extra, but the trade is instant. Paris not letting anybody slip through.
Not at all. And now 2 men on the middle of the map. They're trying to clean up. Oh my word, what we call 18. And This is good. This is big. Envoy now trying to hunt down Metals on the play. He gets it. A little bit of space to work with here, but the top green man is going to be an issue. That is still going to be Rancor flying out, causing problems. Just over a minute to go here in the first half.
I mean, this has been just flawless gameplay. Finally, though, actually, Neptune has the open ground over towards the top side. He's got the clearance kills, backing the player down, and there is your score. How quickly it can fall. One player finds the route, the team delivers. It was Envoy now over towards the spawns. It is the top side facilitation, so Envoy forcing out these deep spawns. Fortunately for him, his teammates are just not in position, and he finally gets taken care of, but Paris applying the pressure.
But again, it's good work from Paris. As soon as they know they don't have the advantage, they wrap back, they set up for the play, and they play a lovely defensive game. 30 seconds, first half. Big kills here from the Heretics. An opportunity to make something happen. Another kill would be ideal. Number 4 is going to be the first man in. Metals with the damage. Gets one. The trades are going to be good enough. Is anyone now in? Drakes goes wide, and it's not good enough to get the capture. What an opportunity that was. The Gentlemates hold in the dying seconds of the half. Super trying to go big. Read and dealt with. And that will be it. What a fantastic hold. Gentlemates could look for 2 here.
Yeah, one final play. 30 seconds to make something happen. Rancor, good trigger discipline on the timing, so Paris now have to worry about the pinch as well. Ghosty with the pistol versus Rancor with the M15. And frankly, just not enough time. Yeah, Heretics taking care of business, at least for the final stop, but I mean, that's overload at a very high level. That is a standoff, square up battle for 3.5 minutes, and it's just a singular route where one guy is able to get out for Paris, take some space, and get that score through. It is such a delicate game mode. A single mistake and you immediately get punished.
It's wild to think. I mean, what, for 4 minutes, the Paris Gentlemates, they were jabbing left. They were jabbing left. The one time they go for the cross, that right side. Number 6 here in the minimap. Neptune sets it up. He's like, I've got him wide open. We have trained them for this the whole way. There's the run through. Neptune only has to get a single kill or 2. 2 kills there in that moment to guarantee the capture. Unbelievable attempt here from the Heretics in the dying seconds of the half. But again, maybe too little too late. Trace goes for the roundabout attack there towards APC. Maybe the beeline was the play to go for. We'll never know. 1-0 going into the second half.
And of course, Envoy had a couple nice goal line stops as well, but the fact that Sib dropped 20 in the first half and got the 2-piece that allowed his teammates to take that route. Yeah, Sib, the ultimate damage dealer. Really the guy setting the difference, but that's the mid-map spawn. Heretics trying to reposition, but again, everywhere they go, there's a Paris player there to clean them up.
Yeah, or 2. A Parisian or 2. And I'm Envoy right towards the back line. And this is what he wants. He's got the choice now between the A goal or the B goal. Both wide open. A looking a bit more delectable right now, but Rancor causes a problem right through the middle of the map. We've got an opportunity to make a run. Where are they going to spawn? They're spawning far. Rancor's going to go all the way, and he's tied it up. 1-1.
Blink, you miss it, get a couple kills, and just like that, and for the topside spawn, Heretics still trying to maintain that pressure. Rancor going for some spawners. He's on the 4 spree, matching Sib's energy as well, and playing around the hops around green perfectly. Damage dealer, you got the front line out. Metal's the next man in line. Heretics right now, I mean, they're just existing inside of your base.
Okay. We talk about lead blockers. We also talk about the Hellstorm that we've got in the back pocket. Metals, he's cooking and all, son. The ball's on its way forward. No, Ghosty, the 2-third tackle brings Rancor down, but Metals hasn't slowed down a touch. He's still gunning. Can he get himself another kill here? No. Great reads. Finally an opportunity to slow this down. And we've got a pickup now. EMP in the hands of Super. A crossover towards B. He has some cover to work with. Sib trying to slow him down to the cross. Drake's now on the goal hang. He's defending the goal as best he can. The nade is good. The damage is not. And now the EMP down and out. Metals can't slow it down any further. Back to back. End to end overload so far.
Yeah, and Heretics trying to force that one through. You see Rancor invested that Hellstorm in the meantime. So looking for the firepower, but while you're behind enemy lines, well, you had Envoy slowing everybody else down. So reset, top side of the map. It'll be Paris in control of the plane heady, and in the long term, they'll have the slightest of advantages, but my God, if I could get kills like that, would that be sick?
Would that be sick? All headshots. 3 through mid-map now. I mean, again, at what point are you thinking about the Hellstorm? You've got 2 minutes and 30 seconds to make this happen. Going to be looking at an overtime situation. Maybe save it for that. You never know, folks. A lot of decisions to be made here, but not a lot of time to do it.
I'd love this out of Envoy too. If he's got the pistol on the plane heady, he can slow these players down and let everybody else get to work, and his teammates do. Unfortunately, he falls, but Sid is behind the Heretics. So now Miami, a ton of pressure on him, and Neptune, the leading man.
You gotta make a decision fast, lads. They are flying forward. Trophies on the coverage. Ghosty now trying to make something happen up close. Brought down. The quick pickup. Oh dear. A trade again. Next man, Neptune. An open goal. Nep sneaks it home. 2-1. 2 to play.
Yoinked it out, and again, the setup there from Paris. The idea, it is so fast how they made it happen, but lovely stuff rolling through. Heretics, though, trying to respond. 3 kills in the feed, pushed out towards B. Now you can set up for the spawn trap.
They know the man's on time. They know the man is on point. Metals can't get any more kills this time round. A quick swap over. Are we thinking about the A attack? We are. Drakes is making his way through the trenches now. Super keeps the left lane wide open. You've got options for the Heretics. Another man through mid. Got to watch out for Nep. He could be the moment now. Drakes cleans up A, and back and forth you go. They're going right. Drakes can't get another kill. No trades to be had. Metals now slips the net, gets another. A quick pickup, but he's got to go upstairs. You need the kills, and they're running out of time.
He's playing for it.
No! Oh, what a stop on the point. Neptune, a hero.
Well, his teammates are still here too, and Neptune wins it with the pistol as well. Heretics doing everything they can to get nearby, but Neptune heroics once again. He made the score happen previously, gets a goal line stop, and now he is in control. Paris, you are just now playing off of the game clock.
I mean, the dagger is the possession loss as well. Okay, so you lose Neptune. Wait, Sib's alone. Oh, the A zone blown wide open. Heretics now fighting forward. Ghosty on the tactical retreat, but he takes a man with him. A big nade up over the top. Heretics now one more attempt to try to tie it up. Force the sudden death. Ghosty, he's the man of the moment as Nep and Sib find theirs. Last man super. There's 20 seconds to go. Hellstorm still sitting in the back pocket. It takes so bloody long to call it. You might not have to. Ghosty's cleaning house, and it might be a single goal difference, but that should be that, folks. Paris Gentlemates take the overload. What a brilliant game.
Yeah, advantage now in the series. It'll be match point there for Gentlemates. And only their second look there on Scar Overload, but they bring a different dynamic to the map. A very low scoring game, a very controlled performance as well, but just like the Scar Hardpoint, stressful. It is a battle non-stop. It is a battle around the margins. A razor's edge kind of game, and I mean, Neptune was absolutely the man involved, at least in the second half there for the big plays.
Unreal, man. So I think there was a moment there towards the end, Metals having to recover the device. I think the player got killed in the air, so obviously it goes back to where they left the ground, which would have been the window ledge or the inside of green. That is a heartbreaking moment. If the device does drop there, Metals easily grabs that. Easily we're sitting at 2-2, and we're actually in the sudden death right now. Crazy, crazy moment. Crazy, crazy plays. Fantastic game of Scar. 10 minutes and 21 seconds. 36 from Metals. Unbelievable individual runs. But it was Sib. He has been the man on Scar. He has been the damage dealer. He has been the wheeler and dealer of the kills department. That man is doing it all. In a low-scoring game, but an unbelievably strong attempt on both ends from both teams.
And it's this two-piece, by the way, for Sid. Gets the first one on the right side, gets the kill towards the middle of the map that allows Neptune to take that route to be free and open up that top side lane. So the AR making the big impact there in the first half. 20 kills he was able to get, but the second half is really just a Neptune show, at least in my mind. There for the high impact, there to get the two-piece to force through the final score, and the defensive goal line stop. And just to acknowledge it, of like, again, the stuns and nade from Paris, when Trace is over on that back B zone, how you were just getting pelted every single concussion, every single nade. If you're running it ranked, you can run tech and flak. Pros don't do that. It is one or the other. In ranked, you get 4 trophies on every single team if you want it. Pros do not have that same access. They are playing a much more difficult game than we do comfortably in our own homes. You can just see how difficult it is to deal with when you are dialed in like that. Paris, it is about the details. They just give you a little bit extra.
It's incredible stuff, man. Really, really impressive. Overload continue to be a a fun watch here in the COD League. 2-1, the final score there. 2-1 in the series now as we go into the Den hardpoint. Once again, the Paris Gentlemates. This is a good one for them. Step 2 of the miraculous moment now for the Heretics was to win the Scar Overload. It doesn't happen for them, so now they put themselves in a very, very tough spot. Win the Den, force the game 5. Chance? Is it happening? Is it happening?
I mean, Paris have a 5-0 record on Den. It's not even necessarily their favorite map, not their most picked, but when it gets in the series, they're still very happy. And that's why they're such a dangerous team, or one of the many reasons why they're such a dangerous team. You either veto Colossus or you veto Den. Most teams are more fearful of dealing with them on Colossus, but still, a 5-0 record on this map, they're going to be as comfortable as you could possibly be. And obviously a map where AR players get to have an absolute feast on a handful of these hills. Well, Rancor is great, phenomenal on map number 1, but Sib certainly gave something extra there on map number 3.
Well, that's map 1, the 250 to 224 game of Scar we saw, and everyone was bringing their A game, and it was a very, very strong late resurgence from the Heretics, but not enough to keep them alive and kicking through the first set. A little brutal for them there, but we'll see what happens now going in to map number 4. A little bit of a longer series now. We've managed to stretch it out just a touch after the Search and Destroy victory. CFR lads are staying hot, staying warm, and getting themselves into what could be a very, very important, exciting game of Den. Again, for the Gentlemates, close the series out, find those 10 points, keep the qualification process towards the Birmingham Major looking strong and looking very, very clean indeed. But the Heretics, can you throw a wrench in the game plan? Can you disrupt the reigning champions? Ghosty, a 1.35 on Den alone in the season. Not bad at all.
Yeah, and listen, one of the single best maps we have seen all year was from Dan Ghosty on this very map where he just popped Takeover, playing against LAT. A little bit of a vengeance match he had earlier on in the season, but that is where the AR players can reign supreme. 42%, by the way, for their break percentage. I don't know what that sounds like to the viewers sitting at home, but 42% for breaks is extremely high. If you're close to 50-50 when you're fighting the uphill battle, that is a sign of a fantastic team, especially for Gentlemates. Be on the lookout for guys like Neptune on that P2. He could be the moneymaker.
Well, so far cash for the Paris Gentlemates as they get the early time, and they get good early kills as well. Oh, Trake's nice too. Not enough to stop the rest of the members now of the Paris Gentlemates circling away on time. They don't take into account the mid-cut play, and Super's going to be there, but doesn't want to overextend too much. Just wants to keep some pressure on the hard point, but look at the way that the Paris Gentlemates are playing it. They are clearing those lines of sight, and they are making sure he can't take full advantage of that power position.
Yeah, and they've been able to flip the spawns as well. That was a great funnel system Paris Gentlemates just showed off. The Congo line. Once you got the man behind you to fill in your spot, keep pushing on forward, and they have just hunted down and overwhelmed everybody in their spawn. We were talking about how Paris have a great break percentage. Well, Paris will have the back spawns. They'll be set up towards P2 first, and it's Dan Ghosty with a perfect start to his game. 5-0 inside the top.
That's really good. And looking to keep a hold of hard point time as well. Can't win that one against Metals. I think he was a little weak still. Metals dealt with Neptune with the guns up at the ready. Front-facing attack now from the Heretics. Bit of a break opportunity we're in, but the nades are fantastic. No trophies to be found just yet. And we are still providing this unmatched pressure from the Paris Gentlemates. Heretics are simply unable to breathe. They can't do a thing except for kill each other and try to deal with Sib, and he is absolutely spinning.
Yeah, that's great pistol shots as well. Question for Paris, though. Do they read these back spawns? Well, number 7's out. Every single arrow turns, and that is instant. Sib didn't even have time to combat. That is instant player recognition. Yeah, Paris already a 70-point lead. This is lights out hardpoint.
They are very, very good at this map, so far anyway. Heretics trying to wind up, trying to get the energy going, but Sib, a couple of big body shots, just pulls the air out of the lungs straight away. Heretics, nothing they seem to do is working. They are being suffocated by the Paris Gentlemates. This is such aggressive gameplay. Ghosty looking for a few more. 7-3. Devastating P3 hold.
Dude, everywhere they go, if they get a kill, the train, instant. No time wasted there for the teamwork from Paris. If you're trying to group up and go through Dojo off a spawn, you're getting met with a barrage of stuns and nades immediately. These guys are dialed in their hard point. Like, this has been a spectacle so far, similar to map number 1. And for Heretics, there is no room to breathe. Good news, they got the right side spawns. They'll have the early rotation over towards new, and they finally have a little bit of wiggle room. Problem is, you're down by 100.
It's just a slapping. You're getting slapped constantly. Slap, slap, slap. Here comes another one. Good slap from Mel's. Counter slap. At least got on time. This is it. Heretics have finally found themselves in there. We now check the brakes and we test the breakability of these hard points. And right now, looking pretty solid. Drake's trying to find himself a little bit more than 3 here, as the Heretics have done an amazing job of turning the score entirely around for themselves. They are battling back.
And, you know, I might be incorrect, but I think P4 was the first time all map that Heretics got 2 kills in a row. And I mean as a collective team. So maybe I'm incorrect, but that was the vibe. Now, though, getting the ball rolling. Trakes, nice, clean 3 priests in an 8 spree as well. It was on the score. This man started out double negative. He goes on a spree, starts to get his team back in the game. Trakes trying to put on once again.
That's a Hellstorm as well, mate. You'll tell you that. Late break here from the Paris Journal mates. They want to just sort of slow the game down as much as they possibly can. I mean, that first set, that was a blistering onslaught from the Journal mates. 14-9 Sib, 13-7 Ghosty, going in now to our second set. And Trakes is having himself a wonderful turn, but not an easy thing to do right now. This is not going to be an easy comeback. Trophies will be in play. And we're going to buy some mid-map space with that Hellstorm, but can his teammates capitalize?
Well, no, 2-2 split. It's going to be interesting spawn just because Trakes called that in from lobby. So honestly, in the long term, Heretics in a bit of a tough spot, but good news. You fully surrounded P1. You got mid-cut pushed out. You got couches pushed out. They got everything they want.
Yeah, holding it. Here comes Super now taking a bit of a route. Can we keep this hard point now under contest right now? Heretics. Oh, that's beautiful stuff. The lineup there. 3 in the feed for the Heretics now. Last man left alive on the side of the map's going to be Ghosty, brought down as well. So a lovely turn right now from the Heretics. A solid P1 and a very productive one indeed.
Yeah, very different sort of situation though. Paris, when they were on the P1, they were flowing through to flip those spawns. Heretics not quite able to get that same pace going. Paris controlling it, but not Metals. He's pierced it. Wins a nasty gunfight, gets around towards the back, and Ghosty will be overwhelmed in time. So a bit more calculated, but just like map 1, it does not matter how much Heretics go down. They always fight back.
This is a fantastic comeback. Heretics, you are alive. P1 to P2 looking good. Miami, what a turn this has been. They are fighting fierce. Let's go for a quick listen with the Heretics.
Two of them. Super and someone else.
Chao. Escúchame, me voy a ir al siguiente, vale, me voy a ir al siguiente. Sí, la loca estoy en China, ¿vale? Estoy en China, ¿vale? Nico, vente.
Sí, todo nosotros. Se tira.
Chao. Va a estar en China.
No tenemos Garden Pins todavía.
No veo nada.
Lobby. Te ayudo. Con Gosti.
Tiro yo. Te jodido.
No, una roto. Pincha Garden. Una bala Garden. Me voy a pinchar esto. Hay que limpiar el de Garden,
Voy a
Estoy pinchando info. Está muerto.
Dale, puede estar en el chat más rápido, sí. Voy para Outer. Outer no ve nada.
Uno conmigo. No nada. Con. Sí, yo no creo que quiera tomar. Solo si quiero y
conmigo. Salita y punto.
Este no lo veo.
Aguanta, Nico.
Le está un tiro.
Es un tiro. Voy por medio.
Sí.
Con muerto, que darle punto.
Está en medio.
Límite.
Salita dentro. Una bala. Son dos de cara. Salita no lo veo. Salita y punto. Salita un tiro.
Yo también, son 2 en punto. Han pushado ya a China.
Se ha podido colar uno de dragón. ¿Qué tienes? Otro dragón. Están tocando todos.
No le veo.
Un tiro.
No repinché,
Casco de frente yo.
Está repinchando con.
Uno con info abajo. Info abajo. A la izquierda weak.
Muerto. Fondo otro, sí.
Vale, vamos a ver qué es esto. ¿Vale? No, está la maceta.
Vamos a hacer un buen break. Voy de cara, Nico.
Dale.
Estoy esperando abajo de info.
So far, a great hold from here from the Paris Journal makes chance. The Miami Heretics, they've slowed down just a touch.
Yeah, would you like to break a P4 against Paris Gentlemen? I wouldn't want to. This looks like a nightmare. Sid even has the Drovic for the situation. If it wasn't him, Ghosty also had a Drovic for the situation. So ready for these close gunfights. And of course, with a lead like this, Heretics, no time to pinch, man. You got to flood through the front, and you are just getting lined up and gunned down. They've at least pressured Paris away for the time, but obviously a 90-point game like this, I mean, Gentlemates, their hard point is a spectacle.
It's so hot right now. It just is. Well, 225 to 142 going into the final set. And Ghosty has taken a lovely roundabout route. He will find, oh, no more there. Metals, the guardian of the back line. Make sure that everything is safe and sound on that side of the map. And now back up towards people when we go. Neptune trying to find what he can here on time. Oh, goodness gracious. Ay, Dios mío. He's still dancing. And it is Trakes and Rencor, though, cleaning up mid-map. Trakes finds another, and technically all dead.
Yeah, well, yeah, speaking of dead, Heretics never is, especially not on this map. They had the 249, like 1-7 they have on P1. It's sort of the backline firing squad. Trakes trusting his teammates to give him the coverage. Metals doing exactly that. Great timing. 3 in the feed. Ghosty, last man standing, and at least one player from Paris is going to be spawning out. Make it 2, so Trakes again spreeing out in a clutch moment. Problem is, they never counted to 4. Envoy, the nuisance in the backline.
And look at Trakes, look at his patience. Look at his patience, son. Nearly gets it, but that's going to be the spawns in the back line now. Watching out for Rencor. Enough for the 2. Enough for the damage. Enough for his boys to get in there through the front. You got to get moving, lad. Another man is spawned in the back. For God's sake, they're like roaches, the Gentlemates. You've got to deal with the man. You've got to find them all. And here comes another pinch. 10 for the win. But the Paris Gentlemates holding on. Another opportunity now to break through couches. This is the death knell here for the Miami Heretics, and Ghosty holds the line. Next over the top. Can Sib find it? He does indeed. They've held. They've found it. And not even the Heretic shenanigans can hold on. Another victory for the Paris Gentlemates here on Hardpoint. A 3-1 in the series to start the day.
Dude, I can't even believe Rencor read that back P2 spot. He was ready for that guy to chow from back square. Unbelievable stuff, but obviously for Gentlemates, just unbelievable hardpoint performance. They continue to be the best in that game mode. And you can all like see why. When they get setups, they look great. They got the demons, they got the stuns, they got the nades. Even when Heretics are making fantastic plays, Trakes goes on the spree, gets through lobby, they flip the Gentlemate spawns out. Last guy in line is Envoy, who buys you enough time and is enough of a distraction when he's inside of the spawn that his teammates have an easy route over to help him out. So tip it to Trakes. Hell of a map that he just put up, and I would say ultimately, I know it's an L, but a great sign for Miami Heretics that he can have performances like that. Ultimately, though, Paris Gentlemates are the best team in the game, and they continue to prove why time and time again.
Again, I think a big takeaway for the Heretics, you're playing the best team in the game on Hardpoint, and yeah, the games look like this. You still have the fight in you, though. You still have the ability to pull out the magic. It's just so tough. The starts are so strong from the Gentlemates. You don't get an opportunity to make a solid comeback because the cushion is so solid. Look at that. Well, the game flow, folks, tells one story. The other story is a 3-1. It is simply too much to deal with right now. The Paris Gentlemates sneak away a victory in Scar Overload. If not for that, we could be looking at that Search and Destroy right now very, very differently indeed, gentlemen, but we will not be. That is that. That is that. Paris Gentlemates too hot to handle in Hardpoint. Back over to the desk. GG's.
That is now 6 correct predictions in a row for Allie. She is on fire right now, as are the Paris Gentlemates as they dominate Hardpoint in both games 1 and 4. Let's talk through the most recent one we visited, though. What was different from the first Hardpoint to the second one? Because the first Hardpoint, difference of just 25 points.
Yeah, I mean... Oh, go ahead. Oh,
no, I was just going to have the discussion with you. They were actually really similar, to be honest. The Gentlemates got a huge lead really early on. Miami Heretics, somebody has a big streak, starts turning it back around. I think the disparity was just bigger because that Den, I mean, Gentlemates are undefeated on it. They're 6-0 in Den Hardpoint now, and that's just a better map for them.
You give them Den, they're probably going to win. Let's take a look at some of the best moments from your Gentlemates. Paris looking like the best team in the game, proving it statistically once again.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, for Miami Heretics, I think they beat 9 other teams in the league today. I think the only teams that would have beat them with the way that they played today was probably Optic and Gentlemates. Heretics look damn good, and that's a credit to how good Gentlemates are. I mean, you talked about it, Allie, right? Like, you get a huge lead here, and then, you know, just some of these moments where players are streaking like tricks you saw where Gentlemates just able to respond. And I'm going to think back to the key moment in this one. It's second rotation, and it's in P3. Heretics have mounted the comeback, and they had Rencorn, another player, over at New. They set up the pinch through mid and through Dojo, kill both of them, and just they steal any momentum that teams start to grab. It happens so often in this game because of, you know, how strong some of these hills are. You can hold full 60s with Gentlemates and the pace they play at. They're all on the same page. They know when they need to slow it down and converge on a pinch when the game is starting to slip away. That's what makes Gentlemates so special.
How about that performance from Sib today? Was he your top performer? Who caught your eye from Paris?
Sib actually was definitely the top performer, I feel like, in this series. Every single map, even in Search and Destroy, kind of felt like he was balling out. Like, when they were getting moments in S&D, it was because he was getting the first 2 bloods in the middle of the map by himself, right, and putting them in 2v4 situations. Or it's him hitting snipes over on that A side for them to get the bomb down. So I definitely think Dante had a really good series today.
Gotaga celebrating another win as Paris stays unbeaten here in Stage 2. That is going to be Miami's first loss. And it came probably because of this Game 3 play. It's your scuffed play of the game. It belongs to one and only Travis McCoy.
Yeah, Travis McCloud. He's an absolute monster. I mean, yeah, this Overload was a lot of fun. I thought Chance and Mouse set it up great. It's just going to be a back-and-forth battle. You see he has a goal line stand here that's massive. Meadows grabs the rock, jumps down. He gets the kill onto Sib, and then Travis McCloud stops it. Neptune clutches ever. But he gets another huge kill. He runs up green steps, and he has the ball in hand, pistol in hand, and finds another kill.
Yeah, that one was crazy.
That one was equally as insane. So when you need it most in a one-score game, Neptune can make plays.
True or false, you have to beat Paris 2-3-5 if you're going to win.
You have to win 3. I'll agree with you that. 2-3-5, I don't know.
All right, for now, we'll get the chance to talk with Sib from the Paris Gentlemen. Sib, you available?
Yeah, what's going on, killers?
Yo, it's nice to chat with you. Normally we see you in the background making some faces, throwing out some cameos. Today it's face-to-face. So let's break it down. What is separating your team from the rest of the league? Because right now I think it's undeniable. Paris is the best squad in Call of Duty Black Ops 7.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say it's our efficiency and our trust within each other and, like, our system that we have. I mean, teaming with Do and Dan, I mean, they're the best, like, enablers I've ever played with. So, I mean, it's pretty fucking easy when they're here, you know?
All right.
Yeah, and I kind of wanted you to expand on that. You know, I've seen you in a couple different roles now. One where you're kind of the guy that's playing around other people, and now you're just back to being the super slayer. So how's kind of your journey been getting back to this spot after the last couple of years?
Definitely character development, I would say. But I think this is where I shine the most in this role, and I think like I said, having these group of players around me enables me to be my best no matter what. And it's obviously going to be, like, I think yesterday, one of the hard points on Scar versus Falcons, I mean, I had, like, a lot of time, not a lot of kills, but, I mean, I was okay with that. I mean, Dan had a lot of kills. So sometimes I'm just going to flip. Sometimes it's going to be a little different. But I think just overall, I think I love it here. I love playing with my teammates. And, I mean, there's nothing better than just being given the confidence to just do whatever you want, even though there's definitely a lot of scan plays that I do make, especially in probably big time moments like S&D. But you know what? Like, it's you know, they have faith in me, and they never question it. So I mean, I feel like that's just really important.
100%, man.
And speaking of roles a little bit, you're the sniper for this team, right? I want to ask you a little bit about the sniper changes, and if you have really felt a difference, and you think it's going to affect any of the other main snipers in the rest of the league.
Nah, I think it'll affect many of the other snipers are not really that good, but I think after maybe like a few weeks to a month, I think everyone who's like pretty good with the sniper will be in groove with it. But there's definitely a difference. It definitely tells a difference. I kind of have to be more controlled on my stick a bit more and not be a little like rely on the aim assist too much. But I think when I get used to it, I think it'll be pretty fun.
A little bit more right stick. We love to see it. Yours was hitting today. Sib, we'll see you soon.
Sure, you guys have a good one.
That is the Gentlemates with another dub. They now join Optic at 20 points at the top of the leaderboard. When we come back, we find out who is going to earn 10 points. Both these teams looking for their first of Stage 2. Black
7 returns to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. Scan the QR code to be notified when tickets go live later this month. Start the season strong with the 2026 Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator by scanning the QR code on screen or check it out in the Call of Duty store in-game now. Scuff, official controller of the CDL.
One's got front door, you guys.
Front door.
Hold front.
Back door. One shot. Back right. Back. Two right. Back.
And inside calls game.
Come on, baby!
That's what
Listen, where am I looking here? It's Mother's Day, all right? Call your moms, all right? And maybe I'll call them too.
He's inner solar. I went left. Oh, just pitch left. You're good, man.
Yeah, this one, back.
I'm waiting.
Renko, super big.
Nice,
I'll try. Nice, go. Go. For the game.
Boom. Holy yeah. What exposure.
8-0.
It's not going to be 8-0, right? We're not going to lose 8-0, are we? Look at the pitch! Look at the pitch! Look at the pitch! It's 8-0. I promise you it's 8-0. I promise you it's 8-0. It's a world record overload.
Now that will seal it.
Golato! Goal!
As Toronto Koi.
Have they played the game mode before?
We were hyping this up, right? It's the 4th matchup. You know, we've seen you guys constantly in grand finals. You guys came out and made that look easy.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we've been saying it online the whole time. Online respawns are different. No sound EQ. We're a way different team, and we just showed it right there. Also, people seem to forget who built that camp. I know how they play. I taught those kids how to play Call of Duty. So don't forget that. All right? Like, let's...
4-3 in game 5. Oh, no! 4v2.
This is not a test. This is your emergency broadcast system announcing the Boston breach sanctioned by the CDL. All weapons have been authorized for use during the breach. No restrictions. This is breach, not a test.
Boston got beat down by Optic in the opening match as we opened up stage 2, but now they're looking for revenge. They're looking for their first dub. It's not going to come easy. If you've been looking at the power rankings, these two had the Falcons in your top 6. Why are the Falcons in your top half right now?
I mean, to start the year off, right, they're very well-rounded, especially in Search and Destroy and Overload. Now, that's tapered off a little bit as they've played some of the stronger teams that we have in the league, but you even see it. Like, when you watch the General Mates match, they're in every single moment, every single map, right? So, yeah, I think Riyadh Falcons still a very solid team.
On the other side, though, we got to talk about this Boston team. You've had eyes on them. We've put the microscope on Purge recently. What does he need to do to bounce back? Because when they were in their winning ways last year, when they finished top 3, he seemed to be leading the charge, not just in slaying, but also the OBJ.
It almost feels like just maybe stop trying to do so much. It's kind of like they're in a position now where, like, because they're on the back foot and not winning these series, it's making players feel like they need to step up and do more than they're supposed to. And that's going to cause a lot of havoc when it comes to your team chemistry. I mean, this is a Boston team that at times has shown really good life in Search and Destroy. At times it's shown really good life in Respawn. And so it's kind of just waiting for them all to get on the same page. But it's a league low of 9.6 runs per game in Overload. They're a very defensive-heavy team when it comes to that game mode, and that's going to be difficult versus a team like Riyadh, who is incredibly high pressure and very strong when it comes to Overload.
And looking at the numbers, Boston is right there with Cloud9 and Vancouver on the struggle bus. 6 of their last 7 series have come with an L. On the other side, we have the Falcons, who have been up and down. What have you seen from them lately?
Yeah, well, Celium looks damn good. And, you know, we're just going based on, you know, the performance on land. You go to a Game 5 versus FaZe Vegas, where they've looked solid throughout the entire series. You get to the Game 5, and early on, you know, we talked about some of the rounds were just mental errors, or players dying on the island in the push-through rather than backing up. And specifically, I called out Xnid, who I thought, you know, bounced back in the series they had. Dropped 40 on the first map. They looked good. They lost an Overload by 1 score, where, you know, it was kind of this defensive back and forth. Were culminated in a Game 4 loss on Scar. But we know how good Gentlemates are, right? It's going to be hard to beat a team like that in 2 hard points. So for Riyadh Falcons, they're a hard team to evaluate because they've kind of, you know, they've been a little inconsistent.
It's
they start off so good at search,
right?
And now the search has tapered off a bit.
Is there a sniper on the Falcons? They said there are 11th in opening duels. So the snipers, Sim say, maybe not as important. Maybe.
Don't worry, Boston's bad at opening duels too.
We got Colossus. We've got a double dose of it. Scar would be a game number 5. Do we get there? Let's start with Rosalie. Can you make it 8 in a row?
Something about this match is making me want to go for the underdog. I'm going to pick up Boston. I think their backs are against the wall. I think they really need a win here.
I did that, and I regretted it.
You did.
I'm going with the Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, there's the worry, I guess, is the map 1 exposure. Not good for Falcons. You come out, you lose that map 1, start arguing a bit, things could spiral. I'm still going to stick with the Falcons, though. They've been the better team all year, and I don't think they let me down here.
Here on the cast, we have the beautiful Shift and Study, gentlemen.
Gentlemen, lady, appreciate you so much. Super Sunday. Wow, what a banger to start things off. And again, this may not necessarily feel like that, but I like the evaluation that for Boston, it's not like a do or die situation, but you got to start this stage off with some sign of life here.
Yeah, I think actually it is a do or die situation, man, because think of mine in stage 2. We're playing 11 matches. You don't want to be starting off 0-2. I can understand the Laws versus Optic, one of the top teams that we have. Just got second at Major 1. But Falcons are sitting around that middle of the pack. You need to start getting some points underneath your belt because you get dead last at the event. You're 0-1 so far in this stage. And versus Optic, it just looked a little bit all over the place. You're down 100 to start off the hard, but before you found back. Search and Destroy looked abysmal, and then you were fighting into your Overload, but just little mistakes continue to bite you in the behind. And now Falcons, who are looking to have their redemption off of the series they have versus Gentlemates, and trying to add to their map pool off the exposure. I think this is a big opening map for Boston to try to take this, because if you give this one to Falcons, the next couple of maps after that are their bread and butter. So this is a must-win, in my opinion, for Boston.
Okay, I like that evaluation. I also just want to point everyone's attention to the fact that even though you're looking at the minus 85 points on average margin on this map, a lot of that was tallied thanks to playing Paris on this map. And they lost 55 to 250. The other 2 games that they had played versus both Thieves and this Boston team were over 200 points to 250 losses. So you see that I think the bigger stat line there for me was the rotation percentage has been solid for Riyadh. The hold percentage has been solid for Riyadh on this map. It just came down that they played behind the 8 ball against Paris. And a lot of that is largely due to the fact, you know, the success story for Riyadh has come by way of Celium. You know, he's been, again, Mr. Lockdown when it comes to making sure that you've got to set up towards spawns, whether you're trying to lock down early lanes, whatever it happens to be. We're on the other side. Nasty, who's supposed to be the upgrade for this roster from last year to this year, yes, he's providing some of the same numbers, but we're looking to see if that impact is going to turn into wins. That's the biggest part.
Yeah, because Celium, on the other hand, he has SMGs who are performing lights out. Xnid is dropping 40 per in some of these hard points. Pred is very, very consistent in a lot of his one-on-one engagements. And then on the opposite side for Nasty, like Purge and Snoopy really haven't found that consistency between them two. So Nasty's still putting up the numbers. Celium's still putting up the numbers, but the results are completely different. Both ARs are making sure that their impact is going to be felt. But it's a battle of the SMGs, man. I need Snoopy and Purge to really come to life here.
Yeah, big time. And I think a lot of that is just in the light of how successful the Boston team was at the end of last year and where that came from. It really did come from Purge and Snoopy in a lot of moments. Of course, Cammy had pop-up moments when they needed him to, but this is all about trying to, again, use that same resiliency in that upfront duo with an extra weapon behind you in Nasty, who, again, is obviously was lights out last year with Vancouver and has put together a good start in terms of his individual performance. But yeah, I do agree to you that it has to be about how do you play for the win? How can you play around the objective better? Because like Ali was saying, the first blood percentage in Search hasn't been great. Their numbers across hold percentage and hold efficiency has not been great in hardpoint. And then as we also saw in the pregame, their runs per game also very low. So there's something about, I think, how do we turn kills into objective focus? That maybe has been the biggest kind of hurdle right now for Boston in the early part of the season.
And I think like that's what we saw good for them at the end of last season was just teamwork. It didn't matter the players that they were playing against. They could be heavily outslayed, but they would still be into the mix just based off of the teamwork. I feel like right now when you watch Boston, everyone seems to be a little bit out of sync when those kills are not going your way. We're starting to take long routes that are unnecessary. We're taking too much long routes and leaving your teammates out to dry. And this is things that are going to come back to bite you. So for Boston, just be more in sync as a collective unit today. You're going to stand a better chance.
Yep, agreed. Keep in mind, though, that map number 2, Colossus Search and Destroy, a map that Boston have not played yet. So talking about this exposure for Riyadh and the lack of success they've had here, also a curiosity and a question mark still awaits us for map number 2. So the importance of this map really extends into the importance of map number 2 as well. But we're ready to go. Getting on into exposure, hard point. Boston Breach taking on the Riyadh Falcons. Let's get it on.
Damn, Boston need to show some life here, man. So already starting off the P1, you're taking control early side of solar control. The SMG is getting aggressive as hell all the way up to the window. Snoopy's going to be unaccounted for. Celium is just never caught off guard. He finds that kill, but Boston on the time.
Yeah, natural pinch as well developing here for Nasty with that off spawn, as things are still a little bit sloppy, as you see Purge will spawn to the other side again. So split spawn situation continue to allow Boston to play scattered over the top of P1. It's going to work out beautifully for them. No chance for Riyadh to respond, and with 3 dead, Boston will get more time.
You can see Falcons already thinking a step ahead about that rotation over towards New. Boston are baking on all this time at the P1, hoping that Falcons try to get a little bit of aggressive and give them a free opening kill, but they're going to chalk this one up. 25 seconds uncontested on the first HP, and now the Badu off the rotation came in with a big one-on-one. Nasty on the opposite side with a great route. You have them surrounded, but it's still a 2v2.
Yeah, Kismet Cell doing a nice job to hold on and at least contest some of this time. Kiz still holding in the corner. He's able to clear out space through Solar. Almost able to get the better of Nasty on the hard point as well, but Boston will jump in for now. Quick reinforcements for the Falcons. Cell getting all the nades to land. No trophy system yet, but Purge has found a way to keep himself alive, at least from Cell's angle. Follow up through the middle of the map will at least allow some alleviation of the hard point. Kismet last one left. He's trying to shoot at literally everything, and we'll get credit for a couple of kills while the Falcons will be able to contest.
Oh yeah, the Bulldog is making plays happen on the HP. Whips hit the air for the long distance hard point, and so far on 2 in a row, finds kill number 3. Played against the Sky this morning in ranked play. I was able to get the W, but he dropped 60. You can already tell he is going to be hurt, and with 10 seconds remaining here at the P2, you have the rotation you want as well to P3.
Yeah, I mean, this is the Falcons really turning up in the A department, just shooting right now, but Pred exited, having a little bit of a tough time getting things going, especially after that gunfight comes through. Purge able to find the win and allows Boston to quickly set up from the front. Nades also landing. No trophy system for Kismet yet, so now you got to try to deal with it from inside the hill. Celium there to follow up for 2. One more up top. Oh, more than that. Now to the pistol. Cell trying to get that himself, and Cell for 4, holding onto the hard point for the Falcons.
Doesn't matter. The guy can be one shot. He's still going to make it very impossible to die. Finds 4 in a row to hold down the time for his team. Lead change in for the Falcons. And now if you are Boston with 30 seconds left, you want to get this one last push through the front door. You find the opening kill. You're going to try to overwhelm them with the pressure, but Celium on 5 in a row. Exton lines up 3. Now you're spawning all of Boston behind you.
What a perfect time for a 4-down moment for the Falcons. Spawns a move as mentioned. Trophy system keeping Celium alive, working on the Hellstorm, and he does find the last kill needed. Pred trying to finesse for the scrap, but will be shut down. Spawns will be stable right now, though, for Riyadh. Boston not pushing out after those eliminations, unsure that the Falcons were still nearby, are going to be late to rotation to 4.
Yeah, Kismet's just giving all this information. There's no pressure through Solar. Everyone's going through ringside and deep right dirt. So focus up, iron up, get your kills. Exton now on 5 in a row. Finessing his life, knows that he's gonna have more pressure on him. Just being a nuisance forces Boston to not really commit the way that they do. The one person flies on and gets the break, but the hold is even better for Falcons.
Yeah, and that's it off the regen, looking for a second Hellstorm for Riyadh, but will be shut down. Cell aware of the play around the back with 30 seconds left in the hard point. Is just trying to lock down the spawns. Great shots to Cammy. Somehow he's not dead yet. And Cell says, I gotta have just one more bullet into him. Pistol will work. Slide in. Chow the hill. Purge will drop. And the scrap time is good for Riyadh. Really good moment here from 3 to 4 for the Falcons. And now we look over to 5 where Boston will have a chance to set up their first significant hold of the game.
Yeah, this is where you start to take some long routes. You already see Kismet taking his sweet time working on the backside of P3. But this is where Selim should win this one-on-one gunfight, or right off the def, just invest that Hellstorm. Don't give Boston any breathing room for a chance to get back into this game. Kismet gonna allow his team to spawn right next to him, but now the Hellstorm awaits.
Called in. Boston going to try to scatter away from the hill. Cammy likely the one who's going to be the sacrificial lamb here, and he will be. Kills across the middle of the map turn up relatively evenly until Pred is able to find Purge, and that will allow the Falcons to stabilize inside the hard point. To exit, try to create space in front of it though. Not gonna happen as Boston have a chance to contest and do better than that with a couple of kills going their way. Pred almost with the shutdown, but instead it's Cammy who has the last word for Boston.
Great moment there for Boston to manage the Hellstorm, to manage the chaos through top mid and still be able to hold down this HP. Only down by 25. You have the crossfires being set up out of the ARs to soak up this remaining time and keep yourself into the mix. So after our first hit, Boston completely shot away from the P3, P4 rotation that every other hard point have kept in Nixie and kept themselves in this game.
Yeah, they really have. So now scrap time will turn into a focus back up top to initial as Snoopy and Cammy are going to get the numbers to Boston. Purge on the hunt. We'll find one for free. Maybe more in front. Good prediction and good help from Nasty on top of that. Straight eliminations for the breach. Looking good to reclaim the lead here on P1, and no sign of that control changing anytime soon. Purge has done a nice job to kind of create some noise here in front of the hill.
Yeah, Falcons just stuck at window. No one developing on routes. Boston have everything cut off. That's all 4 dead in the feed. Lead change again for a different shade of green. Boston now with 30 seconds. Still to fight for here at the P1. You see Falcons starting to take a step ahead over towards the rotation, and that's a big one-on-one gunfight there from Exit. Now you have the engagements, you have the gunfights, you know where the pressure's gonna be. You just can't trade Mr. McGilligan. 5 in a row for Cammy. Rotation now, Boston trying to get it.
And working for potentially a Hellstorm as Boston are dealing with some issues throughout P2. We'll see if they come through it as we jump over to a Boston breach listed in.
Watch out, no exit. Here. Take your time, Byron. Play cool.
Was that coming? I think
I'm gonna go low guys. I'm playing mid here.
I said yeah here.
I can wait mid if you want. I'm going mid. I'm going mid.
I'm saying. I'm playing
long. I heard you. So much. Wait. He's I got one shot. Absolutely cuss out. Next time he might run on mid. He might run on mid. No, okay, yo, they're top in. They're top in. I'm trying Raptors got mid. Yeah. You don't have before. He went long. Still there. Long. Half HP. Half HP. Yo, their side kids. I can't chow.
Tell me. One more shot. You are still left.
I don't see him our side time, bro.
Yeah,
our side dead.
Yep.
You can't enough. Yo, they're top in there too. Inner and low. Inner and low.
Hey, through that. One more time. Deep slide. Hold that.
I'm mid, guys, okay? Inner weak. I'm gonna work the low right. Top right. One shot. I'm working low right to the back.
He's in still.
I'm working low right to the back.
I'm in low. I'm holding low.
I'm name top, Barn. I'm name top. In the back, he's holding their Pred. Yo, Pred's head.
Give him 3 back.
I didn't name on push. One more time. You could have punched back. You could have pushed out front, guys.
I'm showing front for you. You're gonna go around then.
Yeah, you could be left. Okay, heard.
40 chain time.
One more low left. Yo, he's in. Yo, one guy's low left and one guy.
I'm on
They get up. Okay. Yeah, in the back. Yeah, he's not hit. Don't get angled. Yeah, you good. Only Kismet, maybe. Only Kismet. Look your back. Turn. Yeah, I got you.
Let's just go.
He's gonna fucking ride it back. Kismet, guys. Kismet.
I'm seeing you. Not close side door. I'm coming.
Mix Spicy battle. P2 not looking great for Boston, but a very swift break of the third hill now has them in control of spawns for 4. Falcons working on it, and again, this back and forth affair just continues to rage for the spawn fight.
Yeah, and there's still one player in the back trying to secure it for the side of Falcons. It's going to be Exnid, but all of his teammates are dropping like flies. So he needs to value his life, but Cameron McGilligan isn't going to get caught off guard. Cammy trying to look for the kill, even with the stun connecting, still locates it. So Boston now growing themselves the lead. The break is in for now from Falcons, but Boston have the spawns, they have the reinforcements to just flood right back in.
Nades are landing though here for the Falcons from the front door, and the Bulldog, who's had a great map to this point, tries to get it done himself. Not going to happen as Cammy finds himself on 5 in a row, and the first significant lead for Boston starting to come through. Cell already winning a battle over towards New, though, has the Falcons feeling decent about their chances here, and with a little bit of extra finesse in the backside of that play from Kismet, really, Boston are going to be a little bit labor trying to make their way across the map to get over and take a look at 5.
Yeah, they also shut down Cammy, who was on 5 in a row. He was trying to play the hill time to earn some extra score, to potentially pick up that Hellstorm to lead to a break here at the P5, but now you're not clearing out the proper angles. Pred all the way extended on the bottom side of the dirt, lines up a double, and every time you're turning a corner, the Falcons are just valuing their life. Another lead change in for Riyadh.
Yeah, Exnid, good timing to get back up towards mid, but better shots from Cammy. Pred, Cell working on the front angle while Kismet tries to keep them safe from behind on the jump down. And so far, so good. Falcons now over 210 points. Cell turns his attention perfectly, finds one. And Boston really, again, just cannot get all 4 members into a position to try to actually hit this together. Now you got Stupid trying to make a hero play. He's shut down, and the numbers for the Falcons are still good. The nades are still landing at the front doors, and a big moment here for Riyadh after Boston just showed us some signs of life later.
Yeah, that was all individual plays right there for Boston. And when you're hitting those individual routes, not checking your corners, and you're just wasting time on the clock and allowing Falcons to get a flawless 60 hold at the P5. Only need 13 seconds. Set up your ARs in a position, just find their kills. Looking for kills in sync before you hop the objective.
And Cell can clear out extra space with this Hellstorm. We'll drop it in for now. Pred's already found the opener of this exchange. The rest of Riyadh making their way through P2 stairs side where they know Snoopy is at, and that will likely be the numbers to get them back over towards the hill. Purge, Cammy trying to lock down the cross. First set of shots, good from Purge. Committed into the second gunfight though, and there it is. The follow-up from Cammy is in, and Boston still have numbers to hold on until Celium from top window keeps the hard point contested.
That's all he has to do is just keep it white. MC from the top lines, just finding kill after kill. Does get ripped off by Snoopy. And now Boston just want to contest this for as long as they can so they don't lose, but a clean 4 dead with the Bulldog lining up 3. Falcons trying to close right now.
Yeah, Boston are just spawning in the worst possible position. Even if they get back to 1, they're going to have a really hard time making it into 2. Pistol out. Kismet will end map 1 on 5 in a row. 3 different players with huge killing spree streaks. That's enough for Riyadh to take the edge in the opener.
And you can always bank on Celium having that Hellstorm in the back pocket. He was able to locate 2 on that map, even with Boston having fight where they were making it mixy at the P3. They got their first attempt on that second half and made it basically a flawless 60 because Pred, I don't know what he was doing on the back lines, but that's not going to lead to a break there. But Boston just couldn't get anything going once they get at the end of that P4 over towards the P5. Every single time you try to go top mid, you're losing that initial gunfight, so it forces you to slow down. Now your players going on routes are taking long routes, but just not checking the right corner, not predicting the right spot, and just wasting all that time on the route forces you now off the respawn to just commit on headbutting the hill. And that's exactly what Falcons wanted you to do. Celium with 2 minutes on the time, 3,600 HP, 2 Hellstorms, the Bulldog, the closer. Falcons finally get an exposure hardpoint. W here in map 1.
Yeah, and I think, just kind of returning to the conversation surrounding, the ram in towards the hard point, just kind of trying to full flood for Boston because the existential routes around the back for spawn flips or trying to set up pitch timings weren't working. But the problem with that is even as they're trying to bull rush the hard point, they're not doing it as a group of 4. It's like 2 at most as we're late past the 30-second mark in the hard points. And for a team that has struggled consistently in breaking with any sort of efficiency at all, that seems to have been a major plague for them here in this map too, because you're right, like there were mistakes for the Falcons as well. Let's not get it twisted.
Yeah.
But every time Boston had to try to break with less than 30 seconds left in the hard point, it was like, okay, I'm running into a 1v3. My other teammates try to help out, but the timing's not there, so he's running into a 1v2. Like, it never felt like on those late breaks, Boston ever had numbers to actually move the status of the hill around.
Yeah, I feel like that's what's been costing them at hardpoint so far throughout this entire season. It's just the chemistry aspect of when we need to show our teamwork, we're not showing it, especially in those big moments where you need to find breaks. There's no way in hell you should be held to a full 60 at that P5 when you are initially starting off at the old time. You're losing all those gunfights, but then you have time to develop on some of these long routes. Just when you're losing those initial gunfights while those routes are developing, then you're forcing them to try to be the all-time superhero playmaker, and then you don't check the right corner. It's just not going to lead to success there. So Boston, we're playing great off the rip. Just the closing moments of that game, Falcons just a little bit better.
Yeah. And I think you can see this in the chart, the P2 to P4 going from 28 points to 100 points for the Falcons. And then you even saw later in that graph a full 55+ seconds on another one of the hard points because the breaks just have not been there. So things to think about, especially if we get to a Colossus later on for the hard point. But for now, we got to look at the search and destroy. And again, the storyline here is the fact that Boston have not played this yet. And the attention is got to still solely, almost purely be on what Snoopy and Purge can do. Because when we watch like your phases play this map, it's always the SMGs, especially from the offensive side, that are setting the tone of how the round is to be played. And usually following up with the objective play behind that. So for a team that has been struggling, not just overall in search, but also looking at a map they have not played yet, I think you again need to put Snoopy and Purge in the spotlight.
Yeah, that's what it's got to be on a map like Colossus. Like, it can't be 3 ARs. It can't be potentially if Nasty's going to hit a sniper in some of these rounds. No, your SMGs have to set the tone. And on a map like Colossus, where your decision-making needs to be very quick, you can't take a lot of risks on this. So every search and destroy map hasn't treated Boston well. Scar, which is their go-to, hasn't been the best for them. Den, which is another go-to for them, hasn't been good for them. So Colossus should realistically be good for this team with just the pressure that they have. Just need to have that teamwork. And on the opposite side for Falcons, like, this is a good map for them. They lost it yesterday versus Genomates, but that's because they couldn't find trades onto Neptune. You don't really have that caliber of a player if you are Boston on that side of the map, so Falcons should be a lot more comfortable this time around.
I agree, and I think just also looking at the history of them across this map, yes, they're kind of in the same ballpark, just batting a 500 in terms of their search and destroy, but the majority of their reps coming by way of Colossus, although a lot of their success comes by ways of playing things like Raid and Scar, which, of course, as you notice maybe in the series layout, guess what map 5 is? It would be Scar. So let's take a look to see if Riyadh can kind of do what they were doing at the back half of the first split online, just taking care of business in the online field. And to be fair, like, tough draw to get into Major 1, had to play Optic at home. You dealt with Cloud9, and then you played a red hot FaZe team in the lower bracket. So this Riyadh team just trying to establish itself as potentially being top 4 caliber, and going up 2-0 would be a heck of a way to really establish that, especially in the online phase that's going to last so long. But this opening play has Snoopy reading the aggression for the first 2.
Yeah, they tried to just match that aggression of what they had in map number 1. This time, Boston was just ready and waiting. Early tone setting round, gets punched right in the face. That's Snoopy on the off angle, over towards Statue, finds the opening double. At that point, you're scattered around the little map trying to make up the difference. And then you set up the other SMG on the opposite side and Purge on the pinch for the final 2. So the SMG's getting active early there, Al.
Indeed. And a lot of that is because they had to, because literally they were being ran at.
Yeah.
So that's part of it, but okay, we'll check that off for now. Good first start for Boston, especially to get those SMGs hot. And now it's their turn to see what they want to do from the defensive side, as Riyadh will get to work with their opening nades. And wow, that is some damage, but Kismet just pushes right through the thick of it and is keeping his focus on anything over towards tunnel. Nothing there yet, but Purge and Candy are nearby now.
Yeah, Purge is already being super aggressive towards bottom tunnel, but the same thing can be said for Falcons on the opposite side. First blood in favor of Kismet. Got you Snoopy off guard. Fred finds kill number 2, making kill number 3. 1v4 now for Purge.
Yeah, stuck in the back. Really nowhere to go. Does with the first 2 pretty darn nicely, so he's able to at least put himself into a place of contest. But yeah, just no way you're exiting from that. So good stuff coming through. Just Riyadh keeping the gas down after the opening defense, trying to push through Statue. Now you've got this offensive play through nades, through a double setup over at A, and now you're in and behind them, and no chance for Boston to recover. So tempo is the current battle in terms of what exactly Boston will have to try to combat against here in the next couple.
Yeah, that's some adjustments there from Falcons in stage 1 to stage 2. Kismet's usually thinking about that objective. Let's just get it down. Hopefully Pred and Exton can try to capitalize on that first blood, but no, the Bulldog strikes. Ties the game on up. Pred finds 3 on that round. Now Nasty back in the hands with a sniper, gets a hit marker on the Kismet.
Everyone survives, 4v4, everything resets. Stun check lands, so Pred's position relatively known by Nasty. He'll hold this angle for a little while longer, but not likely to be much that comes from it. And now the focus for the offense will be over towards A. Thinking they've got enough attention over, and wow, Cell long slide. Actually almost gets the better of Nasty. But Boston will still use that as an opportunity in a window to get on and possibly get the plant down too.
Yeah, no aim assist with the sniper makes these shots a whole lot more difficult, but now the bomb is going to get planted, but Pred is able to strike for the first blood. Exton catches a guy on the pinch. That's already another 1v4 this time for Nasty, and he's going to fall. What a perfect retake there from Falcons to just be in a position to instantly get the bomb planter. Exton with the cover fire locates too. And at that point, Boston just had no breathing room once the bomb gets planted. Easy retake there for the Falcons.
Yeah, a bit of a curiosity point of what the timing of Purge trying to push through there. Getting caught, because based on how they were approaching the site, he was the one who was trying to watch through tunnel.
Yeah.
But as he drops, then all of a sudden you have mid-map wide open. The players that were on planting the bomb have no exit available, and then the whole round just obviously crumbles from there. So timing on that call, a bit odd, I think, from just Purge's decision-making.
Got to be better going forward in the rest of the search and destroy. Because now Falcons starting to get a read of what you are doing on the map. Back to the offense they go. Where was the pressure over towards the A site that caught you off guard? And Boston right now need to be prepared for it. He needs Snoopy to stop keeping corners. Let's go out there and challenge him.
Yeah. Well, for now, everyone's going to kind of hold their ground. And for the Falcons, they look pretty pleased with their tunnel setup, but Purge and Cammy over the middle of the map are forcing the issue here. Is Cell in some trouble. Pred trying to get back to find his trade, but he gets spun around and caught, and okay. Boston said, you want to play with some speed? I got you. Hit me hard with that hit up towards top mid. Works out with the jump down, and Boston are on the board.
Yeah, just no information gained there for the Falcons. Over towards top P1, so when you try to apply pressure over towards Statue, just the angle's better there for the breach. Walk away with a majority of those fights. Tie the game up. Blow for blow so far here in this search and destroy. Now Falcons go back on their defensive side, and if you're Boston, I love the approach, just like the timings. Especially on a map like Colossus, like timings is such a huge thing, and this time the aggression over towards Statue.
Measured though from Riyadh, not fully forcing it. They've got Cell watching over the top of Statue. That'll work out for a 2-for-1 exchange. Purge bailing on the play, and a long wrap already through for Kismet. I mean, what? In what world could you possibly handle that level of aggression? Unless you win that battle from the front, that is so tough to deal with on the recovery, and there's just nowhere for Purge to go. Wow, this has been a blitzkrieg of a map so far.
Yeah, that's just early information gained by the Falcons, and then play call was perfect. You start off with the first blood, you find the trades over towards Statue, and then Kismet knows, all right, all the pressure's on that side of the map. No need for me to waste time to wrap back to my team. No, I'm going to take the opposite side and trap them. And he locates the final 2. The Bulldog is activated here so far in this series. Advantage again in favor of the Falcons. Back to the attack.
Yep. And so far, the impact of the scopes have been 0, largely due to the fact that the speed of these rounds have not allowed anyone to get any looks. Okay, I see you, Kismet. Working on his parkour hardcore here. Not able to find anything because the defense is just simply put not stacking at A, but it's a lot of info if Kismet were to keep holding this angle that no one's even bothering to check towards mid Statue, but instead Purge gets caught again, just kind of trying to force a route without any info. I get it, you're trying to look for some COD timing, but now you've got an early 4v3 for the Falcons.
Yeah, he's the playmaker on this team, man, so he's always thinking it's time to make a play, but if they're not giving you anything, no need to take a risk, because now in the man down, your teammates have to switch up their defensive approach. 45 seconds to go, you still have no idea where Falcons are going to go, but Exton gains a lot of info with that shoulder P1.
Kismet now over the top with the bomb, try to support. Nothing but a pistol. Cammy will pop up, actually show his head, and actually find an elimination trade on the other side, though good. And actually now it's just over to Cammy, who has a bit of a route available to him. It's all about the timing, though, and he's looking hard for Pred. Instead,
oh, man.
we'll find both. It's a little tough, but at the same time, he's chasing the red dots in the right spots until Pred gets a suspicion that there's a hunt on, and he will turn, find the kill, and give the Falcons the round.
That's just so annoying there if you're Cammy. I go for the reload. I spot the first guy, try to chase him down. All right. Then the second guy walks right in front of me. I spot the guy cross over the bomb. I'm thinking I'm going to get the timing on both of them, but Pred head on a swivel, keeping his teammates back safe. Secures the round there for his team, but that's just back to the early of that round where Purge just tries to make a play for no apparent reason. You can't get caught versus some of the best players in the world and give them early man advantage because Falcons are the second best team at converting those.
Yeah, for real. So 4-2 the count now. Critical round coming up for Boston. They're going quickly with the trophy system up and over the middle of the map. Cell in trouble. Two players literally flying at him, and Pred cannot do anything through mid-tunnel to get a trade. So to the 2v4, no post plant set up yet. That was Boston still hunting for kills in the Falcon spawn.
Right, you get information with Exodus shooting that trophy. He's a little twisted there.
Yeah.
But bomb is now going to get planted over towards this B site. Someone's going to have to world star someone for you to stand a chance here if you're the Falcons.
Well, you can see the long wrap potentially there for Cammy, just kind of holding the mid cross. Kismet looking for someone to give up an angle. And Nasty gives him a pretty decent look at one. But instead, it's Cammy who does hit that long pitch, find the freebie. And the last player alive at XNID is stuck a little bit too far away from the bomb to really even give this much of a 1v4 effort. So he'll grab a kill here, and there may not be much to follow after that.
I don't stand a chance in this round, but Purge, you could take that death right to the kill cam. Boston, this time with the aggression. So far, that's been a lot of their successful rounds in this game was with aggression. That time on the attack. You take top mid P1 while Falcons are trying to take bottom tunnel. And you isolate onto Celium and catch them off the rat back for instant numbers advantage. So Boston keeping themselves in the mix now, 4-3.
Be interested to see what Boston want to call here in this next round, try to get 2 in a row after what has largely been a difficulty for them on the defensive side.
I think maybe we
let
them plant the bomb, Al, you know?
That's what I was going to say, yeah. Like, can we try to find a way to avoid the first blood fight and just play 4v4 retake? Well, this time may not matter because, once again, aggression top mid will work for the first. Snoopy finds the second. And Boston will be in a very early 4v2.
And they have information that the bomb is also going to be down, so just don't give Celium any angles. Because he lines up the freebie for Snoopy. That is a scam. Still a 2v3. You're supposed to win this round if you're Boston. Just don't give him one-on-ones.
Ooh, and XNID almost follows up off that nade damage for a second. So now Cell will step forward. Trying to battle back against Cammy. But you need to try to find some sort of rotation. I like that call for Boston. Let's just use the guns. Use the numbers. Cell can't deal with all of us running at him. And it works out nicely. And that's 2 in a row. Boston have us now tied at 4.
Yeah, and it's just the aggression, man. Setting the tone. We're the team that's going to capitalize on the statue control. We're walking away with the majority of fights early into these rounds to give up the man advantage. And then just the commitment there. 3v2. All right, I'm sick and tired of throwing shoulders or forcing them to have one-on-one gunfights. Now everybody send it and close out the round. Boston able to tie the game.
Okay, now we set the focus over to Riyadh. What do you call here after what has been essentially 8 rounds in a row of raw aggression? Do you hold back and see if Boston have something in design that could just beat you outright? And it looks like that very well may be the call here. Very reserved setup for Riyadh. Cell just kind of watching for crosses. Kismet still spawning up top with the sniper towards B, and that will work out for a first blood onto, you guessed it, Purge.
Yeah, Purge just tries to do a little bit too much. Puts himself in position towards bottom tunnel. That's great, but then that extra shoulder, not knowing that Kismet has a boomstick on a round, just gives up the free first blood. And now your team is sort of scattered on what the play call is going to be. You're trying to get some information of what this setup is looking like for Falcons. You spot one over towards B, but you can't commit.
Yeah. And you could kind of see Snoopy would love to be able to try to hit a timing right to the middle of the map, but now he's been seen and has to resort to playing around the objective. We're going to fly at Cell, who gives himself some space to work with. Shots in response as well, but Cammy gives you 2. So now we're down to the 2v2 overall. 28 seconds on the clock, and Riyadh are going to wait for the next contact, and they're going to find Cammy overheating.
1v1 though, Al. It's a 1v1. Snoopy has a chance to clutch up on this round. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Yeah, even he's mind blown now. He doesn't even know that it's supposed to be a 1v1 there.
Brother, same. I could not believe that it falls apart like this. And to be fair, like, Cammy gives you the 2 from behind to stop the play that would have just ended the round right there in the first place. But this little bounce up, yes, Cell just can't quite get the center and a lock on in. Too much movement off the wall for Snoopy. Unreal.
That's 3 rounds in a row now for Boston to put themselves at game point. Falcons haven't been able to have an answer for this aggression on the side of the breach. And now we're going back to the slow and steady round. Yeah, just force Falcons to beat you by planting the bomb if you're Boston.
Nades land onto Cell, but he's got one to send back over to Cammy. Doesn't necessarily land, though. Still a chance at play for the plant. Trying to watch over the top of it. Snoopy trying to fly at this, but Kismet will drop. That's your bomb carrier down. Cell already stole some trouble, but off the regen has just enough health to shut down Purge. Where are the rest of the Falcons? Cell is on an island right now. Finally, they're able to persist over the top of the map, but they can't find the trades. Timing here. Ooh, Pred commits to the dive in. Exit there for help, and now it's just down to Nasty. 1v2. Finds the first cleanly, but can't slip away from the second. Falcons get the round.
Yeah, just Cellium doing Cellium things over towards Statue. Finds that first blood. Prepared for the second chow out of Purge as well. And then in the 2v2, everyone has seen the clip between Pred and Exit. They're running around as that duo. Not afraid of the child. The guy's weak. Make sure you hunt him down like he took your child. But you turn it into a 1v1. You're instantly in a position to play a trade. And now another round 11 here for the Falcons on Colossus.
Oh, mercy. Well, Pred is going to figure out what loadout he wants and then join the Falcons as Boston's going to go right back to the middle of the map. Hexton will give you the opener. Kismet stuck with an 8 out, but it lands. Oh, mercy. How in the world does that land in time? So aggression for Boston has worked out for them defensively quite a bit.
Right here.
Though, looking at the variable meat over to the top of B. Kismet gives you 1, but not the second. Just not expecting the quick flip, and Boston take map 2.
Oh man, every time Boston had that slow and steady approach, they got cooked. But every time they were the aggressors on the round, they set the tone, find the early first blood, and are able to close out a much needed search and destroy to tie the series up. Devastating if you are Falcons, because when you're up 4-2, you're in firm control of the game. It's just Boston continuously caught you off guard, but how fast they wanted to play on a map like Colossus. And they're able to close out that search and destroy. Cammy again just spots them both, has the first guy weak. Kismet knows, all right, that both players are still alive, so I have to commit on one, but you don't finish your food on Mr. McGilligan. And he goes 12-6 with almost 2K damage to secure Boston this win here.
Man, that was probably one of the fastest 11 rounds of search and destroy you're going to catch. I mean, that was a 9-minute game for 11 rounds of action. But a big bounce back for Boston, like you mentioned, down 4-2. Make the full stretch back to around 11, and then that same speed and aggression that we saw early comes through once again for them. So 1-1 to count with Den Overload and a Colossus hardpoint still to come. And I think the big news about this is that, like, hey, Overload has not necessarily been great news for either of these two teams, but both teams have been very competitive on this map, Jay. So feels like it could be a square up here. Any thoughts for a break?
Oh yeah, Pred needs to win his one-on-ones, and Purge needs to win his one-on-ones to lead to early scores. So whoever does it is going to win this map.
Simple. Why not? Let's go ahead and go to break. We'll come back to see who wins those 1v1s. Be right back after this.
You just have the staircase. You're gonna be getting pinched. I have no ammo. I had to push up. Yeah, you just push. Dead. Umbrellas. And just don't line up with me. I had no ammo, bro. Dude, that's so tough, bro. I had no ammo, bro.
Nice, 2-1-2-1. You're 1v1 is Dashy. He's slow as f. Get bombed down on these coasts for sure. He's slow. Yep, push it. He's laying down behind the blue. He's laying down behind the blue right here. Let's go, man! Let's go, boys. Let's go, bro. Let's go. Come on, Eric. Go. Come on, Eric.
Sure.
What do you think of my shirt today?
It is a choice. It's a choice.
Listen, guys, I put this shirt on. I felt pretty sexy, to be honest. Yeah, I looked in the mirror and thought, God damn. And then I got into the green room and everyone said, your shirt's too tight, you look like an idiot. And I was
it's just a little too small, but it works.
Obviously having a big performance there over at that Train Hill. This guy is looking to finally really pick it up. He's had a few slower maps, but I guess he's finally caught his bearings. Now 16-9 and forcing the issue on the flank. He's inside of their face, as that's going to be 5 in a row. How about 6? It's 6 for Capsital. He is woken up and erupting right now on the subliners, making 8 in a row.
I'll try first. Nice, yo, holy their guts, bro. I'm looking trying to fucking dare you. Let's fucking go, baby. For life, baby. Go. Guys are fucking ants. Guys are fucking dogs.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
COD Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to phasevegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Come to Champs, period. Just do it. Boston, Riyadh, 1-1 count here, Jay. 2 competitive maps, 200 plus 250. That you've also got yourself a 6-5 round 11, and all intents and purposes pointing towards what could be an epic overload, as both teams have really preferred seeing Den in the map series layout.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be our most competitive map that we have in this series, because it's technically a square for both teams, man. You watch what the Falcons were able to do yesterday versus Genomates. You go all the way to an overtime, and just unfortunately you were stuck in your spawn with no map control, couldn't really fight out, and were just forced to push when you didn't want to. And the same thing could be said for Boston versus Optic. Just comes down to sometimes these one-on-one gunfights between your playmaking SMGs. Pred lost a bunch of them yesterday versus Envoy. The same thing could be said for Purge versus Shotzi. But now this is where, if you win those one-on-ones, create those openings for your lanes, finesse a little bit with that EMP. I think this one's going to be a really high-scoring game, believe it or not, Al.
Yeah, it just comes down to, like, as you look across both these two teams, and I think the stat that really stood out, to the desk when they were doing their breakdown is just like Boston is just not averaging a lot of overall runs per game. They're actually dead last in the league at that. So do you feel like it's kind of one of those things that you hope that Boston are just ready to commit and not just look for the perfect situation? Because that's what it kind of feels like, especially watching them on this map. It's like, oh, we're in a 2v2, but like we're gonna wait until we have all 4. Like, it just gets a little too cute.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta take some risk. And you can already see Purge is trying to do just that. Just stay lost behind enemy lines where your teammates already find kills, but you give up your life for free. And now that play completely gets shut down. Back to just slaying around mid-map.
Yeah, and the follow-up just not there. So things will reset, and actually beyond that, yeah, Falcons are going to get some map control here with that player in X-Did moving around the back of Purge right into the fold, able to find 2 stops to play dead in its tracks. Still enough eliminations for the Falcons to possess the EMP, but now they got to go Snoopy's direction. They actually do deal with him pretty quickly, so Cammy holds his ground and calls for help as Purge rotates over.
Yeah, look what Falcons are doing. They're setting up this rotation over towards this A side. Selling trying to be the first lead blocker to push out towards the back lines, and the goal line stop is going to be in. But Boston off the back foot. Need to take care of Celium. He's not able to find the kill. Brett, your turn to strike, and not able to find that trade. So Boston with the goal line stop.
What a play from Purge, getting everything, but Kismet will stop the rotation back over towards the rooftop, so selling him now a chance to control the EMP if he so chooses. Waits for help. Kismet's now working with him. Nasty drops over towards Couch's side. Snoopy gonna get right over towards Garage, and you can flip this back if you want to. That's the call for Kismet. Purge is the only one in their way, and he gets dealt with. So now you just gotta hope, if you're looking at this from Boston's perspective, that some nades can land, that Cammy can produce something. He's able to find your two, so a chance now for Riyadh to just stay alive, move the EMP back, but Boston hold the numbers and the map control.
It's a big one-on-one right there from Snoopy to stop the EMP carrier. And now you're just basically disregarding Celium behind enemy lines. You know that he's going to be behind you. It's all about the timing of clearing everybody else out. Now Celium trying to get himself into the play. Doesn't spot anyone. Does find one kill, but Boston should add one to the tally.
Can they get there? Yes, Purge just able to find the final win versus Exton. Needed to get past the finish line and get the detonation for our first score. Over towards 10. Next spawn point for the device. And Purge and the rest of Boston are reeling a little bit here with Kismet already playing through. Purge trying to put together another goal line stand. Good stuns coming out. Stops the EMP in its place. Cammy trying to follow to hit the finish, but the kills are coming through until Snoopy has the final word, and that double once again saves the score.
Yeah, and it all starts by finding that first kill onto Kismet, who was trying to be the lead blocker, but loses that one-on-one. Now you allow the reinforcements from Boston to get another goal line stop. 2 minutes and 15 seconds to work with. Falcons are prepared for a defensive hold at the B point. You see Pred just waiting for his time to strike on the pinch. But neither team right now is playing for a scam. We're both looking for the opening.
Well, and there's Pred. Takes down Purge around the back. That's enough for now the Falcons to start pushing Snoopy's device location back. But help is still here. So now the secondary set of fights starting to come through, and Snoopy's just in too much trouble. He'll drop. EMP quickly collected the Purge right there to make sure there's no follow-up. Almost gets everything, but it'll be the last one left alive in Pred. That will try to pull the device back. Nasty timing here on the playthrough. Staircases good for two. Looking for the EMP carrier, but no. Not quite. It's Exit who has the last word, and Falcons are looking to stretch through Dojo now.
Now, Purge, your turn to get a couple cutoff kills. The stun is going to connect, makes that gunfight a lot easier for Exton. And now it's all going to fall into the hands of Snoopy and Nasty to just stall out time for Cammy on a pinch, but he gets red. So got to iron up, throw your trophies.
Got to win your gunfights here if you're Riyadh. Snoopy looking to take away the space. Maybe a little bit too over-aggressive. Numbers now starting to build for Riyadh. Here's the play through mid-couches. Cammy shuts that down, but from the front, Purge can only deal with one, and Pred will get the counter score now to the 1-1. No exit available, but off spawn, Riyadh will be in enough position to at least contest this rooftops device location.
Oh, and then pick off Sally moves, trying to work this pitch angle, so already in control of the map. It's going to be Boston, but you can already see Cammy on the opposite side is clearing out all the space over towards A. He needs his team to just stall out time for him to get into play, but that position is being wide. Celium is never going to get caught off guard. Give me free kill number one. Now we're just going to bully you in the front.
Yeah, Pred spawning towards Dojo side, I'm sure has Cell ready and eager to pull the trigger on that pinch. And that'll work out for a couple of straight eliminations to give Riyadh space to breathe, and more importantly, space to set up an attack as Pred still moving forward. Is able to see a couple of players making their way over towards this backside point. Finds the first. Trophy system also deleted, means that nades will start to land here for Riyadh. And that may be enough, because here comes Xnid around the back, able to find the first onto Purge. No follow-up onto Snoopy, and Kismet was not in a position to bargain that forward any further anyways. So overtime looking likely here for the first half, unless up, and yes, he will be stuck, and halftime will come through.
Okay, that was a pretty straight up first half between both teams. Capitalize if you are breach over towards rooftops with 3 dead, 2 goal line stops early into these rounds. And then Falcons with their response for Pred just sneaking his way on in to tie the game. You can see how many times Falcons are trying to just set up their play though. And every single time with Boston, the reason why they gave up this score is because Snoopy overextends for no reason. Gives him his life first. Celium finds the kill through mid-couch, so you set up a pinch. And is just able to get by at the right time to tie the game up. But this has been a well-played overload between both teams.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of what opportunities are in front of them and how do you possibly take advantage of those? Yeah, I feel like everyone's played efficiently based on the circumstances that they are facing. Good break off here for Boston. Snoopy stunned up but not fully affected, is able to find himself one. Nasty gives the support for the other. And Purge now playing over towards the side staircase, nearly creates a free avenue of approach. But Snoopy's still gonna, again, keep the attention on him. Nasty's the next one up. He's got a pistol trying to get some body blocks in. And the score plus the knife from Nasty works out for Boston.
And they're already on a position on this side of the map to potentially try to chain it to another instant score. You need gunfights to go your way. Nasty on 5 in a row, trying to earn himself the Hellstorm, and he's going to get sniffed out. But now Boston off the reset. Up by 1, just need to focus on their slaying. Cammy trying to work the pinch. He gets caught. Falcons know everybody else is going to be in front of them. They have information on the Purge and towards 10. We're trying to go. We're waiting for Pred to strike from mid.
Yeah, Purge still alive at 10, but dealing with some resistance, to put it plainly. There's a slide through. Kismet gets the win. Numbers now for the Falcons until Nasty steps up and tosses a perfect nade to keep this 10 position in contest. Tough battle with selling him though in front of you. Pred with the finish through mid-map. Cammy looking to do more, but no. Numbers now very, very strong for the Falcons, so Purge has to hold strong, and as he catches 1, he's looking for the second, but stalled. Nasty gets a trade, but the MP is picked up and now looking to join Pred over towards the B point.
Yeah, you just need to get him into a service. You do, but Pred, instead of clearing out that back B point, runs right by his teammate. Could have been a potential scoring opportunity here for the Falcons, but you can make up for it if you get every single kill. Thankfully, the other SMG duo is ready and waiting, and Kismet whips out an extra to tie the game. Now you have rooftop control. Falcons are looking for a chain opportunity.
Oh, and Kismet's in a great spot to finesse here. A Dragon almost gets 2. But Boston still have a couple of kills. You gotta find a way to stop this play forward. Cell weak, not able to fully get there. It's Purge once again from behind. And how about it? The pitch setup works. And now keep your eye on Nasty playing up towards P2. If he wins that gunfight, maybe there's a chance to run. But instead, we take a breath and reset.
Yeah, Boston aren't gonna waste any time fighting those gunfights over towards rooftop. Let's wrap it back to our preferred side over towards Dojo. But Kismet, he is slipped by. Has that player one shot. Snoopy also falls off the map, so that could have been a really bad sequence if Kismet was able to find the kill there. But Boston managed it, still in possession of the EMP.
Hold on a second to look at Purge all the way around the back, but no. Could have been a chance to find a kill or 2 and then lead to a free score for Boston. Snoopy following up on the same angle through mid will catch another couple. So again, 2:10 on the clock, 4v4 situation. And really the only advantageous player forward would have been Cell, but he's cleared out. And again, Boston putting together a good response here in the face of what was 3 dead.
Yeah, they're just holding. Big double there out of Nasty to just keep the EMP right in front of them. The reset does come in. You don't have anyone in a position, and look at where Exton is. He knows that if I find an opening kill, it's most likely going to lead to a score. He just has to use his timing correctly and does not. Cammy slows him down.
Cave is not looking to move forward, knowing the EMP carriers in front of him. Tries to grab and pull it back, but not going to happen. Pitch on the way from Snoopy, but it's red. How many can he find? Only 1. So, again, good trades. Every moment that we start to see in terms of trying to create an opportunity to create space has largely been stifled. And now you've just had the Falcons stacked up on roofs. They're going to find numbers advantage. Kill in the middle of the map also comes through. And now if you're Snoopy, you have to keep your life. You got to find a way to delay as long as possible. He gets you on. Exit with the pistol out, gets shut down. But Purge only has 1 of his own. Nades, stuns, all trying to land on both sides. With a minute left, this could be a pivotal score. Nade will plus 1 more. Just have to grab and go. Still on 21 HP. Will jump over the top and get the 3rd for the Falcons.
Now a minute left to go. Boston have to cut their losses and play the OE. You already have Nasty clearing out space over towards the B point. The players coming off the respawn need to slay around the middle of the map. Nasty, you just need one-on-one gunfight. You're gonna tie the game. He clears it out. It's gonna be 40 seconds, and Riyadh have to be playing off the reset because it's over towards Dojo side.
Got to clear this out. Pred will give you the 2 that you need. Snoopy trying to find the trade, shut down. And so now it's just Purge. He's playing off the pinch, and he's lucky to be alive. There are members flowing all through him, but doesn't make a difference. He catches Exton as well. So now a chance to fight 50-50 over the top of the device. Boston feeling they have an advantage. Will push forward. Snoopy with the EMP and looking to try to get this thing done before overtime.
Gotta slow it down, man. You gotta try to go for it, especially before overtime starts. Because then Snoopy's going to be stuck with this pistol in hand. Falcons in another situation off the back foot, forcing another overtime in their spawn.
3 seconds left.
Oh, no.
And they're going to back it up. Okay, no more respawns. Advantage in the 4v4 to Snoopy with the EMP. But he will not have anything but a pistol to play with. So it's on to Riyadh. How do you want to try to attack this and stop the setup for Boston around Dojo?
Because realistically, Boston can wait out all this game clock and win this game. Because they have the possession of the EMP. So just going to go for a little bit of park the bus strategy and rely on Purge to just catch them off guard potentially with an angle. But a minute and 20, here come Falcons.
Oh, and Cammy's stuck. He's committed to this play. He doesn't have a lot of help because it's Snoopy who's with him with a pistol. Cammy, lots of damage, but no kills come through. Purge now on the pitch, has to follow up on this, able to get you one. Trades are good for Boston, and now Riyadh have to scramble. The minute 5 on the clock, it's a 2v3.
Oh, but somehow he gets caught. Now in a 2v2, one has a pistol. This is the advantage here for Falcons. You have so much time, and MC has all the info.
Cell's got one stuck behind the bench. Xnid. He was so good in a number of maps at Major 1. He's going to have to flush this player out, knowing the device is in the corner. But Cell, who changes his angle, trying to get this player isolated at desk, missed the timing of it. Doesn't make a difference because Snoopy
1v1
falls. So now to the 1v1. Both players playing with their weapons. Not to invest in the EMP, and it's Nasty who takes the Peaker's advantage and finds the win. Boston sneak out an overtime 1v1 after around 11, and now we're up 2-1 in the series.
Whoa, what a game, man. Both teams were not willing to give it up for free. You get to the overtime, and Boston off the back foot had the EMP in hand, one with a pistol. But then even when Cammy gets caught off guard there, you're instantly able to make it a 3v3, and your island player, playmaker in Purge gives you the numbers. You turn it into a 2v2. I thought it was going to be over when Xnid wins that one-on-one, but Cammy or Nasty were in a position to play that trade, and then you know Celium has to be close on by. Guns him to shreds to close out the game, and Boston somehow, some way take that one away, and now we're up 2-1 in the series.
I mean, it really does come from a couple of individual moments. You talk about Purge on the first half, getting you 3 at Garage. He was the only defender that was there. You, of course, highlighted or very recently remembering what just happens in this overtime with Purge off that pinch position. But we'll take a look right back at it. Again, this last overtime situation. And you can see it on the minimap right now. Cell thought he still had someone from Boston stuck behind the desk. He's still looking to clear that. That was Nasty who was there initially. Nasty's not there anymore. And just a little bit of mispositioning and timing kind of going against you gives the edge to Boston. And that's how they win it. Legitimately, they thought they had Nasty stuck at desk. That wasn't the case.
It's just so hard to try to track someone, especially when you're locating the opposite team with the EMP carrier, because all you know where the EMP guy's gonna be. You just have no idea where the second guy is. So Nasty just keeping his teammate alive for as long as he could. Finds the trade, turns it into a one-on-one, had information on the Celium about 40 seconds ago that he was trying to attack through the middle of the map, and just chooses his timing correctly to close out the overload there for Boston. And now Falcons are now starting to feel the pressure a little bit, but when you blink and you look at what the next map is, oh yeah, it's Colossus. They're still feeling good to try to force game 5.
Yeah, I'd say. I mean, it's one of those maps that you, again, looked at across the first split, and you thought, wow, these guys, maybe them in Minnesota, had the best handle on the map early on. But that's a lot of resiliency for Boston. And a map that, again, like, it may not have been the cleanest overload we've ever seen in our lives, but given the set of circumstances, whether it's trying to set up a defense last second or, more importantly, put together an offensive attack, both teams played with what they had pretty darn nicely. So maybe the cards that were dealt weren't exactly great, but still made a hand out of it. And now we've got Colossus Hardpoint, like we mentioned. It's been a staple for Riyadh. They've played it 6 times. Most recently, I think most impressively, the win versus Paris just earlier this weekend. Who was your takeaway from that series, Jay?
Oh, well, they were down 100 in that game. And out of nowhere on the second half, it was chain after chain after chain. When you're setting up MC in these hard points where he just has to look in front of him, oh, he's going to find a kill after kill, especially when the SMGs were just frying the way that they were versus Gentlemates on that comeback. You just cannot allow Falcons to be set up because they are one of the best teams at holding on this map. And the same thing could be said for Boston for their small sample sizes on Colossus. But this has been a go-to for Falcons as of recent. Everyone's still locked in. They're trying to force this game number 5. A couple moments slipped away from them. A lot of goal line stops from Boston. They're in that map number 3, but Falcons know the series is far from over. We got Colossus.
Yeah, I was about to say, and I'm really glad the timing of this graphic. You know, we can sit here and praise what the Falcons have done in this map, but you look across the board, and for Boston, they're also coming off of 2 very significant wins. They were able to play against the Thieves last qualifier match of stage 1 and Cloud9 just before that for 2 straight wins. Yes, they're 3-2 in it, but their losses were 247 to 250 to G2 in December, I want to say. And then they lost to, guess who? The Riyadh Falcons in the following match right after that, 233 to 250. So there's some history here between these two teams on these maps in particular. So see if there's a chance for redemption for Boston. Otherwise, we will see Scar, Search, and Destroy, where again, the history between these two teams has at least some cited examples. It was a 6-1 to Riyadh when they had played it a long time back. So lots of familiarity, put it that way.
Yeah, I think you want to end it here, Al, just based on what you just said, man. Because Falcons on that Scar, Search, and Destroy, they have such a good understanding of what they can get away with. And Boston rely on a lot of individual players to make plays on that map. So let's not get to a game 5. Let's try to close it out here on the map 4. Boston starting off on the preferred side for the P1, P2 chain, but it's all about this early statue control.
And Snoopy will at least be able to contest it down low. Good for the first exit there for the trade. Numbers up top, though. Really good for Boston. Purge just going from kill to kill. Will actually take away some space and really force Riyadh to have to hit from one direction. It's a little aggressive, but it may work out. There's 2. Doesn't expect the one necessarily behind him, so a trade is out, but that's a lot of free time for the breach.
Yeah, a lot of free time to the breach, and you absolutely take it knowing now that you have lost the spawns over towards P2. So how long can you manage to soak up all this time here? Brett is able to find 2, Kismet and Celium, clean up, house all the rest. So this final 10 is going to go your way, and you have the rotation as well. So Boston need to set up how they're going to go on this break. You're going to have 2 people committing through the old time, everyone else through P4. So you're going through the front door, and Falcons are ready for this.
Yeah, this is, again, if you either missed map 1 or went a little comatose during it, here's the spark notes. Boston on break attempts and on the back foot rotationally were not great on exposure. Just not able to get things set up as a full 4-man group. So now you're trying to stretch already late into P2 for this play to try to even see it. And Kismet's got you on 5 in a row. He knows he's got someone else nearby, but can't find Nasty. So the shutdown from the streaks is in, but Riyadh have not flinched on the hill yet.
Yeah, now you're forced to commit through the front side if you are Boston. Gunfight's going to be a lot easier for Falcons because they know when the pressure's coming in, but you're able to combine for 3 in the feed. Thankfully, Kismet finds 1. That allows his teams to still be in a position to contest over towards his P2 time. But Boston making it scrappy, making the most of this P2 so far.
Yeah, really good in this last 25 seconds or so, thanks largely to that big push through mid, but more importantly, Nasty survives that nade and follow-up play from Kismet. So you don't really ever bend again if you're Boston, who will have Nasty on 5 now, moving over towards 3. They're going to be here first, but a little bit of maybe split decision on where they think the Falcons are spawning. They get a little bit caught off guard by the quick play over through the Godheady side. Nasty still on 6, though. Will get himself 7. One more over the top is exited, but not available as the Hellstorm will be earned, and everyone else will try to reinforce.
Yeah, now Falcons need to find a way on in towards this P3. Crossfires are already set up on the side of Boston. OE is currently being watched. Snoopy finds 1 before falling. This has been 30 seconds uncontested so far. Falcons need to get in towards this time. You just can't get past Nancy, who's on 8 in a row, lining you up with the M15. He said, Snoopy, you're right in front of me. I'm also going to take care of you. But now a 40-point lead for Boston, still growing.
Yeah, and damage onto Celium, so Cammy can push this play out. 10 seconds remaining on the hard point, and Nasty's streak will continue. He knows he's got exited close, but wants to work on the spawns. It's Kismet. He's only a bullet. That's easy. You also saw exit on the cross back over. Good prediction, but can't quite beat the drive at that close range. So 95 plays 45. Riyadh will be in control of P4 for now, but split spawn situations has Boston moving quickly.
Yeah, but now Snoopy needs to value his life towards the backside. He knows that he's going to be surrounded in a position to try to be the playmaker. Is able to find 1. What does it do to the spawns on the side of Falcons? Absolutely nothing, but now it's Nancy's turn to break him.
And they are not going to expect Nasty in this position right here.
Oh,
or will they? Brett's able to come back over and watch that mid-cut. Pistol for Cammy, though, is going to work out, and Boston will stabilize inside the hard point. Trophy system down. Now it's just down to Falcons from the front. Snoopy, perfect timing, just absolutely dives out of top middle. Cammy there to follow up off the damage is good. And Cammy's on another 5 spree here. Boston starting to cook as they double up the points of Riyadh.
Yeah, it's crazy, like the way that Boston have found their break so far on 2 of these hills. Right through the front side of P2, lead a good time. This time it's right through the front side of P4, leads to even better time. An almost 70-point lead at the end of our first set. Falcons have a lot of ground to make up for, and it all starts by just getting statue control. Celium doesn't win that one-on-one versus Purge, but thankfully exit there for the trade.
Well, critical time here early for Riyadh, trying to dig into this deficit. Fred giving you some contest over through statue side. Celium cooking up a nade. It should land, and a lot of damage gets tallied with that. Purge, though, still alive and kicking for now, but Cell in and out of the hard point, able to find you one. Boston stabilize. Keep the hard point neutral. Will retain their lead. And with 25 seconds, we've got to keep our eye on the minimap to see if the spawns get moved around at all here late in the P1.
Yeah, Boston off the back foot now. Need to iron up and hold strong in their setup, but no one watching the OE, so Exit has a free route to find one kill and spawn them all the way across the map. He wins the one-on-one while the rest of his teammates just strike at the right time. Falcons light up the kill feed. Are going to be the team initially again to start off the P2, but this time Cammy wins a one-on-one on the OE.
Exit gets the read. Does he know that there are three here? That may not make a difference. They've got Nasty trapped around the back. They're trying to find him and lock down the time. Big moment here for Riyadh as we go over and check in with the comms with the Falcons.
Back crate on me. P1 push. One shot. Going front. Back crate, Nasty.
Under bridge, this now.
All good, I'm all good, boys. Come bang P1. Then I one front, come. I'm on 20 watts. Come back. I need P1. I need him. I got PS.
I got PS.
I'm the heady.
P1, I left it.
Done.
It's weak, there's two.
Nasty's too weak. It's inner. Left side. Let's go to you. I'm doing Turo, guys. You come here. Nice.
I front
One more you guys.
Statue, P2.
I spawned it.
There's one in P4, there's one in P4.
Could be blue crate. Purge it all.
Hit me back, Jones.
Yeah, yellow point, yellow.
I'm ready.
Blue crate, kill me. Blue crate, Nasty. Nasty, blue crate.
Two now. One junk.
I'm blocking.
Yeah, I'll go. Yeah. There's one on you. You're pitch, cuz.
Yeah.
Tunnel.
Cammy on the boat. One shot, bro.
I want to put it. Come, boys.
Come on.
I'm coming, chase. P1 pitch up. There's coming. There's it. I can one tunnel. Time on shot, guys. We can do this, guys. Tunnel. I'm pushing. I'm also hitting out.
Back right. Perch.
I just seen you.
Back junk.
And you that.
I'm trying to go. That's it, tunnel. Trying to go. On your path.
A little bit of desperation time starting to raise the urgency for Riyadh. Boston just keep getting these hero moments out of one of many players, but right now Nasty's 22 and 13 with a minute 30 in the hard point. He is taking over.
Dude, just the plays that he's making, the kills that he has. I know his stat line isn't the most crazy at 22 and 14, but some of the kills that he's finding are game-changing on a map like Colossus. And now Falcons on the heavy deficit, down by 90. Looking to try to fight their way back into it. Celium's not having a good game. Kid's been a little bit mediocre, and Pred is just hitting every long route possible. Just not leading the good time, but so far here at the P4, they're making up for at least some of it.
Yeah, it's been nice, Pred, working on and waiting for the pinch, and he finds perfect timing to clean out the front doors of the hard point. Boston will flip spawns, but that is on the voluntary election of Riyadh to allow that to happen. Kismet shut down. 4 seconds of scrap time is going to feel pretty insignificant to Riyadh, who desperately just need big time at the new hill. P1 will open. And how about it? The SMGs coming to life as Pred, Exnid, Cell all find kills, and now Riyadh are swarming across the map.
Yeah, we need to make sure if Pred's making plays like this, we are hard blocking, because Pred is either going to make the play to hold down this time or cost us the game. Thankfully, Cammy finds one with the teammate, so it still give you a chance on the hold. But Boston flood their way into P1 and flip the spawns, and it's still up by 60.
Careful if you're Snoopy. Numbers are starting to dwindle now for Boston, but they do get over the 200-point mark. Focus back to the hills, good for the SMGs of Riyadh. Cammy only gets one, so you're going to have an opportunity here for Riyadh with 20 seconds of the clock to try to give themselves a lifeline by holding over P1 and still having to set up a P2 to their back. Yes, there's a team nade, but the spawns are still okay. 13 seconds of time, and Boston are trying to deal with Pred and then push across the map.
Yeah, they'll take the final 10, though. And now you already have players in a position like Nasty to work the OE, but the Bulldog strikes for 3 in the feed. Now you're fully set up off the rotation. A full 60 keeps you in the game. And this is where you're forcing Nasty's Hellstorm out of his hands.
We'll Will it actually deter any players inside the hard point, though, is the question. Everyone backs away. Everyone survives. But more importantly, the Falcons still find 3 kills behind that Hellstorm from Boston. Oh, no. Hold on to your horses. Riyadh making the comeback. 35 seconds. Cell on a pinch with the Drovic. Doesn't need it. It's Exton who gives you the 2. Kisman on 4 in a row. Finds himself the 5th. And all of a sudden, Riyadh are cooking with streaks potentially on the way.
Yeah, that time it was. Even the Hellstorm doesn't allow Boston to go through the front door. But when you're up by so much, you don't want to give them a full 60. You need to give this one last push. SMG's being the aggressors. Last guy standing is Purge. He's going to fall. And you're trying to get the trade if you're Cammy at side door. You do, but Celium's there for the cleanup. Now down by 20. Kismet on 5 in a row early off the rotation. And the angle to watch multiple spots. But now he's going to be surrounded.
Good trade still come through for the Falcons. And Sexton cleaning things up. Trophy down. Cell in the hill. And he's about to turn into a sentry turret. Cammy, of course, feeling the pressure, calls in, I think, the last Hellstorm for Boston. But Purge still drops as the opener. See, Exton's position is still at a spot to where he could possibly just push forward and find the tablet carrier of the Hellstorm. But it hits for 2 somehow. Oh, goodness. Boston now with numbers. Cell in trouble. Pushed away from the hard point. And in a tie game, it'll be Boston with the numbers of 28 on the hard point left.
How the hell does Cammy find 2 with the Hellstorm when there's a tunnel on the other ground? Exton cannot afford to die there, but Kismet also was just caught off guard. Leads to a great break here for Boston at the P3. Nasty still trying to make it scrappy, not give up all this time for free. But now it's off the rotation. Boston need to iron up because the Bulldog is starting to push. 2 go down in the feed. At least Boston still have the spawns.
Spawns are good, but the setup is passive. And they actually don't even know if anyone from Riyadh got behind, at least not initially. But ground has been cleared. 225, 213. Exit from the front is able to open the door for the player on the back. No! Nasty, of course, against Cell. Now an opportunity to try to win this one outright, but Pred has something to say about it. Cammy with the last word. Trying to zone the front was Purge, but trades are good and Boston can still win here.
Yeah, and Kismet's gonna go for the long route. He is gonna get caught out by Snoopy, though. He knows that this is the only play that's gonna win him the game. 1 wave of kills for Boston right through the front.
Gotta find a way to win this one outright. Cell finding damage, but not able to get there to find any eliminations. And Boston from the front, hold the door. No one's gonna get there to touch. It's chaos, it's Mixie trying to open up space through the spawns, but Boston find every kill they need to stabilize on that late rotation away from 3 and take the game, and with that, the series.
Oh, that's gotta feel so good if you're Boston, man. There's been a lot of talk of like, oh, after Major 1, you get dead last, you don't make a roster change. Everyone's calling for your jerseys, but you put some more time, you get to the lab, and you show what you're better at, which is Colossus. The 6-5 Search and Destroy W. The very narrow win here on the game 4, and even better on the Overload. Boston breach with their aggression, a lot more consistency out of all of their players, man. But it was the ARs time and time again between Nasty and Cammy, who kept on mopping multi-kill after multi-kill and very crucial situations, even with Hellstorms at sometimes, to close out this game for Boston. They get the series, and Falcons, unfortunately for them, start stage 2 0-2.
Tough scenes, but look at the comeback effort. I mean, we're dealing with nearly 100 points straight for the Falcons from 90 to 189. Only 17 seconds earned for Boston in that spree, but just as you start to get those battles from 2 to 3 with the Hellstorms raining in, and then again, it's just that last 40 seconds or so on the backside of P4, every single one of those individual gunfights coming through, largely thanks, like you mentioned, to the ARs to create the space for the subs to live in. Is enough to just barely get over the hurdle of the Falcons. So 3-1 the count, and you're absolutely right. That is huge for Boston. It kind of shakes up the boogeyman of what's going on with this team. It was supposed to just be a flat-out upgrade from last year, which is, again, one of those that's like, we finished last year off so strongly, but Nasty's supposed to be the guy, and this series, he was the guy.
Without question, my friend. And I can't wait to see what Nameless thinks, because Nasty is him, Wheeler.
Bro,
I'm telling you, Wheeler, he's him, gang.
I'm gonna be honest, like, that was some of the worst COD we've seen.
Slop COD?
Since Major 1. That was awful. Like, seriously.
It was fun.
It was a fun, entertaining match to watch, but like when you're trying to watch for some good plays, pretty far and few in between there.
Are you saying the shots were off or the decision-making was just off?
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's a ton of scamming going on the side of Riyadh. I thought that was probably the worst series from them all year long. On the side of Boston, there's a couple things I thought they could have done better as well. I would like to see the streak come in a little bit earlier. I was screaming at the screen.
No, we were both literally yelling the entire time.
And Allie came running out of the green room. Onto the set because she had the script today, continues her streak of predictions. Allie, what did you know that we did not coming into this one?
It was just kind of like thinking about Boston last year, especially like they have it in them to be a really good team to put against Titans, and they bring in Nasty to be that final kind of push to get them over that hump. And so I thought, maybe it was just a matter of time where they got a better feel of the game. Now, as much as I am impressed with this series, I think Ant did make a good point. There is plenty for Boston to go back and be able to be like, it's a mistake here, it's a mistake there. Like for Riyadh to go on that 100 spree that they went to almost win this map before win the game 5, a lot of hiccups on the side of Boston Breach.
Yeah, I mean, they won this map in particular because of the ARs. I mean, Cammy, the series really, there's so many plays that came down to either Cammy or Nasty. Talking about the overload, you saw Nasty make a huge play. Cammy in the search and destroy, we didn't even catch it on stream, but Nasty 2-piece. Then on this map, multiple times where Riyadh full flip the map, they have spawns, and Nasty just finesses by himself.
Winning impossibles.
And nobody's going to help him. It's just him versus like 2 players in one-on-one gunfights where he just finesses and wins it for the flip to make the game frustrating for Riyadh. So some individual awesome efforts on the side of Boston to get them the win.
And I know a big note going into this series was obviously the shout out on the side of Boston Breach and Purge and the way that he's playing, his role in this team. I felt like, especially in that first hard point, we got to see him let loose a little bit. There was plenty of opportunities where it felt like he was just full sending it, and I think we need to see that a lot more out of Purge for this Boston Breach team to find success versus the top teams, because you even saw it when Pred was kind of doing something similar, just trying to play the timing, playing the flank, playing the push. It was alleviating pressure from the rest of his team to allow the comeback to happen. So I hope this continues for Boston Breach.
Regardless of how clean the games may have been, there was some crucial moments, and we have one in our scuff play of the game. It's overtime. It's overload. Let's take a look at this one more time. For anyone who doesn't play this game mode yet, and walk me through the scenario here.
Yeah, so when you go to a sudden death, and so when it's tied in man, so it's 2-2 here, the team with the ball wins. So you're seeing that Riyadh have to be a little aggressive here, and Exit actually finds the kill onto the ball carrier, and right before Nasty grabs the ball, he realizes, hold on, I have to take this fight, just chows him SMG against AR up close.
But he picked up that SMG. Yeah, for a second I thought he had the AR, because when Nasty originally took that chow, I was like, wow, he's crazy for that.
And this is now back-to-back overloads that have come down to sudden death for Riyadh, where they just mentally collapse. Boom. Given the situation. One of them, they had ball on their side, and the other one, the other team had ball. So they need to discuss how they want to approach these sudden death situations, because I'd imagine it's really difficult to emulate in practice. How many sudden deaths are you really getting into? So you have to look at the film from these and really talk about it, because they're losing their minds in those situations.
On the other side, we saw elation from Boston. It was the swing moment where they broke the back of Riyadh. Purge joins us now to talk about it live. Evan, how are we feeling, Mr. First Class?
I'm feeling all right, man. It's been a long time since we got a win, so definitely proud of the guys for that. Obviously, I've been struggling, but just feels good to get a win again.
We haven't been able to chat with you for a minute, so it's great to have you back here in the winner's circle. Talk to me about that overload finish, though. You were watching your teammate Nasty clutch up in the final seconds. What were the comms like?
Yeah, it was a little hectic, honestly. It's hard to emulate sudden death in practice. I feel like you don't ever really get in those situations. So to get into a match, it's a little bit different. But Byron had good comms. I think we kept it as calm as we could. It was still a little chaotic, but Byron just clutched up,
Purge, you're one of my favorite players when you're first coming out to the scene. I just thought you played ethical ball. It's been a little rough, but in this series, I feel like that was the most comfortable you've looked, at least with your teammates. You and Snoopy flying around, that aggressive play, especially in the search. How's it taking you guys so long to get to this point where you look comfortable?
Yeah, it's been disappointing, obviously, to say the least. But we've been putting in the work. I think the pace in the game is just different, obviously, with the movement and stuff. And I've just been struggling. I've been trying to find my pace, but we've been putting in the work day in and day out. So I'm confident we're going to keep improving, and we're going to get to where we want to be.
Well, thankfully, the work definitely showed today with a big win versus Riyadh. So congratulations on that for Boston. But also, round 11, search and destroy. Search is not usually y'all's bread and butter. Who's making that play call, and what was that pressure like to try and steal that map away?
Yeah, I called it. That's what I do. But you know, the guys came through. They clutched up. I died in like 3 seconds, but you know, I mean, my guys had
It works.
me.
It works.
And, you know, that's what we do. We're getting there. We're getting there.
We missed it on the broadcast, but the second to last round that you guys won to get to 5, Cammy gets a crazy 2-piece. Can you tell me what happened in that situation? I saw you as by statue. Do you remember?
Yeah, honestly, I was watching Eric because Eric was in war on his screen. And then I just looked at the kill feed. I seen Cam got 2. I was like, nice, Cam. Eric's trapped. I'm thinking Eric's about to die, and then Eric just goes insane that round. So Cam and Eric, shout out to them.
Hell yeah.
These guys are just doing what they do.
Boston clutching up. You now sit at 1-1 here in stage 2. Congrats.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
That is Purge. That is the second match of the day in the books. When we come back, though, we have a battle between 2 teams who already hold 1 dub. The Royal Ravens take on LA Thieves when we come back. Neum time.
Nice.
COD Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to phasevegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Look like the pros to play like the pros. The CDL team skins are available now. Scan the QR code or check out the in-game store now. Scuff, official controller of the CDL.
Game pause, folks. Game pause. Someone. We're gonna reset the lobby here. Someone. Whoa! That is horrible. Do it again.
What's up, man?
Just gonna get the lobby reset, and we'll get back into this S&D as soon as we possibly can.
Hop and look over him. You can see everything.
Absolutely fine for us.
No. Back circle, weak.
Back circle, back circle, I'll get back circle, loads bomb. I'm ready to move. Weak. No.
Stop it. Go. Let's go, man. Let's go. Oh my god, my bad, bro. Oh my god.
Yeah, weak, close.
Nice. No one there. Calf.
Yeah, calf killed me. Top elf.
Calf weak.
Falcon.
Alex jump down. He's still in yellow car. Weak.
I can kill him. Up point, bro.
One's out now.
Mid cut.
Too slow, buddy. You haven't got time to go dumpster. You haven't got time for that. I got world starred. Oh my god. Yeah, he was shooting guff. I've just seen that in the death cam. The guys jumped off plan. I'm like, surely he's getting his kill. Yo. It was bad. It was bad. Pure guff coming out. I had the wrong attachments on. Yep, he's absolute. Guff is. Holy shit, yo, tell me out. Tell me out.
What can you do? do you do? You can't do anything! Come on, man. It's f***ing land now, baby! Where's the bedroom? Where's the bedroom?
Where's the bedroom? Scrap letting Carolina know they are not the same when it comes to land. But guess what? We're back online. Tonight we continue with the qualifiers. The bedrooms are cozy. And if you're a Carolina fan, you're hoping you can replicate the success you've had in all of your online matches. Since adding Exceed, you're 6-0 out.
Yes, you are the best search and destroy team in the game. You are disgusting at Overload because you have one of the best Overload players in the game in Exceed, at least when you're online.
Yeah.
So for Carolina Royal Ravens, they're looking forward to this matchup. I mean, this is one they've already won before, right? And on the flip side, it's kind of just like the consistency now is the biggest question, right? And also adding Colossus Hardpoint to your repertoire because Hardpoint hasn't been great for you guys, but if you can get one of those, you're winning these series a lot earlier.
Yeah, I mean, they had a great dynamic. And also, like, when you watch them online, it's not like they're just straight thundering, like, dominating every gunfight, which at times they are, but they're playing the game the right way, too. So it's clearly, like, partly mental. Exceed was the right pickup, and it was the right decision to keep this team in Overload. They're smothering, right? You know how we talk about with General Mates, how aggressive they play in Hardpoint? Yeah. That's how I feel Ravens are in Overload with this roster, at least online. I'm going to keep adding that caveat. On land, Hydra had a 1.4 against this team.
Right.
Yeah,
he had his, like, best series of the year. And when we talk about LA Thieves, that match that we just saw versus Surge was not that impressive. Like, it was way too close. One of the worst teams we have in the league when you're looking at this team and then picking up Neum thinking they were going to get a pack-a-punch. That just it didn't look like that.
Yeah, we said at the start, oh, this is an ideal way for Neum to start his career in the CDL. You're playing the worst team in the league according to some of the stats.
Yeah.
But then we started to see them lose, and we're like, well, maybe this is not the way to start your career. You get mentally boomed if you come out with an L. They walked away with a W tonight. How do they walk away with another one against Carolina?
Ooh, I feel like you've got to win the map one. I think the Colossus is everything. LA Thieves have not been good in these early hard points, and Search and Destroy hasn't been that great either. So they need to get this map number one so that they don't go down too early.
Yeah, map one's a good shout just because they've been so weak in map ones all year long. I think yesterday we saw Hydra and Scrap, what they are capable of, with their team playing around them a little bit. That has to be consistent. And we saw the exposure, how good they looked on it. So, yeah, I think you need Hydra and Scrap repeat performance.
Boston pulled off a major upset. It's now time for the Ravens. Is it an upset, technically?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, online, nah.
No. I'm calling Exceed
Online,
to stay
no.
perfect online until he's not. I got Royal Ravens over LA Thieves with Neum only in his second match.
Yeah, I mean, look, the performance wasn't that impressive from Thieves in the series, but they got the win.
It's true.
I thought I noticed Neum a little nervous. I think that goes away today with the win under the belt.
Nice.
And he performed, so I got Thieves taking it.
Going Thieves?
This is really hard because it's kind of just like potential versus statistics online. I think I'm going to stick with LA. I'm wearing a bunch of red. It's Valentine's Day. They're a red team. I'm going to stick with LA.
Going LA. LA.
La la la.
Upset time. Game
La, la,
on.
la.
Joe's pissed, I already know.
Wasn't Valentine's yesterday?
It was.
It's Valentine's weekend.
It's a weekend.
It's the weekend.
It's a weekend, though.
You celebrate the whole
Weekends,
weekend.
Valentine's
Why
Day
do
is
you hate
absolute
love?
nonsense. Give us the
Loser.
2 box. Get them out of here right now. Get us into this match.
These new gen cats, man. This is like it's my half birthday. It's my quarter birthday.
No, it's my birthday year. Thank you very much. Trust, it's my birthday year. You have to be nice to me. You have to be nice to me. It's my birthday year.
Yeah, my bad.
I'm sorry, that was wildly toxic from both of us. Let's just get into the first map and forget all about it.
Where's your bedroom? Where's your bedroom?
Scrap when he's speaking to the realtor. Where's the bedroom? Talking to the realtor like, it's just right here, man. 2 bedroom, 1 bath. Yeah, nice views of the city. Where's the bedroom? Coming up a little bit later. Maybe not, actually. We're going to go into Colossus first and foremost as we have both locked in for what is actually a very good game. Neum, how nervous will he be today? We're about to find out.
Just for what it's worth, by the way, LAT, this is their most vetoed map on the year. The reason they're playing it is because Carolina's 0-5. So, like, hey, Team Enjoy today, baby. Somebody getting a win on Colossus.
Hey, it's about time. It's about time. Well, nice start here from the Thieves. Still battling over that statue side of the map. Lurks. Good dancing, good moves. But there's Olabisi finding himself 2 in a row before being brought down very quickly. So the kills department for everyone pretty solid. Everyone's getting involved. Neum and Hydra find themselves 3 in a row. And that's still the Thieves with a handsome amount of map control and a handsome amount of time.
Yeah, they got a stranglehold on the map as well. They got every single cut pushed out exactly how they want it. Super soaking right now on the P1 as well. Craze able to maybe pierce the setup and come through tunnel, and there you go. Carolina signs of life, but it is not for a ton of time. Ultimately, LAT right from the jump get off to a hot start.
Next time I'm in ranks and someone's like, he's top bed, I'm gonna go, where's the bedroom? Joking, only joking. It's the last one until we play a game of Raid. B2 looking very blue, front and back for now. Ravens, an opportunity to get back into this one and exceed. But yet to find a kill early on. 0-5 to start things off. His teammates have technically got the backside of the map covered, but oh, it's another 3 for the Thieves in the feed.
Yeah, what a cool kill feed as well there for Strap. One with a gun, one with a nade, one with a barrel. So yeah, that pesky barrel over towards P2. Devastating for the side of the Ravens. And once again, good time for LAT to be collecting. They got the reinforcements here as well. Scrap has been uncontested since he made it here. And Carolina players, nobody's going to make it inside. You absolutely clean house. You bullied them back. And, well, the momentum they had off the jump, LAT keeping it going.
It's a solid, man. Solid. Thieves have finally got that pace. Finally got that pace going. Nice nades out of Craze. Nero's there. We're going to find that man on the outside. And now still trying to battle over what could be a very productive P3. Ravens, you are not out of this yet. You are far from out of trouble. You got an opportunity to bounce right back. Bit of a pinch situation here with the Thieves on the attack. Let's see how they do.
Well, great pinch out of Neum. Yeah, just instantly delivers you two. Gonna kick that, start that bad boy, and that is an instantaneous break. Great routes out of the new young player, and well, now for LAT, they've pushed out quite literally everything, so pick a side, any side. Neum has to deal with blue, his teammates lost yellow, now he gets to fill in through the cut. BZ trying to back players down over towards tunnel, doing his job to a T.
2 for Abe. Oh, Neum finding 2 in the feed with his pistol. Swaps directly to the Jaeger 45. Gets a couple hundred picks up the other side of the map. That's all 4. That is that, ladies and gentlemen. That is the Thieves in full control for now. Next wave of players now descend upon the hard point, and Craze dives on in, finds a big kill. There's a little bit of a Stasio family tree battle going at each other there. Craze and Neum. It's a family affair here in the CDO.
Yeah, and to be honest, Nameless might have been on point reading the family affair, talking about Neum. Maybe a bit of a shaky start day one, or like did his job, but now seemingly warming up. Really nice hill he just had, and to set his team up perfectly. Now he gets to be the soaker over towards P4, and it's a credit angle, and a good one at that. Enough to back these players down, clean up a couple one-shot kills, and for Carolina, I mean, they have nothing to offer on Colossus. LAT on point.
Well, their record shows it. 106 to 48. Nearly done here. Not everyone was aware of what the hard point looked like there, but we got there in the end, and now with less than 30 to go, Ravens are holding on by their talons. Can they keep this hard point? It's Abe through the back, it's a battle through the front, Neum winning his, and the trades start off right, and in the end it comes down to a 1v1 that Neum wins, takes the long way round, gets his kills, and now at 15 and 7. Let's go through listening with the elite.
One side door, crazy.
Side door,
Crazy side door.
Crazy side door.
Yeah, in new, and then one side door.
In new, that's
nice. Main intercept. Hold,
I can help you out. I can help you out.
I didn't need him, statue.
No,
statue.
One more statue.
Give me P4. P4, stack on you. I'll see him statue. Nice, one more time. Time, work it.
What's up? Nice, you can throw it. I'm gonna go left here. I'm gonna go left here.
You naded me on hill.
First two. Left, left.
Has it worked? Stun me?
Could be left. Go to left, guys. I'll see you left.
One shot time.
Yo, tunnel, wait, could be left of me. Yo, left of me in tunnel, left of me.
I'll see this guy tunnel. Tunnel ran away. I'm one shot.
Pitching exceed. Pitching blue exceed.
Alright, take it down.
Top blue.
We spawn down, guys. Gotta get one.
Time and blue.
Timer.
Yeah. Try nade time.
Get P4. Coming up top.
Nade time. Nade the right side. Could be P4.
One side, Tom. One side.
One shot.
Let's see guys.
One shot.
I'm a bullet.
Right. He's low tunnel.
Nice.
That's one. First
Be blocked.
I'll see him P2.
Well, look, spawn back here.
Yo, exceed half health and Crazy side door.
Back L, bro. Back L. One shot. One bullet back L and one's on it. Crazy on it.
I'm gonna take it left right here, guys.
I got it.
Crazy's front.
Try to get a kill.
It's on the statue. I'm in a statue.
Let me see it, boys.
Statue heading.
I hear you.
Statue heading right now.
I can help you statue. Yo, statue, you dead.
Nice, good.
What's that blue step?
What was their blue step?
What's your left?
Yo, he's in lobby. You
see nothing front right time.
We go front right. Last guy intercept top.
Okay.
First guy exceed. First guy Nero. They also G-spawn.
I'm laying down statue.
Yeah, I can. Average side door. They can jump out side door.
I gotta help, right?
Help right.
Show her my front. Show her my front.
Down the stairs. One jump in blue.
Your front, A.
Stay down.
Front of you. Nice guy. One more side door, guys. One more side door. Nice.
I'm staying out front.
Where's the one?
Are we?
Okay,
You
big
roll.
one. Yeah, statue.
My door, yellow, dead.
FF, nice. On me, I heard you. One naded me.
Come in,
Statue, nice.
Did he tunnel? Yes. Well, no, lurk. We got in hit him. Right side, Ernie. I'll soak. He's gonna iron in there.
Take your time.
Yeah, take your time, get a kill. Trying to help you out.
One time
weak.
Everybody make note of when the body was shot. Everybody make note when a full magazine was unloaded into a deceased player, because typically that is how it goes. Have we awoken Exceed, Chance?
No, he's 6-17. Hadn't spawned in quite yet, but like if he gets there, might have a game on our hands. Certainly have an interesting looking mini map, a good setup around the new time, but by the looks of it, maybe the reinforcements spread a little bit too thin. Exceed traded out, and well, there goes the time. LAT capitalized right back inside.
Back into it. Thieves now trying to push out. Niam's life's going to come to a quick end there as the rest of the Thieves holding that hard point time. Here comes the first two Ravens into the hard point. Craze gets one and done. The man of Forgot Heady Rip. The two now through tunnel. And it means he's finding a ton of damage, but it's Exceed and Lurks who find their kills. And a solid 10-ish seconds to go. Handy dandy scrap. You'll take it.
Yeah, 70-point game, though, or maybe chop down to 60 on the new rotation. If Carolina managed to get a quick and clean break here on P4, well, maybe some magic can happen, but Abizi already getting the cutoff kills. Scrap and Hydra finding there in the feed as well. LAT, they do not look like they are going to let this one slip away.
No, you willed that one into existence real quick, mate. They broke that hard point. Lickety split. Very, very fast indeed. Abe and Niam now through mid-map. These kills are looking great. We've crossed the 200-point threshold for the LA Thieves, and they are looking absolutely fantastic. We're still seeing a tough one out of Exceed. Is it indeed a stinker at 9 and 20, 10 and 20? He's pulling it back, ladies and gentlemen. Now an attack towards the hard point, and it is a clean break. Last man in the back gone. Guns are up at the ready forward, boys. Oh, Nero. Another big two.
Yeah, he is a vicious player. Nero currently the leading slayer here in the lobby. Still, though, that was a 70-point lead. Ravens, I suppose, did well enough on P4 to get it all the way down to a 60-point deficit, and maybe 50 if they get the final 10. You just need a couple good moments. Two big hills back-to-back. Carolina will be in the mix. They're sending Nero on the pinch, and that's the man you want for the job.
He is on it. And mission accomplished? Nah, he's been brought down. Able to dance. Great work out of the Ravens. A clean 3. Sub point's not over yet, ladies and germs. We're still rocking, and it's going to be Craze on your screen. He will be the man on time. Oh my good God, it's Scrap with the old two-step off the back wall. Finds a big one. Lurks can't get any more. The trade should be good, and that is going to be a Ravens hard point.
Oh, and you got a Nero with his sub in hand. You got Exceed looking for the back spawns. No dice there. But 25 seconds. This is golden time for Carolina to be able to get. This is a minute and 20 inside the time for Nero as well. So he's on a mission, trying to drag his team to their first Colossus victory. And, well, the 70-point lead we once had, a lot smaller now.
Also a lot. That's what she said. Good God. Trades in the back. Sorted. Exceed. Trying to watch the back line. Catches out a flying Hydra. It is now 229 to 184. This is the final moments of this game of Colossus. Somebody's getting the dub, boys and girls, whether we like it or not.
Well, you don't have a lot of time to go and break this one as well. You get the first two kills, gonna have to swarm, and there you go. All four down. 45 seconds left here on this P2, and Craze right now, man had the hot hand. You gotta be worried about those spawns, though. I think if LAT get that there quick enough, Craze will be out, or he spawns right back on time. Those red arrows are swarming.
Oh, and they're taking a couple of the gambles here, and it's paid off for the Thieves. Craze, the timing once again, it breaks bad for the LA Thieves, who are now in, folks. Niam having a nice run. Having a good time. His boys are soaking away. It is moments now for the win, and the LA Thieves have cleaned house on Colossus.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I mean, dude, I want to see this LAT team play so much more. This is the second series, and we still have learned, in my mind, nothing about them. Because, like, it's a good Colossus win. It's their most vetoed map, but Carolina is just 0-6 on it. So it tells us nothing. If the map is in the series for Carolina, it has just been an auto L. Maybe in terms of storylines, be fun to talk about. Obviously, the trash talk, Exceed having a bit of a stinker there in map 1. Tough on the mental side of things, but as far as the series have been all year for Carolina, this is the expectation when you see Colossus.
That's how it's gone, 0-6 as of now. Well, a lovely map out of scrap there. We saw some individual prowess as well. Assists really across the board. The LA Thieves, they had the slaying department absolutely covered. And again, I mean, typical of what we're seeing quite a lot these days when it comes to hardpoint victories. Very, very strong starts. The comeback takes so much energy. It takes so much out of our players to find. If you have a big start, I mean, the chances of it happening are slim. They're very, very slim. So strong start from the Thieves, good finish. Happy to see that map 1 go through.
Yeah, there you see those Niam double kill, right? That was a great route he took to go and break this hill down from the hot start that they once had, and Niam had a fantastic game through and through. Not just the high impact plays, but he finished off with the most hill time in the lobby, and he kept up in slang, so the new pickup for LAT absolutely does his job and more here on map number 1. On the flip side, trying to get the guns a little bit hotter. Exceed with extra love because he started out the game briefly on your Zuma watch, so got a little bit nervy there in the moment. Brought it back, got the double-digit kills, so not a horrific one towards the end, but when it comes to S&D, Exceed is definitely going to be the player for Carolina to look out for, trying to bounce back.
Yeah, we're going to see a big bounce back. I've got a good feeling about the Ravens, you know. They are a cozy squad. They're tucked away in many, many teams' minds as a dangerous squad online. So you got to be on your A game no matter what. We're all playing online until we get to Birmingham, until we get back to old Blighty. It is not going to be an easy thing. So the Ravens now is shake that one off. Let it go. Haters going to hate. Roll straight into the next search and destroy. Pull the snipes out because we're going to have a good time with that. Very, very straightforward game of Colossus. I mean, very few bumps in the road there, Chance. I mean, one tiny little hump, one tiny little lovely lady hump there on P2. Apart from that, pretty smooth sailing, both of our squads. A very, very smooth outcome there on the first exposure S&D. We saw the Ravens go absolutely wild in this one not too long ago, mate. Would you say the same thing again?
It was a Fergalicious performance. Exceed popping off with the sniper. You get a collat. We tip it. We're happy for it. All's well that ends well. And certainly that is the man to pay attention to because struggled on map number 1. Did bring it back for how bad that stat line started to finish 16 and 25. It's not ideal, but we'll take it. Colossus in my mind. If you're playing ranked, you get that one first. At least you know you're getting warmed up quick. So guns are hot. Comms are going to be flowing on both sides of the board. But for LAT, certainly a very solid, clean, comfortable win. Exactly how that team wants it to go. Get the ball rolling. Get in their heads. Keep the trash talk going. We even had voice chat trash talk, I think, since a few seasons. It was a brief year where it was a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, the like in-game voice. Yeah, Hydra, one of the absolute heroes of that one. I'll never forget talking to Sim. That's my MVP. That's my MVP. Everybody knows it. I was like, that is actually next level in-game talking. And we had the camera with the shot of it and everything. Yeah, that guy, Hydra, that guy right there. It was good stuff. I would love to see a little bit more of that. I think the observers can tell us because they can also see the in-game text chat, which I think is one of the most next level. When you're taking the time to bring up the box and type in the words, that's what I'm talking about. Well, LA Thieves gearing up to dive into exposure now, hopefully riding high after that victory on Colossus. But again, you can never count out the Carolina Royal Ravens. You cannot count them out. Head-to-head S&D stats right now for Exceed. He's been big sniper man for the team. He's not been in the league as long as Abe this season alone, but as you can see, the numbers ain't bad at all.
And, you know, it's been mentioned, or at least I've mentioned it for Abizi and Hydra, how there's a little bit of stepping on each other's toes in terms of who's going out for the first bloods, who's taking that, like, aggro type of role. Abizi, even if he's not that first blood demon, obviously he has some of the best clutches in Call of Duty history. He is just a pure S&D kid through and through. So even if he doesn't have to be the mad dog off the leash, getting after it every single round, if he's taking that secondary role, he still thrives in that environment. So multi-kill menace, the lethal potential is there. And, you know, obviously LAT, it's just players down the line, gonna be playing with a ton of confidence.
Well, yeah, you'd expect that. You need it, quite frankly, as far as the squad goes. They haven't quite got, you know, they haven't quite got the in-game sort of chem down where they're really flying high across all these modes. They've looked like that in the past. A couple of moments during the Black Ops 6 year, you're like, well, there's no way these guys lose the map for the rest of the year. They do, obviously, but they're not quite there yet. They've got a lot of work to do still. Niam joining the squad, helping things out. See if they can't keep it going. This is how Lurks has looked on exposure, search and destroy so far, folks. Not bad at all. Your boy does not lose his opening fights. We'll see if he can change that stat this game. Here we go, map number 2.
Yeah, I mean, he certainly doesn't want to change that. It's nice to be perfect. It's a helpful thing. 2.0 KD is fantastic, and dodging the sniper early on from Exceed. This is an aggressive hit down towards B. They get their first blood, they get out. That's exactly what LAT wanted. They got what they came for, and, well, Scrap will immediately scam it away.
Lurk's still perfect. Oh, okay, Abe can't get traded out, does get damaged. We're trying to bring down Lurks here. This is an awkward 2v2. Your boy's still up. Oh, Exceed in the back line with a pistola. Ravens take the first.
Yeah, I mean, classic Thieves teamwork right there. At least in terms of this Thieves roster. Get the first blood. The 2 Solar players are like, hey, we did our job. We're backing down. We're hitting the reset button. The other 2 players middle of the map, disconnected. Scrap just staying out in the open. And yeah, Lurks, a quiet player. With a 2.0 KD he has on this map and starts out this one 3-0. A flawless opening break there for Carolina.
Exceed's back. So we can't go some snipes here. He's been looking good without aim assist. And so has Scrap. Well, actually, we haven't seen too much of Scrap. Not that much. Craze runs right into a BZ. He was hoping for a window to work with there, and he just got the door slammed right in his face, unfortunately.
That's it, yeah. Bulge out through the middle of the map, but Craze is a very good playmaker, so not going to doubt him. And that is multiple players. I mean, Abizi was left with 5 HP. Niam gets left with about 17 there, so Carolina a bullet away from being favored. Instead, it is Lurks 3-0 in a 1 versus 4. High key, if you're Lurks, you just start working on the Hellstorm. You pick up errant kills if you can get them.
And while he's going to do what he can. Here comes the tip. Can we have a little look? Can we watch this from Lurk's POV? How's he going to approach this?
Tradition. Thank you.
There he is. Oh. And they found him. They found him. They put him down. They take care of business there. That is that, Thieves. An immediate bounce back and a solid one. You shut down the spree from Lurks as well. So wins across the board.
Yeah, and that might be a little bit of homework coming through as well. Nice little setup around the middle of the map. Abizi just able to pick up that nice first blood on the player coming across, and Scrap may be bored right now on exposure, letting his teammates call the strats.
Moment of melancholy there. Pensive, yeah. You know, Scrap though.
And then
Shola rises
instantly.
Yeah. And your boy gets in there. That's a weird word for you, chat. You might have to Google that one. Choler, Chola, into the first. Oh, yeah, baby. The tiniest of pixels to play with, and Exceed has his way.
Yeah, nice haircut. Scrap doesn't need it. LAT across the board. Great hair. All 4 players, but
yeah,
different look now for Scrap, and Craze toying with the idea, working through the middle of the map. A cheeky spot there for Niam. And I think this might buy Niam a kill. I don't know if Lurks is going to have any idea.
I think if he slides past fast enough. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Patient? Not patient enough. Lurks going for the second. Yeah, Craze, get in there. He's yours. He's all yours, mate. Free and easy. Ah! Good round out of the Ravens.
And Exceed, yeah, dude, he is locked into that one, eyes wide open. Talking about the very fanciful snipe he hit at the opening round. We'll take a second look because it is absolutely worth it.
Yeah, that's not easy to do. Aim assist or not? Oh, no way. Hello. Goodbye. What a great shot. All right. Well, no aim assist, no problem. Exceed, looking good. In the next round we go. Ira yet to get on the board. He's got the bomb in his hand. I'm going to watch out for those nades and wait for the lads to make the call. Here comes the opening salvo. And shot. They line up. Lurks gets another first.
Yeah. Take the trades, though. Lurk's big responsibility as well. He's playing aggressive up towards Solar as you are towards the middle of the map. Yep. You just get caught. Little too aggro there for Carolina on the defensive end, but Exceed evens the odds. Now you got yourself a 2 versus 2. Lurks trying to remain perfect so far outside of the 1v4 death he had. He's been a menace. So it's Exceed and Lurks, 8 and 2 combined versus Hydra and Niam at a 3 and 4.
Yeah, Lurks is the big man on exposure. It is fun watching him. He's very, very adept in those 1v1 fights. Some maps just click with players, and now they're 2-man hit. We're going to take this one together, boys. The bomb site completely evacuated. We're going the roundabout phalanx hit right now for the LA Thieves. They're going to be going all over the place, and I don't hate this. Okay, I take it all back. It's horrible. It's hideous. It's bad, but Lurks is alive for now. Oh my God. A couple of bullets away from that one happening. And technically, he's taking the bomb site.
Yeah. I mean, maybe could have like stretched that away from mid, but it's going to get checked every time. Retakes on that site can absolutely be a nightmare. Obviously, you saw the positioning of the LAT players down low dirt. You can just spread so far away, and it's just very difficult with the amount of time you have to actually successfully clear out all the space. You're worried about the top window. Then you see where the bomb's planted for, and you go, oh, God, that's not good. So, nightmare situation. Very solid 2v2 clutch, though, coming in from LAT, and efficient work through and through.
Gifted a little bit of magic there. Of course, the Ravens are both looking the wrong way. Unfortunately, timing in the Call of Duty world is possibly the greatest adversary any of us have. Time. Big old Exceed, it's night time. What have you got here for us, mate? Well, sadly, no one's home just yet. A little more love towards the A-bomb. Just to your right here. On your left, the B-bomb site. On your right, the A-bomb site, where more of the LA Thieves members are chilling out. Craze checks it. Hello! Lovely drive-by damage, enough to stay alive.
Yeah, Craze. He's constantly putting himself in mixy situations. In the meantime, Hydra, very active on the pinch. So, LAT know it's going to be a B plant. They're going to swarm the map here for the retake.
Exceed, yeah, your instincts were absolutely spot on there, mate. You've seen him twice now. Will the third time be the charm? Oh, what a peel from Scrap. Craze traded out immediately. There's a huge flank, and it's Hydra. It's a big one, folks. Oh, it's Grande. It's Sib perfect. It's absolutely delightful. And it is the end of the round. Merci beaucoup. 3-2.
Yep, and that literally comes down to the snipe battle as well. If Exceed wins that against Scrap, Lurks is able to just pay a lot more attention to the flank, probably catches out a Hydra, and at least gets the information. Instead, once you lose that, the trade battle kicks off. Lurk needs to go and help his teammates, and you're just a man down permanently in that situation. So, calculated round, Scrap gets his get back against Exceed for the sniper ones. You can take another look from his point of view. Just a careful little peek Scrap eventually ended up doing, and right in the kisser.
Pow! Slight lead now for the LA Thieves, just enough to get you over the line. 4 from Hydra there. Of course, that flank certainly paid off. No one on the jump. A-bomb site very vacant right now. But here comes the stairs here. Hi, boys! Oh, Scrap went for the swing, and it's a miss. BZ can't make anything happen there on the cross, and Lurks somehow drives the dagger in.
At 3v2 as well, BZ, that's apparently his hotspot on this map over towards that black box. And, well, little extra love, but for LAT, nothing bad about that one. BZ in his hotspot, good for 2. Easy trades and a lot of laughs. Cruise control right now, I'd say, for these.
Yeah. But old Abe finds himself a couple on the round. BZ still a force to be reckoned with as such to destroy. I think we can slowly but surely let go of the First Blood Reaper title, you know? Statistically, I mean, he's not been doing it in the same way. Right, Chance?
Right. This is the first year where that's been the case, where he has not been like either at the #1 spot or in that like top 3 range. So
yeah,
we'll see how the battle commences. We can take a gander.
Yeah, I'm just gonna let it slide. I'm just gonna let it rip, and we're gonna let it rip in a moment because Craze, don't do it, mate. He's there. Scrap. Catches Nero, and Nero once again. 006, Alec Trevelyan. Over the top goes Craze. Oh my good God, there's been a team kill and everything. What is happening? Here we go, Exceed. Our big moment. And they're definitely sending it. Oh, jeez. Yeah, right. They're about to jump off the bomb. Holy. Nearly did it to the second man as well. Neum on the defuse. 5-2.
And what an amazing shot that does not matter at all. Yeah, 5-2
not at all.
lead, a comfortable spot. I think the only time I've seen a 5-2 lead get blown is Jay playing ranked earlier. Couldn't hang. And it was on exposure as well. So actually, no lead on this map is safe. But again, as good as the shot was, BZ, well, pay him no mind. He'll be back in his hot spot in the next round.
Yeah, he will. I mean, if Exceed hits this one, I don't know, man. I don't know. All right, here we go. That point, LA Thieves. This is for 2-0 in the series. Cargo boom. A BZ. No die. Bomb go B. Scrap. Long gun. Here comes Hellstorm. And we're going to keep those players on the inside. So the Ravens trapped. Enough time to get the bomb moving, and here come the boys. They are rolling deep. Ravens, a flock of them on their way.
Scrap fighting the entire team.
Uh-oh.
Misses the shot. There you go. No aim assist. And man advantage. Nero gets off the donut cam in a 2v2, and the bomb never got planted.
This has not been a good look. This is a BZ now in a very difficult situation. Can he find at least one? No, he can't. That is the bomb dropped, and that is a Hail Mary from Hydra. I don't hate it. A lot of rooftop there to play with now. He's in a 1v2. These two are rolling deep. This is going to be a very interesting moment now if he can check one. Catches it. Hydra in the 1v1 guesses wrong, and you burn the Hellstorm, and what could have been a freebie. Play cool. Everyone be cool. Everyone be cool. Everybody be cool. It's not over yet.
Yeah, and Nero finally gets his get back. Started off this game 0-6, but solid round there. Able to pick up 2 kills, gets the 1v1 clutch, and maybe that's been a little bit of the issue for Carolina. Players not spawning in the first half of the game, but I'll see if they can claw their way back in. Of course, for LAT, it has been a pretty comfortable game through and through. A moment or two where Carolina may be able to make the impact, but say LAT just sticking to the game plan, and it has treated them well so far.
Well, like that smoke through mid. I mean, it is a fake. The BZ caught out an immediate first blood. You've got 2 players now watching the flank. Guns forward now on the attack towards the B-bomb site, and Craze lurks. They'll be the first men in. And we're doing it. We're sending it. We are sending it. The trade's complete, and the numbers are up. It is up for the Ravens. Hydra on the other side of the map.
Make sure you send everybody in, but no bomb plant. This is respect for Hydra. You do not want to get caught in a plant. They're going to run it down together.
One. Oh my good God. Wall jump. Yeah, okay. Oh, you tricksy hobbitses. He was going for it with the smoke. But that's another round of the Ravens. I'm just saying.
That's also a 3-kill round for Nero. So a very quiet start, but he's trying to say that you shall not pass this 5th round. He's trying to keep LAT in there.
Just saying. That's another good one. And there is a lot of discourse there. Craze and Exceed, they're the guys certainly calling this play. And we've seen some fun looks. And in the end, it's just simply come down to muscle. It's come down to the trade fight. Oh, what a nade over the top now from Hydra. That might have been an ideal position to get that one, and this opening kill there from Scrap. That is exactly the way you want to get things going. The smoke out by Tank now. Will the Ravens commit more men to this fight?
The bullet ball was working, but they're going to pump the brakes in the smoke. Reposition. They are squirrely right now on the mini-map. Everybody worried about the flank, and they're going to rewrap all the way around. Make sure nobody slipped through, but nonetheless, 4v3, plenty of time for LAT to work with. This is the round for them to call game.
Scrap CDC. Oh, mate. Oh, mate. He just let you have a full magazine of M15 there, and Exceed is just reach out immediately with that bad boy snap. Will he check the bomb? Can he find a foot or something of Hydra sticking out? Not enough. Couldn't catch Neum, but the man on the bomb site is gone. Lurks is there. Oh, but he managed to get away with his life once again through Long. Scrap takes care of the sniper, 3v2.
Yeah, losing the sniper, you'll lose the round. This is going to be it. Lurks in a 1v3, bomb planted, and not a lot of time. He's going to have to pull off something miraculous, get in the mix. This is an AR with a Dravic in hand. Nowhere to go. LAT taking care of business. Scrap consistently able to drop Exceed as well. Clean and comfortable series so far for LAT. No notes, just playing good COD.
Good COD, good time so far. They managed to take task 2 a very, very dangerous squad here in the road to Major 2-2-0. Carolina Royal Ravens not necessarily feeling as comfortable or looking as strong as they have in previous series, and now we find ourselves staring down the barrel of a 3-0. Their game of overload is going to have to be very impressive indeed. Solid damage there, great output from the Ravens, but that 6-4, that is a stinger. Great rounds. Very, very good stuff from the Thieves. A couple of decisive ones, and nothing that they're going to be that disappointed with. 6-4, final score.
Terrified about that scoreboard. At one point, Nero was shown as 5-6, but finished 3-8. So I don't know what's going on there, but Easy Mac, best luck there, buddy. Doing God's work this year, as he doing God's work. Doing God's work. Some time. So yeah, fingers crossed. But nonetheless, LAT a map away from knocking Carolina off their online pedestal. Scenes, Miles, absolute scenes.
Absolute scenes with a capital S, and it might be actual cinema on the end of this one, folks. Got another break, then we come back. We're playing Overload. Don't go too far. This is the Call of Duty League.
Damn.
Hostiles are setting the device. You're our last chance. Think smart, move fast.
We're playing the bomb. Oh my god.
God, Bob, come on, give it to me.
Bomb is armed.
No, I don't think it's
behind you, behind you.
Nice, I have eight. Guarantee that kill.
Oh my god!
Let's go.
They got one tick on B.
You suck, dude!
Let's get it, bro. We gotta win this out.
Oh my gosh, Subclay?
Open time! Quinn is in! Real! Gets it! 5 for the win! Real! Holding it on! Lucky gets the final kill! And what a map!
Ken Sparrow.
What the? Sparrow, they shoot both around me.
Last guy, he's low. Stay low.
I'm 245. Oh, sorry.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
COD Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to phasevegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, children of all ages, why not? Welcome back What? Welcome back. Here we go into a game of Overload here. Map number 3, and we've got a 2-0 lead for the LA Thieves. Neum turned the team around, having a good time against their old pals, the Carolina Royal Ravens. They're old buddies, they're old chums. They go way back. Lots of love between these two squads. Plenty of love, plenty of good memories, eh, Chance?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's Valentine's weekend, not day. So the love is going to continue to spread. LAT, though, at this point, maybe just feet up, chilling, ready to go. I mean, they played a Colossus against Carolina. Carolina 0-6. Nothing really cooking there. But then actually really solid exposure S&D performance coming through. So the Kings of Online, undefeated with Exceed. Well, now backs firmly against the wall. LAT looking to dethrone them and could do so in a 3-0 fashion. We were talking about how we didn't necessarily learn too much about this new LAT team with the win over Vancouver Surge, but taking out Kara Online absolutely means something. So LAT trying to string it together, then Overload, where they're trying to make it happen.
Yeah, they're good at Overload too. We like to see Hydra play Overload. He's got lots of kills in the mode. He's even got 3 goals. This was just yesterday alone, and he's been very, very consistent across the mode since it dropped here in Black Ops 7. What will befall us now in this 3rd map of the series? Will this be the Ravens' turnaround? Plenty of COD still to play. Here we go.
Everything you can do to keep Hydra out of your spawn is worth doing, because that is where he popped off and went on an 8 or 9 spree yesterday. So got to make sure, keep the map under control as much as you can. Got guys like Craze watching the old P2 pinch coming through, but LAT playing a straight up game just for this initial battle. Going to get the device control. You'll play it like a slow round of S&D. You'll take your time, LAT. Now waiting for the fight to go through. And now you got number 4 in position. Just like that, if Nero doesn't stop the device, it will spiral out of control.
It might be spiraling. Nope, not at all. Exceed. He knows these patterns. He knows these rhythms. He's found himself 3, and now he's pressing spawn. Now he's trying to find a little bit extra. He's got some stuff to throw at them outside of his weapon, and that is going to be enough to get the ball rolling. Quite literally, ladies and gentlemen, right through the middle of the map. The B zone is wide open. It's an open goal. It's an open goal. Looks the 30, the 20. It's in too late. I don't know the rules around your sport that you guys like in the Americans, but now it is a 1-0 to the Ravens.
Hey, I'm just doing the halftime show. Listen, man, it is a setup on the new device, though, for LAT. They were quick to get over here. Carolina, though, obviously from Dojo, they sort of flipped the map on its head just a little bit. Exceed should open up his eyes a little bit more before he goes, but Scrap will dish him out the goods, and LAT, man advantage. And they got the device out, and they killed Craze.
Oh, we're going through. We're going all the way. Neum puts it home, 1-1. Nice early scores for both teams.
Just like that, maybe 1 kill dropped by Exceed. Should have had a freebie, and instead you get punished. That is the way of Overload. 1 small mistake, and things just become devastating.
And now it's going to be another one. The rally completes. Scrap dips it in, dips right back out. We're going back to the middle of the map now after 3. So that's going to be mid-map presence right now for the Ravens. I mean, Lurks could make something insane happen here, but his boys are getting slammed in spawn right now. 5 for Abizi, 5 for Scrap, 4 for Hydra. My goodness, 6 now, and a Hellstorm to boot.
Yeah, and Hydra is still living in your spawn. Finally, he gets dealt with, but he leaves the next guy 1 shot. Easy cleanup kills there for Neum. This has only been 2 minutes and 15 seconds of the half, and yeah, I think LAT, they do not lack any bit of confidence against Carolina. They are taking them to task.
Oh my God. Oh my God. It's a 7. It's 3. And that's half time. Yeah, belt to ass.
I mean, dude, they got the first score. Carolina looking good. They literally just let that momentum slip for a half second. 1 kill goes through over towards mid-cut. We're still battling in this half. Instead, LAT set up the spawn trap, and by God, was it a trap indeed. Not even remotely close. All right, see, what's next series?
I was thinking more about, like, man, if you got that kind of lead, you know, just start emoting on the outskirt of the goal, you know, of the outskirt of the portal. Just get some emotes going, get some of that. We got some free cam action. We could really make a moment out of it. But man, what a moment that was! LA Thieves shut that down in record time. Second half. Oh,
I mean, what are we doing, gentlemen? What's going on? How are we doing?
What was that about? Oh, and the judges gave him a 2. We gave Scrap 1 kill.
And this is also, I mean, you know, you probably just had the fastest half of it overload so far this year. Great news for Carolina. They get full time to try to match the score. So in that sense that they have the advantage, of course, the disadvantage is being down 4-1.
Yeah, good, big time. Not to say this is possible, but it's getting pretty ugly. It's getting out of control pretty fast. That sound will never not be unusual until they fix that one. Possession currently looking favorable for the Ravens. And that's a pickup, that's a goal. It's going to be 4-2. Nobody home whatsoever. The lights are on for the LA Thieves, but they are not present here. There's a fantastic opportunity for a rally. Here comes the potential for the Hellstorm, 1 of 2, it looks like. The rally will not be taking place. You've got to get out of the wide open air and in the cover. Connects on the lurks. Good enough for now. This play's not done, though.
Scrap and Gray's having a bit of a standoff. Waiting for the kills to roll through. Well, Scrap's going to fall. A couple trades going on. Nero, in the meantime, is on a 5 spree, so we've got to keep him in mind for the pop-off potential. But with the device in hand, LAT, they got the entire squad here ready for the chow. Can't push this one with the pistol. No. You're going to run it to the zone for Hydra. That's so sweet. What a good pal.
That's an own goal. I'm calling it an own goal. That is tough. That's tough. That's even tougher before he nearly gets the third one. And now we're just trying to fight our way forward. Okay, here we go. Top side of the map. Thieves with a perfect opportunity to close this out. Although we do get the kills. Abe, he's an issue. 3 minutes to play.
Well, I mean, plenty of time to farm some kills, pad the stats, run it up as much as you possibly can. Hydra comfortable, 13-7 so far on this map.
It's super solid performance. And we still a big line now of Ravens players, and Neem and Scrap are going to pick them apart. Hydra's going to find the last one, and that's an open goal. Can Craze stop it right here and now? The answer is maybe, baby. Oh, the double back. Neem, good moves to get over the top, get the detonation, and make it 6-2.
It's, you know, and very helpful for the Carolina player to value his life more than the score. So a lot of things going right for LAT, but as you did say, clean moves, fancy footwork, and now for LAT, the only thing you have to do is play keep away for about 45 seconds, and you'll be good to go.
8 seconds wasted there, calling in a Hellstorm. A couple of players for the Ravens on the outside. Not a tremendous amount of pressure, but you will be able to slow it down and keep them off of that EMP pickup. Opportunity now to make something happen towards the bottom side of the map. 2-2 split here for the LA Thieves, spread defensively.
Still gets the kill, yeah. Track in between, still finds it.
Hydra on the route. He's going to be an issue to deal with, and you have to exceed. Hello, found him. Oh, there we go, right again. Just gives him a little bit of extra love. Picks up his M15 and keeps the play running. Here we go. The A zone looks to be the target. We've got 2 members of the Thieves in your spawn. They've been dealt with. Neem still fighting on time. He's lined up a few. Over the top, can't get the last man, and that would have been the absolute highlight play. It's a save, and it's an opportunity for the Ravens to just get another on the board.
Yeah, that was filthy stuff. That would have been one of the cleanest overload clips we have had this year. Nonetheless, 4 scores. It takes 40 seconds for that device to get reset. So already for Carolina, mathematically impossible, just about. And that just means LAT, talk about taking care of business. 3-0 on this one. Maybe just an extra score or 2 Carolina looking to get, but make no mistake, this has just been domination for Thieves. No respect given, and the way the fight has gone, no real reason to.
Not at all. This has been a true blowout. A vicious first half. I'm not even sure how much time was left on the clock, but it was very quick indeed. Scrap having himself a time. Wonderful shots there under the first. We're going to be able to grab this, and this is potentially an attempt on goal if they want it, but they don't get the kills in mid, they don't get the kills there on the EMP device. So now with the final 20 seconds, it might be the last run of the Ravens, but they have run straight into the M15 of Scrap, and he is certainly looking for a few more here. This has been a devastating series for the Royal Ravens. Their online domination comes to a close, regicide, as the Thieves clean up 3-0 against the Ravens.
Yeah, easy peasy. And, well, this is an important series for LAT, right? Day 1 with the new roster. It's a good, solid win. Didn't learn too much. This is just an absolute beatdown on a team that has been ferocious online. So 3-0 fashion, and they just looked like they had completely found their form. So Niam, new man on the squad, currently undefeated in the Pro League. Nice 2-0 start from him, and he was able to throw in a couple highlight reel plays as well.
Absolutely. A major highlight for the LA Thieves in their campaign towards Birmingham, certainly taking down the Ravens there. Last time they played them online, it was pretty clean as well. Now they find themselves defeating them online, and that is where they really feel strong. That is a wonderful turnaround. That's a mental game turnaround, and that is a literal physical game turnaround for them as well. Thieves happy with that victory. I know in their heads they're sort of like, yeah, we should be doing that anyway, but you really did bring the Ravens to their knees in that series. That was a vicious showing, as you said, Chance, against a team that is ruthless online.
Yeah, and that spawn trap is certainly a dangerous sight to behold coming through on Den. So back-to-back series for the old Den overload there from LAT. Maybe a map that other teams are going to have to start to pay a little bit more pay attention to in the old pick and bans there, Miles. But nonetheless, 3-0, moving about the business. And now we got a battle of a 4 series. It's going to be a fun one.
4th series, here we go, Des.
Cloud9 G2 around the corner. Before we look at Cloud9, let's revisit the dominance. Oh, 6-4, 6-4, back-to-back games here from LA Thieves. A 10-score game in Overload, Rosalie.
Yeah,
we got a little bit of spice in that game.
That one was crazy. I mean, you think about how good Carolina Royal Ravens are at Overload. It almost makes it that much more impressive that LA Thieves were able to hoop the way that they did. I don't think we've seen a spawn trap on Den in a while. Not like that.
Fortunately, I don't have to pick the Ravens moving forward. They lose today. Their online streak is over, but both of you chose LA coming into this one. As we take a look at the highlights from Game 3, Nameless, what did you see from the Thieves that made you confident in their dub tonight?
Yeah, I mean, also spawn trap there to put them in back server. I mean, once you get back in that elbow, you can just cycle them, right? You get into broken window, you're reflanking the steps over and over, and you're trying to force them out in Overload, as difficult as it may be sometimes, but you can get into that cycle, and then you can push through after you score towards the reset. And I thought that was the best we've seen LA Thieves look on Overload.
I agree.
And yeah, it was 6-4, but I mean, they were dominating them. A couple of garbage time scores on the side of the Royal Ravens, and that's an impressive win because this is a Ravens team that's been very good at Overload, especially online.
The situationals were just kind of everything for me in LA Thieves when it came to this Overload. It's like the second they seem to have a lane, that they seem to have an opening, they very quickly were able to jump onto it. And also just kind of the map awareness. I felt like we saw a lot more freedom out of Hydra. He was free roaming, shooting people in the back. I mean, Carolina Ravens, 2 of the players were held to a combination of 20 and 41. Unfortunately, Exceed and Lurks only sitting at 10 kills each throughout the entirety of this map. So shout out to Royal Ravens for even getting the ball in a couple of times with that happening. But for LA, I mean, this was just a dominant show.
Yeah, Twitter was trying to figure out who shot more bodies in this series. Do you think it was Hydra or Scrap?
I think it might have been Hydra, bro. Well, he definitely put more bullets into a body. I saw Scrap shoot a couple,
life
but
guarantee.
yeah. But I mean, that was just clean performance out of LA Thieves, right? Like strategically just outmatched their opponent. And I think Niam way more comfortable today than in the first series. He played well.
Yeah.
Speaking of Niam, it didn't take him long to earn a scuffed play of the game. Today, it's the duo ship starting to form between the ARs. Niam showcasing he can do it with any weapon.
Yeah, it's awesome to see. And, talking about it a little bit, it just felt like they kind of needed a guy that could run both weapons, which Niam can, but also, just kind of sitting in the hill a little bit. He had so much time just letting the rest of the guys fry.
2 minutes.
Yeah, just like a gap filler who's comfortable doing that. And that's what he's done so far through these 2 matches. And when they needed him to get kills, he did. Like the start of the Colossus, he was 20 and 12. They start to win, he gets a little bit more comfortable. And
He starts sitting in time, he slows down. But you got to have players that are okay with doing that, right? Especially not with everything on your shoulders. If that means the LA Thieves didn't have to lean on him getting those kills.
The ARs outslayed today as it is a hot 3-0 from LA Thieves over the Carolina Royal Ravens. We're joined now by Abizi in the Monster Winner Spotlight. Abizi, welcome to the show. We got to ask about Niam, of course, joining the team. But how does it affect you personally?
I mean, Jay's just, he's a great team player. I feel like he's been doing his thing. I feel like he's came in the team and I feel like just changes for the better so far, so.
BZ, one, it's nice to talk to you, man. It's been a little bit. Search and Destroy, you're one of the greatest to ever do it. Argument to be the greatest search player ever. And it's been rough so far this year. What's it been like, joining this team and, trying to figure out that game mode with a whole new roster?
Yeah, I mean, I think it will just come with time. I feel like, I feel like S&D is such a, in this game is such a like slow paced like game mode. I feel like there's not a lot of like rushing, like running it down, like getting bloods, kind of like other games. So I feel like it's like an adapting thing for me, but I feel like this game is just super like teamwork, super slow S&D like style. So, but we'll get there. I mean, I'm not worried about S&D with this team at all.
Absolutely.
Now, we are worried about overload a little bit, though. You guys were showed an insane overload in this den in this series, which is something we hadn't seen from you guys. What did you identify kind of as the problem in overload? And has it been better in scrims? Do you feel like you guys have fixed it? You're almost there. What does that work look like?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think we've gotten way better at overload. I think obviously going into this stage, they like change the spawns a little bit, so they're a little bit different. You're able to like manipulate them a little bit more. So I feel like that was kind of like a learning curve off the start, but I think we've been looking a lot better.
Nice.
Can you talk to me? One last question. What is it about this Royal Ravens squad that you feel their bodies deserve a little extra peppering? Is there some spice between you guys and the Burger King?
I don't think there's really any like beef or anything. I think Paco's just shooting bodies to have fun. So, I mean, I don't blame him.
All right, I don't either. We were entertained by it. I hope he was entertaining game. You guys put on a show. Thanks for the 3-0.
Yep, thank you.
That's a Beezy, that's LA Thieves, and that's the third match in the books. When we come back, though, who are we looking at?
We got a banger G2 versus Cloud9. All the Challenger players coming up, and they got a tough matchup.
We got a Fortnite kid in the mix, but G2, after going up 2-0, unraveled against Optic. They're looking for their first dub and righting their wrongs here on a Sunday.
Oh, way, bro.
Black Ops 7 returns to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. Scan the QR code to be notified when tickets go live later this month. Start the season strong with the 2026 Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator by scanning the QR code on screen or check it out in the Call of Duty store in-game now. Scuff, official controller of the CDL.
One time. They're dead. One more behind me. Their side time. He's left. Nice. Just finish it.
Let's go, bro. Yeah, we'll run him. I told you we'll run him, bro.
Listen, be careful with this one, all right, buddy?
You guys shouldn't have.
It's not double wrapped, you know. You should be able to get it in one go.
Well, this is more for Chris or for the people at home. Oh, here we go. Young Christopher Bucket.
20-year-old relic. Can I draw some conclusions for y'all? I know some of you are about to take your senior pictures. I highly suggest the gamer stance. Put the elbows right there on the power thigh.
Yeah, I mean,
distant, 90-degree angles. The girls, it drives them wild.
All right, we have one more for you.
This guy don't play for the win. What? This is criminal. What was that?
Play for the win.
What?
Why is he laying down though?
Because he don't play for the win. I get.
Hey Ken, you know where you died from?
This guy's not real.
What do we call that out? Because I knew he was there the whole time.
Let's call it barrel.
Can you walk us through what kind of y'all situation?
Yeah, what's the setup you got going?
Apartment?
So we have a like a kind of like a penthouse apartment and a whole bunch of setups in here.
Do you guys all live together in this penthouse? Who's cooking? Who's whipping up the meals after a win?
So Brian gets the penthouse. We're all staying at a different apartment.
Okay.
Still pretty nice, not quite a penthouse, but you know, we spend every day here. It's
Brian Saints living in a penthouse? Call of Duty can make dreams come true, children. You heard it here first.
All right, listen.
I'm a big stepper when I walk, money maker when I talk. Another boys on a mission, never put them in a box. Falling to the top, jaws open while they watch. Yeah, I'm getting to the chicken, I ain't never gonna stop. I'm the life of the party, know it's going down. If they wanna talk about me, I'ma tell them how. I'ma tell them, I'ma tell them, I'ma tell them, I'ma tell them. Everybody wanna be like me, fast lane, steady whipping 2 doors off speed. Everybody wanna be like me, but that's something that they never gonna be.
G2 was moments away from taking down Optic, but a game that was in their control turned into a reverse sweep. Tonight they take on Cloud9 as the heavy favorites, but let's start with Minnesota. What went wrong? They were so close up to that game point. Why couldn't they close out Search and Destroy?
Yeah, great plays by Optic. You know, we talked about it right after. Really, you know, looking at G2, I thought they had some great strats and approach there, and Optic just learned from, you know, their mistakes that they had on land against the Gentlemates, adjusted their strat, and Optic clutched up. So I think G2, great performance between 2 of our top 4 teams, and they've been surging. The only concern I have about this team is their overload. It feels a little unsustainable. I mean, they're top 3 in defense, but they're only scoring an average of 2.1 per game, right? So it feels a little unsustainable. The 1-score games they've been having, and in their last 2 overloads, they've only had 1 goal, and they got beat pretty bad. So I think that needs improvement if they're to crack past that top 4 or 5 area.
Especially to get themselves to stop having to go to game 5s, right? Like that map 3 kind of feels like it's going to be pivotal for G2's success because you're putting yourselves up in these series 2-0, and then you get to that overload and you fall flat. And it seems like G2 might be a little momentum based if we're looking at it from this angle.
On the other side of this matchup, we've seen a number of Challengers players with offers from Cloud9. These are the 4 that signed the paperwork, with Okus being the star in my eyes. He's a Fortnite player that we met at EWC coming into Call of Duty. He's made his name in Challengers, but nobody on this screen has broken into the top 4 recently at a LAN. So they're not even making it deep into Challengers. What are your expectations for them here playing for the first time in the CDL?
Yeah, I mean, wait.
Go ahead. I mean, we're probably going to say the same thing.
Well, for me, you know, like, Encourage is a guy I'm pretty excited to see because, you know, earlier on, like early last year, there were talks of him getting brought up to the league, that he was an absolute shooter, right? And then he, like, retired for a little bit and then came back, and now he's fully committed, so nice to see him in the league. And then Nedra's a guy who, taken over in ranked play, hasn't placed well, like, at a Challengers event recently, kind of unknown, but apparently he flies around and he's an absolute beast. Okus, mechanically, insanely talented, uses an AR. So some high upside with these players. The problem is they're going up against some of the best players in the world. It's going to be so difficult. So low
Exposure is not in there as well, which is great signs for G2. They are dominant in the other hard points. They have Scar and Den if it goes to a game 4. Alley Cat, you've been on fire with your scuff pick'ems. Let's close out the day a perfect 4-0.
I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding. I'm going to pick G2. Cloud9, I mean, they don't even have enough practice for me to think they're going to take a map just yet. So I'm going to stick with G2.
Round 11 against Optic. I might go Minnesota here today.
Yeah. I mean, I played against Nedra, and that guy was flying over us, going crazy. So I think he plays well, but I'm going to go with G2. I got G2 taking this one in a 3-0.
The fans are also locking in G2. Can Cloud9 pull off an upset and score 10 points? I don't think so. We'll find out. Casters, your turn.
Okay, dude, this is like the most unprecedented move that we've ever seen. Maybe outside of the Falcons doing what they did last year, but that was to be a little bit expected because of the ownership. This is something that we just have never seen. These guys haven't even come close to sniffing a win in Challengers outside of a couple of cups. It's not one of those situations you have there's no way you evaluate this. Like, you and I have been doing Challengers for a while. I've been doing Challengers for a very long time. And for those people that are out there that are looking at this roster, and if your reaction is who, you're right, because these guys have not even been on the radar up until they literally got signed.
Yeah, so that's to tell you, right, there's no expectations for this team, right? Like, everybody in the world should be thinking G2 should take care of this very young lineup in Cloud9. And realistically, if the world is thinking that, I know them as players, they're not thinking it. So you realistically have nothing to lose here because this is the roster that they put together. A lot of other players from Challengers already declined this opportunity, but these 4 decided to go through the mud and potentially put themselves in the gauntlet versus some of the best players in the world. And realistically, it can work 2 ways, Al. Like, it can be beneficial for you as a team, as a player, but very not beneficial for you with your stock potentially going forward. So a lot rise for such a young team versus this kind of lineup.
Yeah, and on the other side, you know, G2, what a story this team has been so far this year, because you go to the preseason events, they look good, like legitimately look like one of the best shooting teams that was put together from the initial construction period. Then you start to get into the actual regular season and you go, where is all that magic? You start dropping map 5 after map 5 after map 5, and then all of a sudden you show up on LAN and you 3-0 phase, which is impressive as all get out. You battle, even though you're 3-0'd by Optic, you battle in all 3 of those maps versus that squad, and then you come back out, take care of Miami quickly, and have a squeak out map 5 loss versus FaZe. Like, they very well could have been a major contender for a top 2 position. Then you go again into the qualifier and you go map 5 versus Optic. Like, it just feels like it's really hard to assume which Minnesota we're gonna get, which, let's be honest, that's been the story of Minnesota since the league started.
Yeah, but I know the world is assuming that we better get a Minnesota that's able to take care of this series pretty damn easy, especially with the way that they came out yesterday versus Optic. Like, they had so many opportunities to close out that series. I'm 2-0 in this series. You fall short in the next 2. You go 3-0 in the S&D, 5-3 in the final game 5, and you still let it go. So G2 are pretty pissed off today. So Cloud9, the new young guns. Let me see some.
Let me see some in the deed. And again, it's not even just the fact that these are new players in terms of them making it to the league. We're also dealing with players that don't have a lot of experience with one another except for the Stallions duo. So I actually kind of want to know more about, like, who's the one, like, kind of quarterback in this team. Do you trust Encourage, who has probably the most overall success in Challengers to this point? Or do you trust someone like Okus, who had a ton of competitive experience at Fortnite, including 4v4 mode at EWC, but it's his first year competing in COD? A lot of questions to be asked, and so far, I'll be honest, Cloud9 is shooting and at least battling for the opening time until finally G2 break through.
Yeah, don't really give up a lot of time initially off of that P1 to G2. Now you're gonna cut your losses, set up here at the P2. It's all about these initial fights looking to go your way. You heard Nameless talk about it. Okus is mechanically talented, coming from a different title. Doesn't matter, the guy can still shoot. He even started off this season by winning my early stud fam tournament. So I've been able to see him for a little bit, but so far, great hold here from C9. And with Nezra being as aggressive as he was, he finds 2. A lead change early on for Cloud9.
And Hyde turns his attention right back over towards rooftops, where he catches a Semtex to the face. Oak is now trying to lock down couches, can't get the best of skies. And so Encourage, fighting for his life inside the hill, will eventually be bounced out, and it'll be G2 breaking in from the front. Pretty convincingly, mind you, as well, only dropping Kremp in the moment. So 28 seconds to fight for. Next wave for Cloud9 coming quickly, though, with the close spawns.
Yeah, you're definitely going to try to contest this, not rotate early and give up all this time for free. So you find the opening kill. Now you have the position that you want to be in the trades. A team kill isn't going to hit the scenario, but thankfully Nezra's still alive and punching. C9 take the slight lead again, and Skies takes a route off of the map there. And now it's about off the rotation, and Cloud9 are here early.
Oh, goodness. And this is a decent read from Nezra. We'll know that Sky spawned behind him, but doesn't win the battle. So now the pinch is on the way for G2. Eyes up all over the place as Kremp wins another one inside the hill. Following up, no worries there, as Encourage just had absolutely nowhere to go. So weird moment there with Skies just tiptoeing off the rooftops, leads to a natural pitch setup with the timing, and G2 are in the time with 40 seconds to go.
Yeah, but now there are traps, so Astria knows. There's going to be pressure over towards Dojo. He tries to set the tone, but he does get cut down. 2 kills in favor of C9 for the break. And now you're forced to hit some routes if you are G2. Kremp trying to take his sweet time on the backside of Dojo, looking for the timing. Nezra's able to get the info, but Kremp is just going to say, screw you, I'm going to go help my team.
Yeah, that's that team focus that leads to scrappy moments that G2 seem to thrive in. Nezra in some trouble. Good damage, though, on a multitude of players. Now has the pistol out, but is void from being able to find any more kills to at least stop. But yeah, Nezra's finessing. I'm telling you what. 3 in a row. Running on ammunition will eventually be put down, but has gained space for Cloud9 to get some good control over 4. Spawns are actually really close here for Nezra as well, so now it's just down to reading the split situation on this hit.
Yeah, that's 3 out of the 4 hard points already that C9, since a young team, have done the fundamental part correctly. Just being the team initially to start off some of these hard points. Just right off the first opportunity for G2 through the front door. Are you able to get an early break? But now you're surrounded if you are Mamba. Nezra's going to clean up house. Now going to be the aggressive through the front side. This young buck is shooting.
Tell you what, all right, well, let's get the answer to our question about who's kind of quarterbacking in the comms. We'll jump over to our first listen in with this brand new Cloud9 New York team.
I'm dead. 2 outer. Okay. One inner. Take your time, bro. I'm not with you. Fine. I have over your outer.
What do you do?
We're all here.
Guys weak, small.
Small dead.
You knife.
Small dead.
Nice, switch it.
Top blue. Low left. He's going P1. Yo, Mama's in P1.
Play your flank, Encourage. Just play slow.
I'm playing slow. I'm taking my time.
I spawned to P2, guys.
Kill him.
There's probably one here.
He's weak.
I'm starting out.
Weak back blue.
Okay, Astro's Bika. Sky's top window. I'm stunning your Bika.
I'm letting Bika.
You're left.
One more left. No time, guys.
Top window weak. Sky's one
Back time.
Bottom vines. Close right.
Watch out. Bullet right there. Bullet. Nice shit. Now get back left time.
I need your time. Time ready.
Turn left.
I have over you.
One top window.
Top window, guys. Shine your left.
Connector.
Pika, grab one shot.
Blue, one shot. I don't see Bika at my time.
Bika's still there, Skies.
I'm holding the right place.
Bika, one shot, Cramp, bottom broken.
Front new, Paul, front new, one shot.
Okay, one's laying down, bottom broken.
Alright, corner touch. Two touches.
I'm front.
One shot couches, guys.
All front, Paul's life.
He's in couches.
Life one shot.
I'm coming to help you, friend.
Time dead. One more time.
He's in me outer.
I have your outer.
I don't see my time. One time.
Outer time. Skies is out.
Skies hit once on time. On the pillar. Nice. Great.
Flying far.
Back row. Make sure you do sons and nades.
I'm gonna go broken fast.
Two of you go right.
I sent him in broken. I sent him couch.
Okay. I'm two couches. I'm waiting for you. I'm tallying now.
In the back as well. He's in the garage.
Otter. One's outer. Nice. One's
on time. There's on my post.
1 week.
One shot, Astro. 3 on time.
One's outer.
I'm getting on there.
Yo, wrap up. Outer week.
There might be a party.
Front absolute. All good.
I'm waiting for you. I'm stunning.
I'm going to. You're gonna be mid on you guys.
I'm spawning back to old, bro. I'm trying to rotate. One's going tower, Mamba.
P1.
I'll storm.
Well, Jay, I'll tell you, it is one of those situations that, yeah, you can be impressed. These guys are shooting at pretty much the same level as G2, but you hear it in the comms. It's just a lot of, let's make sure we use our stuns. Okay, we're spawning here, they're spawning there. Like, it's a lot of just figuring things out, and that's when the game gets out of hand, because G2 just are subconscious, really just doing that automatically.
Yeah, things are just going to be like that when you have such a young lineup with barely any experience at this level of play. Just calling out to your team and make sure we use our stunts. Like, that's not what you're expecting to hear when you go to professional teams lineup listening. But there's a lot of things that still need to be figured out for this young crew, and including when they need to find breaks and how they're going to set those up, because that was a flawless 60 from G2 at that P2. They're trying to make up for it with good time here at the P3, but when you have so much of a lead, Skies can start to value his life and hit those routes early off the rotation towards P4 now.
Oh, they do get hide spawning close by bottom server, though, so maybe a chance to just brute force your way through this setup from G2. It's a little loose at the moment, but they're able to lock down things at pillars. Skies destroys the trophy, stomps on it, and then tries to make his way into the hard point. Good trade from Krempto has G2 stabilizing, and yeah, you're absolutely right. And, kind of zooming out from this particular moment, for Cloud9, the comms that you're hearing are like, obviously, it's just this person's there, this is where I'm at, this is where the spawns are. We're not quarterbacking any particular place, but I will say you did hear Okas's voice maybe more than the others in a lot of those moments of like, okay, here's the teamwork element that we have to make sure we're doing here.
Yeah, between him and Encourage, like, those are the guys I would say, like, with technically the most experience that you can have, even though Okas is fairly new. But just running an AR, it's easy to be the quarterback of the team at certain points. Just right now, Just haven't really been able to figure out, like, versus an established team when they're fully set up, how we're going to execute these breaks, because we're just going one by one through the front. This is more than happy for G2 to just keep on cutting them down, run up those stats a little bit better. You blink, now you're up 100.
Yeah, and really, I mean, again, the expectations for the series for Cloud9 aren't exactly what I would call high. And I think just overall, you look at the time that these guys have had since being signed and all of the debacle of like who was going to play for the team, who's saying yes, who's saying no. But what we're dealing with, we'll just give them the benefit of the doubt, a week worth of practice. And let's be honest, they're just trying to get to know each other. Like we said, it's really just the two players that played on Stallions that have any familiarity with one another. So it's a lot of figuring out to do. You're also dealing with a new coach that you hadn't worked with before. Like, it's just a lot of logistics and just getting the comms put together and who's running what and what maps do we like. It's just a big feeling out period for sure.
Yeah, but all this experience is only going to get them to be better. Better players, better individuals, better teammates. With performances like this, when you're playing against the best players in the world in a professional set, like, you're only bound to improve little by little. And right now, this is a drastic improvement. They are lighting up the kill feed. Encourage on 5 in a row. You're trying to flip them out on the opposite side towards P2, because Cloud9 were in the game when they were beating them to the punch in the fundamental game, and now have an opportunity to just isolate onto Ezreal for this final kill and lead to early time here at P2.
Oh, okay, they do find the elimination, but here comes a quick hit from Skies to the outside, shut down by Okis, who's now on 5 in a row of his own. So, okay, let's turn up a little bit, see if these guys can put together a setup worthy of a solid hold. Encourage, 7 in a row as that nade lands, but caught off by the couch rower. Nezra trying to follow, and no, not quite able to hang. Spawns are still close, but as Okis drops, the numbers are not great for Cloud9 trying to fight into this last 30 before G2 can close.
Yeah, you need to try to contest this, because Encourage is thinking, I can't use my Hellstorm here. I gotta at least get it over towards the P3, so we need to win some fights. At least force them to be stagnant on this setup here at the P2. You're going trade for trade. Ezreal with a team kill is only going to help the situation. And now Hyde flies in potentially for the last one-on-one. No, it's not. Krem's still.
Yeah, and that's tough because Cloud9 were already rotating over. Hyde is spawning all the way over towards P4. So you need to find these eliminations. You need to find them quickly. Skies will drop at Dojo. Eyes now up as Mamba has established that he's still playing on that same angle. Mid-cut position for Kremp. Stepping into contest. Kills coming through as Mamba catches a second. But Cloud9 trying to work with some ground to stabilize around the hardpoint. Not fully able to survive, but the numbers are still decent enough to keep the hardpoint neutral.
Yeah, and they have Dojo side too, so just not allowing G2 to be in the time is ideal, but we need kills to go our way so we can eventually be the team soaking up this hill time. And it's Nezra and Encourage able to combine for 3, and that's all 4 dead. The only thing is just no one blocks the back spawn, so Encourage is going to have his hands full when he was thinking he was going to be clear as day on that side of the map. So this final 25 is good, but we need these kills over towards Dragon.
But you can't lose focus of the hard point time either, because all that G2 need are 9 seconds. And Encourage shuts down into Ezreal.
Uh-oh, hold on.
Now an opportunity to really lock down this rotation. Hold on a second. G2, what do you decide to do? Do you play for rotation? Do you play for the old time? Looks like they're going to try to go for the old time, but the kills come through evenly. So now Okis just trying to watch one on rotation. 203, 241. Cloud9 with the spawns. Kremp making a mess of small room, but shut down by Okis. And here we go. Just got to get the player out of the hill. 244 to 203. Nezra with the kill, but Cloud9 are going to lose spawns.
You lose the spawns. Now you're banking on a tight setup. No one scam. Wait for them to slide on in for the gunfights to start going down. But Ezreal and Kremp already combined for 2. So Nezra, Hyde need to try to hold on from the front side. They find 2. Mamba going for the trade. He leads to a double, and G2 can close it out now.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to.
Man.
Ooh. Little late surge of energy from Cloud9, inspired by just the ability to, again, hang with the gun skill. I mean, kind of got a little bit out of sorts for a moment there in terms of the score, but it wasn't because they were losing gunfights. It's just they were the ones that they did lose were in the worst possible positions, like losing out on spawns, losing out on the lockdown setups that you need to really make sure you establish space in front of a hold. And more importantly, like you kind of called out, it's just like some of the break attempts just not really structured, and that leads to the moments that G2 take advantage of. But a heck of a battle there by the end, and at no point would I say that Cloud9 were getting like severely outgunned. It's just the familiarity with the team is just lower than that of G2's with one another.
Yeah, it was just the experience that came into the play, especially on that second half. Like G2 made it mixy on the first P2, but second adjustments, this time we secure the back spawns. We hold a full 60. Now we're up by 70, going over towards P3. And then even though C9 were able to keep that one mixy, it was the rotation out of Skies over towards P4 this time around that was allowing them to have that 100-point lead. Minnesota Minnesota were looking to potentially close out this map number 1 by more than 100, but C9 kept on fighting back. The Gunny, you got to expect the Gunny to be on point with such young players. For some reason, this new generation isn't afraid of like gamer tags or what you have done in your past. No, they're like, oh no, you're sitting across from me. I can shoot, and yeah, let me just show you a little bit. So C9 were keeping that aspect into the game. Just once they started to lose a couple rotations, were forced to find a couple breaks. It's not easy versus an established team in G2. But you fought, man. You fought really well too. So a typical performance even for C9, even after a map 1 loss.
Yeah, absolutely. And for G2, it's, to turn the conversation around, good stuff in the macro game early, but I kind of asked you the question with your experience when you were pro players, like when you play up against a group of guys that don't necessarily have a foundation in any sort build, like it's legitimately, we're just going to come and try to get in there and see what we got. Can sometimes you get a little bit loose, like too loose if you're G2, and maybe a little bit, like the lead gets to like what, 80 points or so, and it just feels like G2 are like, all right, well, we're beating these guys, so let's just go out there and play as a 4-man squad. And it gets a little bit too tight, maybe a little bit less comfortable than you would like to see, but then again, G2 turn up when they need to. Bamba with a big double locks down the game for G2.
Yeah, that's just what happens though, Al. Like you said it to perfection, my friend. G2 weren't really playing them with the utmost respect off the rip, especially in that first set, because the majority of the times you're already getting beat to the punt off rotation. You were forced to try to break and pushing the final 10 seconds just because we know, all right, it's C9. Like this is their new team. We can do whatever we want. But then when you get to that second half, when you take a look at this graph on your screen, yeah, that's when they were just like, all right, enough playing around. Let's beat them to the punch. Let's set up early and try to see what these young guns can do on their break attempts and just stopping the bleeding when they did, because the game got really close towards the end. G2, no need to sweat about that map 1. Still undefeated on deck.
Okay, so now the search and destroy comes into play here, Jay. Yeah. Look, we say this a lot when we're approaching like Challengers Elite. When you're dealing with squads that are recently formed, they make it through a qualifier, and now you're playing up against your long-tenured CDL pros with that experience playing in Challengers because they got dropped or whatever it happens to be. We often look at the map 2, the map 5 of where these newer squads have an opportunity, mostly because they're younger players that grow up playing through the search and destroy scene, whether those are 2v2s or 4v4s. You feel more familiar in the search game. You can kind of get away with like coming with only one of your teammates and playing it as a 2-man game. Is there a chance here for these guys? It's a softball question. You're going to say yes. It just comes down to what level and why is more of my question.
It definitely is a chance for these guys because, like you said, for a team that has no expectations on them, such a young squad, you usually want to breed yourself as a professional player through search and destroy. So players like Hyde, who has been playing S&D for the last 4 or 5 years as a young gun, finally gets to of age and it puts himself in a position to be on the pro team, has to learn respawn. And that could be said, same thing could be said for a couple other players like Nezra and also Encourage, because Okus, he's on a totally different title. Like, he didn't even know what was going on. But S&D is usually where you want to make plays happen. And for some of these young challenger players who now are pro players, the thing is, when we cast challengers, how I'm telling you, I always say the same thing. Like, these guys just always aren't afraid of making mistakes or making calculated risks. Like, they're, all right, I'm going to get first blood and just continue to go forward. Nah, versus the pros, this got to be a whole lot different because everything is going to be calculated. And for Minnesota, on a map like Exposure, where this has been a struggle for them, so far 1-3 on the season, and trying to add this to the map pool, even though you're a brand new team, they're working on this to be added for they could be strong at this one. So C9 got to show me some again here on this map too.
Yeah, G2 1-3, but 2 round 10 losses and a round 9 loss. And some of those came, and guess it, map number 5. So you're right, they got to find a way to ice up here if you're G2. Opening set play for Cloud9 is fueling things out over towards the P2 tank, but first blood will come by way of Nezra. Long-range shots onto Skies, bro. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, Dravik from panel to panel against Skies, a world champion? Okay.
Yeah, Skies must have had a sniper and was just looking at a different angle there because Nezra absolutely rips him to shreds for the early first blood. So now C9 already 40 seconds gone off of the round. Gonna try to commit over towards B site, but Estria chooses the right time to watch the cross. Makes it a 3v3, but numbers still in favor of C9 with Hyde finding one.
Yeah, G2 really would have to fight this off of the flank. Encourage will hold the ground. Here comes the play. Has an M15, lots of damage in. Actually almost gets both, but Mamba still chows, finds the win. That'll be one of what would need to be a 1v3 for him. Bomb planted. Both nades to play with, but no information on where this post plant is difficult.
Cloud9 is just playing the timing, gets the info, and has the head glitch to not allow Mamba to have any breathing room here. It's already 15 seconds gone. Mamba has somewhat of a read of what this setup looks like, but C9 with the numbers have him trapped in towards window and open up exposure S&D with the opening round.
Yeah, good stuff. And it all starts by taking care of Skies, and the rest of the defensive setup around that bomb site just really has to back up. There's just no way to go about it with two players playing through mid, and you just aren't able to really get that going. So nice stuff from Cloud9 to convert off the first blood. And I just want to take a moment here again, like in the early stages of the search and destroy. And Chris mentioned this on the desk. Like, we have seen Ocus in a 4v4 respawn-based type of environment. That Fortnite event that happened in WC was not in your typical battle royale format.
Oh, yeah,
it was
I remember
4v4.
you told me about that. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. And like Ocus was him, man. I mean, they finished second in the event, and Ocus was disgusting. So as much as he may not have COD hands, there's still some familiarity of how to play through some of these modes. So keep an eye on that.
He's got talent, that's for sure. And he also got players like Hyde who have been basically playing search and destroy since he was in diapers. So a minute left to go. G2 trying to work their way through low dirt. Astro going to be spotted out with a nade from that side of the map. And Cloud9 aren't taking anyone in a scam position. They're willing to give up this bomb plant, but they get the info.
Yeah, and yeah, why not? Just play retake here. So here comes the burst out of the doors. You're going to try to catch Estro off the exit. He'll smoke himself to some freedom, and yes, this rarely gets away. So now you got to crack down on this post plant. Now if you're trying to run something over through the inside of Jen's, not going to work out. Encourage, tough position, but comes away with one. Oh. No, we all know that feeling, dude. Even the edge of the smoke will avoid the auto aim lock-in. And so now Ocus would have to try to clutch the rest of this up. Good shots, has a chance at it, but this position from Skies is tough, and that's why. Jump across will happen, and Skies will just wait for about 8 seconds on the clock. Go burst, check it with the pistol. You'll watch Ocus in a freaking turbine.
You said, bro, all you can do is try to stick this defuse, but hit him with some kind of movement. Let's bait that he tries to go for the sniper shot, but just too fast. Leads to Sky still finding a headshot. Yeah, this looks way different, like from a player perspective, from what Sky sees. Like, yeah, it's not supposed to look like that, but G2 tied the game.
They just put Ocus on tumble dry. Oh, mercy. That's so funny. I don't think we've ever seen that. All right, 1-1 the count. Encourage. Is he going to try to scope? Yeah. Nothing top window, though. At least not for now. It's a double hit through doors early. Mamba gets two outside dirt. That's inexcusable. And the round likely to break apart from here with that win. Mamba's looking for the ace.
Yeah, just complete blind counter setup there from G2. Mamba single-handedly just takes dirt away. You saw the play call right there from C9. It's like, Nezra, let's just try to instantly get the bomb down today. Like, we take low dirt. I'm going to watch over you. So he doesn't even check towards the right side of P5. Gives up his life for free. Mamba finds kill number 2 and then strikes for kill number 3. And Kremp is the closing factor. So G2 not allowing Cloud9 to get any comfortability on the map. 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, and that's just a weird hit that Minnesota have done in the past that has really kind of like messed with you, like in the mental space of legitimately, like, okay, how are we going to expect just a raw double hit from bottom doors like that? It's just insane. Well, Encourage gets first blood onto Mamba. G2 do not look dissuaded, though, from still pushing up towards this front door at B, or at least front area of B. And the player defending is Nedra, who's already gone, and now this defense has to rotate through Kremp, who's already established some forward control.
Yeah, that's just something you're gonna learn, you know, from this situation. If you're Nezra, we find the first blood. All I'm doing is trying to get the information and not trying to get caught. But now in the 3v3, you still have an opportunity on the retake here because everyone's weak behind nade.
Yeah, but Kremp has stayed alive. Now off the regen, Estriel's kept everybody safe. And the last member alive and Encourage will be chased down without much issue. Okay. Yeah, quick rounds like that are just, I mean, again, we know what we're dealing with here for Cloud9, and the playbook is probably 2 pages deep. And when G2's throwing all this at you, it just gets in your head.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of just learning, man. Like, you got to go through the lumps and the bruises and everything you got to go through when you're playing against some of the best players in the world to just eventually learn your situations a little bit better. Because once you find that first blood out of Encourage, especially onto Mamba, like you get an early read, the pressure's at B. Like that's where your job is to throw a shoulder and get out and play the retake with your numbers. But again, not having the experience, doesn't know what he actually needs to do there. And unfortunately, just gets caught. Now G2 with 3 rounds in a row. They currently think they can do no wrong, and they find another first one through the map.
Yep, and then the opening trades will still go the way of G2. Encourage, last one left, is on the way out trying to reset the remainder of this 1v2, and he will be successful in that. But the problem is the bomb is down, and it looks like G2 are aware of that.
Yeah, now Encourage is going to take his sweet time to work on this long route. Going to be unaccounted for, so potentially can get one out and get out, but no, he just gets caught. Again, G2 playing them with no respect sort of on that round. It's just like, all right, we've slowed down the approach. It didn't work for us. This time you guys are going to try to switch it up. We're going to meet you at the mid-map, ready and waiting with our guns. And they just had 2 standing at the very end. 4 rounds in a row now for G2.
Yeah, it kind of like almost like the hard point. You see it falling apart little by little. And that's the growing pains that will be the storyline most likely of this Cloud9 team for quite some time. Just trying to get caught up. It's very difficult to do. Like this idea though, hey, let's try something different. 3-man hit to P2 stairs. Stun check doesn't land. Skies could be in some trouble here, and yeah, sure is. Oak's able to win the corner, and then you also find Estriel. So that stun not lasting, or landing rather, I should say, for G2, pretty impactful. It looks like Cloud9 should be good for a second round here.
Yeah, now it's Crap left in a 1v4. Just don't give him any free one-on-one gunfights, because Crap can somehow, some way, almost make something out of nothing. But Cloud9, like you said, just with a play call that seems familiar to them. I feel like for challenges players, aggression is always the key in Search and Destroy. So they said slow and steady, they keep on picking us apart. When we tried to play for their push over towards A, we spotted them on the cross, the smoke grenade, and just their post-plant setup was way too difficult to play with. So we're trying to set the tone this time around. You get the first blow with great timing on the Skies. You catch Estriel with his pants down, turn it into a 4v2, ISO onto Mamba, and then Kremp left in a 1v4. Yeah, you stood no chance there. So C9 just switch up the pacing there to stop the bleeding. Get their second on the board.
Yep. But putting them together is a different story. And G2 is going to show a different defensive look with 3 players initially looking at B, but nade's not landing. For G2 has Mamba rotating out. Estriel was thinking about it. And then delayed nades for Cloud9 has them second guessing. So a little bit of doubt here from G2, and they might get caught off guard here by the route from Hyde. Not the case. And on top of that, Kremp also gets the read down low. Easy follow-up for Estriel. And it's just down to Encourage, who's already been tagged up.
Yeah, 1v3. They already know exactly where you're going to be. Spot them if you are Sky through top window. You have players setting up the pinch, and that's an easy defensive round there from G2. Just gain the early information. All right, they're having a slow and steady approach. All right, a couple stuns and aids going over towards B. We'll keep one on this side of the map. Just realizing, all right, they're not already up on our solo. They have to work it back over towards A. So you just catch the first one through mid-sig. You play the trade fights through bottom window. And now G2 sitting at game point.
Pretty comfortable, pretty confident. And like you kind of mentioned for G2, hey, we need to find something in the map pool and search and destroy that's not Scar. And like I said, like you mentioned it, the 1 in 3 on the map, plenty of rehearsal reps, but a lot of those have been in map 5 and they haven't been able to close. Round 9, round 10 losses. So building out the playbook in a variety of ways. I mean, we've seen some really cool, unique looks from G2 in almost every single round. Cloud9 looking for the same hit they had done prior with this heavy-handed approach. This time, Skies is going to be able to...
Oh, man!
Oh, a little collide at the end, I believe. Say locks down the lane this time. And for Cloud9, that's what we're talking about. The playbook is pretty thin, and this time it's read perfectly with a couple of great shots out of Skies.
Yeah, Skies lines up too. I thought the collide came in at the end, but Estriel just takes that one away. I think it does. Wait, so Skies got 3 there is what you're saying?
Like, I think he gets the one on the corner plus the one that was deep through the lane while Estriel gets the last one up the stairs.
Oh, well, we got to take a look at that again. If that's how it went.
Total. I think he gets 3 in. I think he got 3 in total.
Okay, all right. Well,
its highest streak is 2. I don't know.
Yeah, he definitely didn't get the second lap, but that was just an easy search and destroy for G2. Like Cloud9 go back to that defensive approach where, all right, we hit 3 through mid cut, and it worked for us last time, so let's try to do it again. But adjustments come in. Skies is going to get caught off guard, and it is confirmed that Arias Production said he only lined up 2 in that round. But an exposure, search, and destroy, you wanted to add it to your map pool. You're feeling good off of that victory. That was not versus the best team, but at least you get a W there if you are G2. Now you're going to go into another overload where this was the starting point yesterday versus Optic that they were really looking forward to. It's just Optic and C9, 2 different rosters right now.
Yeah, very legitimately could not be in more opposite sides of the spectrum.
Yeah.
We're gonna go to a break though. When we come back, we'll see what the Overload has in store for us. G2 looking comfortable and confident as you would expect, given the fact that they played well at the major and gave a tough test to Optic to start this qualification period. But for Cloud9, we're still learning. We're still getting familiar with them, and we'll learn more when we come back.
Lay down out of tower.
Here with you. One shot. You can jump if you need. Hurt for you. Maxi hurt, nice. On time. Balcony. Nice.
Hardpoint contested.
Welcome back to the CDL. Wow, what is going on? He's the master fight. This guy is just, that's unbelievable. Okay. I knew we were coming back to him. This is not what I was expecting.
Wait, why are they showing that clip? Why are they showing this, man?
Oh, man.
Why are they showing our worst moments?
A few moments later.
Because I appreciated the 30 people in there watching. Why the f do they keep showing it? They added it to the montage. They added it to the montage. Oh, man. You're telling me that they added that to the montage?
Weak.
One shot low.
Rug was weak. He was weak. I'm just holding the iron. I couldn't get him. He's one off a street teach. He's working bomb quick. He's playing confident.
You saw him. You can't get on till 8.
Oh, frag. Wait, what?
All right, we got to regain. He's one off a street. Come on, Teach. Let's go.
All good.
He's one off a street.
Ain't no other frag on, bro.
All good.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
COD Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to phasevegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Welcome back there, COD fans. Our first Super Sunday here in this, what is going to be a gauntlet of a round robin playthrough of Split 2, Stage 2. G2 Minnesota kind of close out the day in 3, where our debut for Cloud9 New York has us, I don't know, maybe somewhat happy to see the gunnies there, but not quite able to find the results that obviously they would want yet.
Yeah, it's going to take some time out, especially versus some of the best teams in the world. And especially versus the team who just got top 4 at the last event.
Like, it's not going to be easy, man. So G2 just taking care of business. A little bit of a hiccup in the map, number one. Not as tight as you wanted it to be, but the Search and Destroy was clean and crystal clean. So now you're going into this overload. Are you looking for potentially a 3-0? Like I said before the commercial break, you lost this yesterday to Optic, but Optic and Cloud9 are on 2 different levels right now. And if you are G2, this is just the mode overall that you need to work on. And I think the overall answer for them is just finding kills in their slaying, because everyone's sitting under a 1.0 KD. In overload, you need to find your kills to open up lanes, and when you're not finding your kills to open up lanes, that's what forces you to consistently be on the defense. That's why they're so good at stopping the ball. So we need to just find our kills through the middle of the map and not always be on the back foot.
Yeah, G2 2-2 in the mode in Major 1. So looking to try to add that little extra favor and fuel. Encourage on the cross. Oh boy, has already lost one, but at least they stopped the EMP just short of the motel steps. And a chance for Cloud9 to claim a lot of ground here if they can win back mid-map. But oh my goodness, we almost lost one for a score. Still not out of the woods yet. Kremp trying to grab and go, but Okus with the shutdown has Skies pausing for a reset.
Yeah, C9 now on the back foot, just need to slay their way out of spawn. Let the EMP potentially get resetted. And that's exactly what's going to go down. But it's still a battle for this mid-map control. Kremp now trying to get lost behind enemy lines. Puts himself in position towards top green. Has the timing, but not the gunny encourage. Wins that one-on-one. Not G2 forced to slow down.
Indeed, indeed. But do they get a read on Okus's position? Not fully yet, but a chance here for Estriel to at least make a mess in the middle of the map. They do get the trade, and whoa, Estriel almost goes up tall. Find a second. Kremp with some damage in, but is trying to still play bodyguard to see if they can get the EMP a little bit further out, if that even grabbed at all at this point. But Cloud9 continue to battle, and we've got ourselves a stalemate still at mid.
And now they have the map control, and G2 are backs against the wall. Need to slay their way out of spawn. Thankfully, you got Mr. Kremp able to line up a double, alleviate some of that pressure going through the middle of the map. And now again, with only a minute, 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go, it's just a battle of like just wave of kills. And finally, C9 get all 3, taking an EMP now over towards play.
Yeah, first offensive moment here for Cloud9, and it comes to a very swift end. Semtex over the top at plane has G2 very quickly. Yeah, sure is. Needs to try to come back over, but interesting lit up. Skies doesn't go over to his lead blocker, Kremp. Instead, it's Estriel with the double and a chance to possibly do it himself. He's waiting for Kremp to try to clear the space around the sides. The score is in. Kremp finds 3 in a row, and now we're scrambling just to try to watch from top green to see if you can catch Cloud9 trying to rotate over to the EMP, and Kremp's good for 4.
Yeah, it's cool. We got a bunch of players in their spawn, but we don't got nobody by the EMP. So we need to make sure we're either gonna wrap back door spawn to clear out Kremp, or just not allow them to grab it to potentially get another score. Nezra is slaying behind enemy lines. Kremp is still going to be lost. Okus is able to locate him. And even though it looked like C9 had all that map control, now you have an opportunity to run the ball, but all of G2 off spawn.
Yep. So you got to try to find another set of kills here. Okus, the one leading the charge with this M13. And he finds the opener. No trade immediately to be found behind that, though, as Skies will keep this lane contested. And a route from Mamba. They need to get here quickly because there's a lot of ground game, but Mamba gets red, and now you've got a handful down. You can just keep your focus purely on the front. Damage into the corner. Hyde trying to work on the space through mid, and this could lead to a score. Just comes down to do G2 get off spawn fast enough. They stop the first EMP carrier. The stun lands onto a second. Hyde trying to get back to it, unable to collect, and G2 hold.
Man, those stuns in name are just so strong on the side of G2. C9, I think this one should be clear as day. But just off the rat pack to the front side of blue with all your attacks hit, you are able to get a goal line stop. And now you're the team on the attack, but 3 players go down. Sky's now forced to find a couple kills. He doesn't find any. And now Cloud9 with all the map control. G2 off the back foot again.
Vedra trying to find a route. The problem is the EMP carrier once again in some trouble, but Encourage is able to slip through all of that. Looked like G2 had the right setup to get the read, but no one could track down Encourage, so the score does slip through for Cloud9. Tie game. Hyde getting a read here at mid, and he will find an opportunity to double down and makes good on it. Could he get the 3? Oh! Sure, why not? Okay, here we go. Opportunity for Cloud9 to grab and go again. The problem is they don't know where Kremp is until Nezra finds him, and now we can keep the gas pedal down.
How long can he stay alive? Because Hyde is still slaying on the top side of blue.
Great angle there from Skies to win that one-on-one to try to slow down this play. He's able to find a double, but it's still the young gun in Hyde on 6 in a row. Slaying with the SMG behind enemy lines. And G2 are thinking, all right, we're playing Cloud9. All right, new roster. We suck at Overload currently. We should be able to steamroll them, but they still have issues that they need to work on.
Yeah, looking good right now for Cloud9 in some of those moments, but here we go. 10 seconds before the half. Big shots from Kremp. Still alive as Nedra was affected by a stun. No full regen though for Kremp, and the EMP not able to fully get their Skies, trying to find a way to grab it and score, but not gonna happen. Halftime comes through, and it's Cloud9 with the edge, 2-1 up.
Okay, C9, I see you. Camping your corners when you need to, striking at the right time, an insane goal line stop to start off the game, because it looked like it was going to get grim early on. Like G2 opened up with 3 kills, they had all the map control, and they just kept on having Cloud9 trapped in their spawn. But once C9 got out, and those players start to get loose, G2 were in hell in the backside of blue, so going to be down 1 at the half. Mamba not having a great first half there, but you can always expect that guy to have a turnaround. But C9 bring it into slaying. And now they have an advantage going into the second half, Al.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, what, 4 or 5 offensive possessions of the EMP, and 3 of them looked really good. And now off the break off. Good moment here. Okus clears out Motel Steps. The only player that's really left to contest initially is on the mid cut. And Encourage is going to trust his teammate to clean that up and keep this position a little bit further forward, but Mamba, Kremp combined, they find damage to at least shut down the play from getting any further forward, and G2 are trying to restructure now off the respawn.
Yeah, they gotta get out of their base, because here comes Hyde on the pinch, gonna catch you off guard for the freebie. Now, EMP carrier just needs to slow down, wait for your teammate to get in front of you, but you go too fast, and G2 are able to get another stop. Now Nezra trying to be a nuisance on the opposite side of the map, wins a one-on-one he's not supposed to win, and just slows down that play from G2, now working towards playing.
Kremp, good follow-up, is able to get into blue. And he's going to be off the reset. Okus has no idea, and honestly, Nedra is trying to like hold the ground to say maybe he'll walk across me, but Kremp is making a mess of this setup. Sky's still assisting from the front. Only thing missing for G2 is the device. So Hyde will, well, go play hide and go seek. Try to see if he can find the players on the other side. Not going to work out, and now you have an opportunity with the EMP, with potentially the shutdown on this pinch to find a way to score if you're G2.
Yeah, they have the players, they have the positionings that they want. That's already 3 dead in the feed, and Kremp is still alive behind enemy lines. Finally gonna get taken care of, and Nezra with the movement leads to 3 for the goal line stop. So G2 just a little slow on their approach there. Allows Cloud9 to reinforce their way through back blue. Nezra pops 3. Now they're in control of the EMP working over towards Motel.
And I will say instinctively, Cloud9's actually playing the map quite well.
They are.
Considering, again, they just have not really had any time to practice, but you see the scoreboard, everyone's slaying evenly. They're moving around the map in the right spots. They're getting decent reads. So, hey, 2:50 to play. 2-1 up are Cloud9 at the moment. And G2, even though they've had better maybe EMP possession rate, their offensive looks, like you said, have been a little scattery, and Cloud9 are ripping up hard.
Yeah, that's already 2 dead again. With C9 trying to be the aggressors on your side of the map. You need to take care of this guy on plane heady. Hyde is able to find one, and he's still alive. For Astro, this is not the preferred gunfight that you want, especially on this side of the map, but now your teammates are here to reinforce. 3 go down in the feed. Hyde still here on 3 in a row, not allowing you to get the push that you want. He just keeps on slowing out the time. You'll take it.
Mamba just continues to be a little bit in the blender, trying to be the rogue agent to get through this Cloud9 setup. Pistol shots from Kremp, tagging onto 1. Easy follow from Estriel.
The pinch.
And wow, clean shots up top. Skies gets credit for the kill, but credit the damage over to Estriel. One more player to find from behind is encouraging. He will drop as the score comes through. Oh, mercy. Kremp now in position to make a mess of the Cloud9 spawns. Device could be ran here for a relay. Mamba in position, waiting for it to come through, but Nezra clears the front doors, gets Cloud9 a little bit out of the spawn trap until Mamba almost able to double down, but as he and Kremp are shut down, Cloud9 have exit.
Yeah, this is a scary moment now for C9 because no one's going to wrap back over towards playing. They're going to work these OEs, try to take mid-map away. And with every gunfight win that G2 find, especially if they find them in sync, it's even more dangerous. 3 go down in the feed.
You gotta force yourself to iron up and beat Nezra, another 3-piece multi-kill demon on the goal line. Stop. Can he have another opportunity?
Well, he's just laying prone down low. Nezra's able to find the first. Good help from Hyde. Pistol out for Skies as the EMP carrier, but he's got really no one else to work with or no ground to work with on top of that. So now, hold on a second. Look how far Hyde has gotten with that elimination. He's already playing through over towards the G2 spawn, but he'll be traded. So as the EMP is collected, Cloud9 are going to try to swing this back over to Motel side, and as they do, they're met by Skies, who gets a double. And now an opportunity here for G2, if they can find these last 2 members, to possibly find a last-second score.
Just keep on slaying, slow the game down, look for the best opportunity you can find, but the shot punch not good enough for the kill out of Skies. Still a battle for this man map control. EMP is going to reset over towards Plane, and Mambo with the perfect route is able to line up a double. Cloud9 off the back foot, gotta iron up, get a kill here.
Yeah, problem is they're so far outside. Nezra's not able to get an angle. Kremp scores, and oh, mercy. Mamba just puts him into a blender. And Mamba's now on 5 in a row. Trying to get to 6 may not make a difference. 10 seconds remaining. G2 in control of Motel. It was a heck of an effort from Cloud9 New York, but G2 behind Mamba, who had a slow start, finishes off with the game-winning play. It'll be a 3-0 for G2.
Yeah, that's just tough, man, with no experience, not really understanding what you need to do in those situations, allowing Kremp to stay alive as long as he did behind enemy lines, or just forcing your teammates to consistently work the OE is not going to be ideal, because G2 are playing for that push. When they don't see you wrap back over towards plane, all the ARs and everyone coming off the respawn are just watching min-map and watching the OE. So when you're gifting them those kills while they have the positioning over towards the EMP side, it's just an easy score to close out that game. Not as clean as you wanted it to be again, just like the map number 1, but still a 3-0 in favor of G2. Put 1 on the board here in stage 2. And for C9 the Young Bucks, your fault. But yeah, there's a lot of things that go into be the best at this level, and it's going to take some time for them to get to where they actually want to be.
Yeah, and I think the other side here, and again, I think you'll know more, and I'm sure Ant will share some wisdom as well with, you know, you guys having that, you know, competitive career prior to working in the broadcast space. Like, Cloud9 were shooting, man. They were hanging, like more than hanging. Like, I'd be surprised to see the breaking point stats, to see like, was it a red carpet? Probably not. Like, there were a couple of great individual performances. The next hurdle is not necessarily being able to hang with other teams. It's about how do we utilize the best pieces of our individual gameplay to set up something as a 4-man group to compete with the other teams that have been playing for the better part of at least the last 3 months. That's the difficult part. And maybe beyond that, you can enlighten us here. I feel like some players could get frustrated because they're going to be forced into doing something for the team that may not necessarily allow them to put together the stats that we just saw in this match.
Yeah, it'd be like that sometimes. Challenges is way different than the pros. You're going to be very comfortable in challenges because you basically do whatever you want. But versus the best players in the world, you need to have some structure to your gameplay, and the only way you're going to be able to figure that out is through time. So good luck with the roster, C9, and hopefully you're able to figure out sooner rather than later.
The guns are there. We just need to find a system, and maybe there's some inspiration for Cloud9. But we close the day by heading back to the desk to give us their thoughts.
First match, not a bad showcase, especially considering that a few of these guys went positive. But Ant, you said don't read too deep into the numbers. This could have been a play style thing that attributed to their lack of wins in the match, but overall success in the numbers.
Yeah, I thought it was great, thought-provoking, you know, thing that Shift just brought up, talking about, you know, their guns. Like, and the guns were decent, right, in this one. But yeah, it was a little bit chaotic, especially you think about the Den. Felt like I was watching a ranked player just flying one by one, but they got it really, really close, right? So you heard in the comms, I think it was Okus trying to calm everybody down, and he's going to have to be that guy for them in the future.
I called it early. Okus was my player to watch. He lived up to the hype today. Didn't lead the team in slaying during this final game, but Nezra did. He had 22 non-traded, and I thought that was one of the key players to focus in on. If we're going to watch Cloud9 in the future, and you said you saw this movement, Allie, did you see the gunny from him?
Yeah, I definitely saw the gunny. I mean, there were definitely a couple. I mean, I don't think anybody saw that first hard point being as close as it was, or even this overload being as close as it was. And I think Alan obviously already touched on a really great point that they just need to find a system. I feel like there was a glaring, you could see that very clearly in the map number 2 in the search and destroy, because that is not a game mode that you can just run and gun people, right? Like you have to have structure, you have to have a game plan, you have to have team chem, and we saw that in the search and destroy and how big that deficit was, because it kind of just felt like they were playing for that 1 step ahead, where in the professional league, you got to play for the 3 steps ahead, the 4 steps ahead, the situationals. So something that will come with time for Cloud9 New York, with definitely a better showing than maybe we thought was going to happen.
As time went on, Encourage got a lot more comfortable as well. And the Overload, he had some heroic, like, solo efforts and goal line stands. So, yeah, on an individual basis, the players actually, they impressed me throughout the series. So we'll just see if they're able to build upon this. But I do think if you're G2 in that series, you're probably sitting there like, dude, what's going on? There was one point where Hyde was just looping around blue.
What's this kid doing?
And I'm like,
should
yo.
be in the side, bro.
And and it's like a rep that you don't get in like a team scrim, because you're like, yeah, do we go back and kill him? Like, yeah, all right, I guess. So yeah, it got a little bit wonky, but yeah, C9, I mean, as it stands, good players.
Way better than we expected for their first gun, especially going up against a top 4 squad. Shout out to Estriel and his tattoos, but also it's our scuff play of the game, the Welcome to the League beatdown. This is becoming a regular thing here. This time it's a squad wipe, Al.
No, what's hilarious is they just showed Krem, and I was like, Krem, we're 12 and 20 versus these guys? And as soon as I said that, he like 360 slammed 2 of them in a 1v2. And I guess it's just the highlights of G2 doing the fundamentals, being professionals.
This is a troll for that. He's 360ing on the bomb. He's like, yeah, maybe he'll miss his snipe. I thought that was pretty crafty.
That is a look at Okis. This is a look at Cloud9. They were up at one point in Overload towards the end. Some great defense from G2, and then Mamba woke up after starting 11 and 29. He goes on a ridiculous spree at the end here, almost finishes even. G2 finishing a clean 3-0. All smiles back in that camp.
Yeah, they had to lock in. It was getting a little stressful in that Overload. There was one time Estriel going to score, went for the kill instead of sliding in, so maybe them not playing their best ball, but in the end, they get the 3-0.
Ali, if you were watching G2 tonight, though, can you shut down Mamba again, or was this just an off first half of that Overload? Is there a way that you could replicate Cloud9's pressure that they're putting on?
No, I mean, I think it's one of those things where, like, a lot of these players are used to scrimming some of the other pro teams, and so when you bring a team in like this that is a completely new roster, you just don't know what they're going to do, and you can get caught off guard sometimes, and I think that might be what happened to Mamba. And also, I mean, everybody's going to have those days.
We've got an interview in just a moment. First, though, let's show you the numbers that Estriel put down tonight against Cloud9.
He's been unreal.
KD leaderboard features Abizi in the #1 spot. Estriel right behind him, dropped 70 kills. You saw a 1.32 with only 53 deaths from the young man.
This is the most consistent, I think, that we have seen Estriel. I mean, he's kind of made himself a little bit of a superstar on this team, and I think that's going to be really, really pivotal for G2 moving forward.
Rancor, top 5 is my player to watch in the league right now. But if you're an SMG fan, you want to watch more footage from this guy. Estriel, welcome to the show. Can you start here by just showcasing the army? Because I saw you leaning back at the end of that 3-0 flex.
It sounds like, it sounds cool. It sounds cool, but like, you know, it's just, I gotta get some more. I want to get some more, but just I don't have time really. But
yeah, I understand that completely. When are you going to heal, right?
I might be assuming, but you're from North Carolina. You got to be a J. Cole fan, right?
Yeah, of course.
I mean, how much do you attribute your consistency due to the fall off dropping?
Okay.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I haven't even listened to the full team a little bit. I've been listening to like different music. Like, I mean, J. Cole, he definitely one of the goats for me, especially. But on a I don't believe it.
Absolutely. But on a real note, I mean, you guys obviously amazing performance at the major, top 4, and you've been super consistent. We've been talking about it. It's the most consistent you've ever been. What do you attribute that to in this title?
I think my team definitely like helps a lot. Like they definitely make it easier. And honestly, I've just been like focusing on just ironing, just aiming my gun, just you know, just pre-aiming and just not like trying to move around too much and just playing my game. Really, I think that's the main thing.
Actually, I want to ask you about the woes of G2 a little bit. You know, another really painful game 5. We didn't get to talk to you guys versus Optic last week, but is it something like where maybe scrims aren't just translating? Like, how are scrims going for you guys? Is there a disconnect, or is it just something about the online and LAN? Like, talk to me about y'all struggles and how you plan to face them during Major 2 split.
I think honestly the struggles come from like really just S&D, like not being on the same page sometimes, and even like Overload, we have some like woes. Like I think it's the main thing, just like S&D and Overload, like just being on the same page and just like consistently doing the right thing.
For sure.
Like our hard point looks good, but as long as we can like get our S&D right, because we're obviously a good S&D team, but just doing everything together and just keeping it consistent.
Right.
Estrio, if you and Kremp had to share a bunk bed, who gets top bunk?
Okay.
Who gets top bunk? Oh man, I guess I got to be top bunk. He bigger than me, right? So like, keep him on the bottom. I don't know.
It's some danger there. Estrio, final call out here. You played against a brand new Cloud9 team. You know what it was like trying to enter the league coming up from the Challenger squad. Who shined tonight? Who did you take notice of? Who do you think could be something in the future for that squad?
I mean, honestly, they're pretty cracked. I'm not gonna lie, but I mean, out of all of them, I guess like Oki's got like he's just ironing, getting kills. Like he's pretty solid. Like, I'm like he shoots pretty straight, but I think they all are talented, just like coming together and actually like putting together. They didn't even play bad today. Obviously, we didn't play our best, but they definitely. I can see some potential for sure.
Well, we definitely have seen your potential. Congratulations on top 4 at Major 1 and the win tonight.
Thank you. All right, have a good one.
1 round away from being 2-0.
Yeah.
If they took out Optic, we'd be telling a totally different story. G2, though, bounces back with a 3-0 tonight. And Allie, that's going to help them climb up our power rankings, as do the other wins on the day. Let's take a look at the start. Match number 1. What happened as we opened up Super Sunday?
Banger! We unfortunately didn't go all the way to a Game 5. Paris Gentlemen showing why they are our Major 1 winners. It doesn't really feel like they've lost a step. Obviously, search and destroy. You go all the way to that distance and tie up in that 1-1, but their respawn is just looking incredibly clinical right now.
Yeah, awesome series. Probably my favorite series of the day. Got some good Call of Duty. Gentlemen just turned it on. And every single moment where they needed to, where Heretics started to climb back into the game, the Gentlemen just did something absolutely incredible. And now they're sitting undefeated so far in this split. So the best team in the game seemingly improving with every match. But yeah, I like Russell from Heretics as well.
You see a ridiculous performance from Sib, a 1.09. On the other side, do want to call out Raycor's 1.25 against the best team in the league. He has been so consistent. The Heretics continue to challenge the top squads. It's only a matter of time before they break into the top 5. We take a look at Boston Breach. Boston back in action. One girl with a ponytail saw this one coming. Why did you have faith in Beantown tonight?
To be honest, it was just a feeling. Like, straight up when I was looking at the pick'ems, I was like, I just can't get Boston out of my head. I mean, you kind of forget, like, how good these players really can be. They have a really good baseline. It's just about them kind of reaching their potential and also not overthinking it. This is a solid round-out team that added Nasty to make them better. So they should be more like gatekeepers when it comes to the top teams. I feel like this was a statement match versus Riyadh Falcons and kind of proving that they're able to hang with some of the best. And I'm hoping that this continues throughout the rest of the
You said the coach has got work to do on both sides.
I might blow it up if I'm Falcons. That was an egregious loss. I don't think Boston did anything great. Like, Nasty had some great individual efforts. That's the best thing about it. Like, I love what I saw from Nasty today. On the other side, though, for Riyadh, Kismet was not good today at all.
No.
That's the worst he's been. Like, he just loses some big ones, and then, yeah, the whole team just looks like they need to figure it out.
And, of course, in our third match, we had the 1-0 LA Thieves taking on 1-0 Royal Ravens. Finally, the Ravens crashing back down to earth online. Their 6-0 spree and 6-1 after Thieves and Hydra get through with them.
I was going to say, like, finally, the online reign of Carolina Royal have been pulled down, but just because it doesn't make sense, you know, when you have an online split like that, and then we go to LAN and you fall short and you come back online into, well, that can create some disparity in the league. So for LA Thieves, big revenge match for them especially. I really love the highlight on a BZ, a 1.33 in this series, and Search and Destroy is a 1.38 KD overall. This has been kind of like what I've been waiting for is for a BZ to be more comfortable and kind of being the name in our mouths because, you know, it was Sip and a BZ for the longest time. Yeah. And I'm excited, you know, we've been talking Sip. I want to talk more about a BZ.
I like that. We had a bunch of other people on the leaderboard, 70 kills, 100 kills. He's like 55 in first place, guys. I get it done quick. LA Thieves with the fastest 3-0 route on the day. And we have plenty more games to come. But before we go and look at the schedule in the future, let's recap the top performers on tonight. Our Talents Takeover players. We got to go to Neum here for the LA Thieves. He drops a 1.29 in his second match. You called that he would bounce back, playing with confidence today.
He was nervous first match.
Nasty a monster for Boston. Sib, of course, for the Gentlemates. And Estriel the only SMG, Allie, to break into our top 4.
Yeah, I love this. Honestly, if anything, I love that it's like a new layout of players. Like, I feel like usually it's always the Saliums, it's always the Simp, and now we've got like 4 new players really making statements in some of these series, which keeps it exciting for the rest of the league.
Shout out to Easy Mac behind the scenes, providing all of the stats, and of course, shout out to the standings. Here they are. We've got LA Thieves on top. They've got a better map record than Optic and the Gentlemates. G2 now climbs up into your top 4 there alongside Heretics and Royal Ravens and FaZe. Boston Breach did get a win to be in that mix as well. And if you're looking at the bottom
That's
2,
not good for Riyadh.
Koi and Falcons off to a brutal start. And who does the roster change first?
I mean, honestly, I look at both of them like I would consider it because they for Riyadh especially, they do feel like they're really close.
Yeah.
For Koi, it feels like you could almost make a 2-man change. I'm just being honest.
Lots to work on, plenty of time. Remember, every team will play every team here in stage number 2. That is a total of 11 matches for each squad. If you're a Vancouver fan, your team is back in action against FaZe to open the day. We've got Falcons playing against Ocus' new Cloud9, and Toronto Koi take on the LA Thieves featuring Neum. That's Friday, and we've got 3 more days of action coming.
You think we get the same Koi versus LA? This Friday?
Koi versus
Let's predict it right now.
I think they give
Koi's
it one more.
getting.
I think they give it one more. Like if they make a change.
You think it's the same roster?
I think they give it one more. I think they give it.
Adamow's standing behind his tree. He's standing on business.
You know what? I do too. I think Adamow's going to keep the team.
They're locked up. Koi ain't going nowhere.
Role change?
I am, though. I'll miss you next week, and they'll be here. We'll see you soon.
Bye. Will you?
We back for another one. Another one. Here we go. Come on like that. We back for another one. Here we go. We back on the scene like we never left. Time to go put them back on the shelf. No, we do not need permission. We came in alone, now we leaving you by ourselves. Now nobody wanna play me. Everybody think I'm crazy. Guess I gotta live up to it. Nothing but to do it. Hear me out.
Wonderful.
Let's go. They know we done been there before. They know I done been there before. I think we gon' do it again. Do it again. I think we gon' do it again. I'm ready to go for the win. Go for the win. Tell them let's do it again. Let's do it again. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. Tell them I'm good for another one. Another one. Let's win. Let's do it again. Do it again. You know what we doing. I want like that. Do it again. Do it again. Tell them I'm good for another one. Another one.
Nice.
Tell them let's
We going home, bro.
Who you know got the power? How to turn on the switch anytime that they want. We do. Who you know got the energy? I bet I can take it that you know who don't. Who don't? I'm on the move and better believe I stick to the plan. Stick to the plan. I got the city behind me. Yeah, 'cause they know me.
No way, bro.
They know we done been there before. Been there before. I think we gon' do it again. Do it again. Oh, I like that. I'm ready to go for the win. Who ready? Tell them let's do it again.
Oh my God.
Tell them let's do it again. Turn on the switch anytime that they want. We do. Who you know got the energy? I bet I can take it that you know who don't. Who don't? I'm on the move. Stick to the plan. I got the city behind me. Yeah, 'cause they know I'm the man. They know I'm the man. They know we done been there before. Been there before. I think we gon' do it again. Do it again. Oh, I like that. I'm ready to go for the win. Ready? Tell them let's do it again. Let's do it again. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. Tell them I'm good for another one. Another one. Let's win. Let's do it again. Do it again.
One life?
You know what we doing. I like that. Do it again. Do it again. Tell them I'm good for another one. Tell them let's do it again.
My bad. You're good. Laid down outer tower.
The whole thing, yeah. I was like, holy.
No, I was gonna just go sit that corner. I didn't think that was even possible. I was mind blown.
Oh, Xnit's making the play.
Oh, 1v1. Oh my god, 1v1 for the map win.
Okay, so.
It's small.
Come on, man. Let's go. Oh my god, bro.
Nasty wins it. Boston takes the map 3.
Oh my god. The way we're losing is crazy.
Always moving forward and it's at a steady pace. If we go to war, I'ma feel just like a major
They keep speaking on the name like I ain't changed the game. So I had to come through, I had to save the day. We always moving forward and it's at a steady pace. If we go to war, I'ma feel just like a major pain. Like a major pain. Feel just like a major pain. Like a major pain. Feel just like a major pain. I've been through hell and back, I wouldn't change a thing. They tried to hold me down, so I went and spread my wings. Devoted to my craft, cause it's my everything. So if I want it, I'ma get it, that's by any means. We ain't even gotta talk, yeah, just get into it.